Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Day 2 of the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of Sales for 2022, the Day 2 Challenge, brought to you by Kartsport Auckland from the Giltrap Group Raceway, Avondale in Auckland. So today we are going to have 3 sessions. Yes, if you followed along yesterday, you'll know that we had our tuning run in the morning. Then after the lunch break, we punched through Heats 1 and 2. Now, officially, that was going to be it. Today was going to be the pre-final and final only. But due to the scheduling and how things have worked out, they've been able to give the drivers some more seat time. So this morning, between now and approximately 11:30 a.m., we will have Heat 3. How good is that? Heat 3. So we're going to get in 3 races before we get to the pre-finals and the finals. That's great news for everyone here and great news for you at home watching on the live stream. Thank you very much to Tyres for bringing us the live stream today. And we're kicking off a nice bright sunny early morning here in Auckland at the City of Sales 2022. We're now going to get underway with the NZ Motorsport Vortex Mini Rock. We're just waiting for the official grid sheets to come through to broadcast from race control. They've been rushing around this morning to get everything happening a little bit earlier than initially intended, but we'll be able to work it out pretty quickly who is where. By the looks of it, Marco Manson and Carson Daly will be on that front row, so that's good news. And it looks like Levi, one of our assistant producer here, so all the grids from yesterday, we have just been informed, are going to be exactly the same for heat number 3, except for the KZ2 Heavies. My name is Craig Lord. I welcome you on this live stream broadcast. Tony is on camera. Levi's our runner. And we've lost our screen, so stand by. We'll get that running up for you again shortly. You can hear it, but you can't see it. Won't be long. Well, we're back. I hope we're back. It seems as though we are back. Unfortunately, we lost our camera signal there, which means we weren't able to tell you much about what was going on. There's some blue flags waving. There was an incident on turn number 2 that you might have just caught before our camera went kaput on us, which of course is somewhat disturbing given that the entire day yesterday we had no technical faults. First thing this morning we get one. Maybe the camera didn't like a Sunday morning start, but we are still go here. It is a 20, what are we on? 15 laps for the heats, and then we're going 20, 20, 25. So 15 laps in. To the Mini Rock from NZ Motorsport, and there is a good battle going on up front. The blue flags are waving as you'd expect. Isn't it Murphy's Law that the camera sits there working until you want it to work? Marco Manson leads the pack away with Miles Baker following in behind. Carson Daly is there in third, Grayson Stowe in fourth. William Edmondson has moved up into fifth spot, which is a nice run for Edmondson. Thean is in sixth, Kai is 7, Fisher is 8, Inslee is 9, Finnemore is bringing up the 10. So, where are we at? We are into lap number 7 now of our 15 laps for the heat. Selena will keep an eye on our stream, and if at any stage it dies on us again, do not panic. We will bring it back. We won't rush and run around in little circles. We'll just reset a few items and make sure that you have coverage throughout the day as much as we can. We hope that was our only glitch for the weekend. Let's keep on the racing. There's some nice tight little battle packs appearing here. All little individual ones, which is, it's actually difficult for us here to watch it all because every section of the track there is a little bit of action showing. It is still Marco Manson though over Baker, Daly, Stowe, Edmondson are your top 5. Going past the start-finish line now is one of the back markers, I think. It looked like it. Just trying to catch up with the numbers. There goes Manson now, Baker. Stowe has gone through, Edmondson. There's a nice little battle pack going through into turn number 4 now. That's quite cool to see. I'll try and keep an eye on who that is. Although we know what's going on up front. They're about to hit turn number 5. And I'll give you the numbers. There they come through 5 now through the grandstand. It's Cooper Inslee, Cy Finnemore and Harrison Jow. That's what's going on there, and look at them go. And in fact, I think that's our executive producer's brother. Is that right? Yes, she nods her head, and she's watching that little battle pack go through turn number 3, and they're heading into 4 now. You'll see them, they'll come through on your screen shortly. There's a tight pack of 3. Inslee, Finnemore, Chow, here they come, the 3 karts. And they rip down the start-finish line. Now this is for position 9, 10 and 11. The 3 of them. How good is that? They're having a great battle here this morning. Forget about up front. This is awesome watching. Who's going to flinch? Who is going to make the mistake for these 3? Because even a top 10 number is really important. So Inslee is out front in 9th. Finnemore is 10. So it's really Harrison there in position 11 who wants to get into that top 10 finish. And there is only a handful of laps left to do it. None of them making a mistake at this stage. All 3 drivers. Oh, there's the mistake. I did it. Here comes Harrison down the inside. Is he going to move in? Now, can he hold it here? Because he's on the outside of turn number 2. They actually touch, they rub, they bump. This is genuine racing, and they go at it again. So it was a small, tiny mistake from Finnemore going into turn number 1. Harrison tried to take advantage of it. Nearly did it, but ended up on the wrong side of the track. Right, they head into turn 1 again. Will lessons be learnt from number 39? I suspect so. definitely slower and going in and out of turn 1. Harrison trying to get onto side here. What a great little fight. I can tell you the rest of the field is fairly widely spread out. There's a small little race going on. Now let me tell you where that position is. There was a change in numbers. In fact, that was close to being the front of the field. Oh, they're running through the tail runners. That's what's happening there. Just trying to keep on touch of it. Marco Manson going past. Baker's going through as well. Just some of the back markers getting caught up in the mix, as you would expect here. They go through turn number 4. We are on lap 13, according to my records here. They come through stage 5. Trying to keep one eye on this front pack and one eye on some of the other battles going on. Carson Daly and Grayson Stowe, 3rd and 4th. That was the race as the checkered flag flies. So, I don't know why the checkered flag is flying when my data only says lap 12, but so be it. There's no more to that race. Okay, it was a good warm-up for us as well as them. That was heat number 3 in the Vortex Mini Rock, brought to you by NZ Motorsport. Coming up next will be the Glen Eden Auto Electrical Rotax DD2s. And the grid will be exactly the same as it was for yesterday, with Walker and Waddell leading the pack up front. We'll be back with that shortly. Welcome back to race number 2 here this morning, which is race 2 for the morning, heat 3 for the event. Section 2 of 9. I could try and make it more complicated, but there's no point in doing that. This is the Glen Eden Auto Electrical Rotax DD2s. Same grid as yesterday with Darren Walker and Sam Waddell leading the pack. There is no Matthew McBride because unfortunately Matthew used a spark plug that, well, from what I understand yesterday, even though it was the direct equivalent to one of the plugs that you are allowed to use in the rules, it wasn't the brand in the rules, and so he was unfortunately disqualified from the event. So we have no Matthew McBride on that second row. It's very unfortunate. And from what I understand, even the officials didn't realise that was a rule. So there'll be a little shuffle in this grid, but I can tell you Darren Walker, Sam Waddell will be on that front row. Louise has probably moved into 3 with Aaron Tahu into 4. We can double check as they come through in front of us. They are going to do one more formation. Yeah, it looks like that's what is going to happen. So simply they'll remove Matthew McBride from the grid list. Louise Rawson will go into 3, Aaron Tahu 4, Ryan Nowaki 5, Hayes Taylor 6, Craig Cook 7, Chris Jensen 8, Tim Erickson will be 9, Simon Davies 10, Tim Wakefield 11, Daniel Mile 12. On the next row will be Cameron Dennis, Gary Claxton, Vikram Singh and Sam Martin. Here we go, formation done. Wait for the marshals, the officials to be happy with it. And if they are, they will turn off those red lights and we'll go racing. Which we do, and they all pile into turn number 1. Let's hope they get through cleanly. There was a shuffle, there was a spin. Wasn't as clean as I was hoping. 2 carts down. Well, that's turn 1, Death Valley here at Kartsport Auckland. The Giltrap Group Raceway just produces it, doesn't it? Because it's hectic at turn 1. And sometimes it is a little bit of hit and miss. So Glen Eden Auto Electrical DD2s start circulating around for their 15 laps of heat race number 3. Leading the pack is Darren Walker, as expected. Sam Waddell in second, Aaron Tahu in third there, Hayes Taylor, Tim Erickson. Now, oh no, it looks like, who spun there? Was that, yeah, Louise Rawson. Looks like she was one of the ones who got caught up in that spin, because is down in 13th position alongside Craig Cook. Now, what's going to be a shame is I think McBride is actually spannering for Cook today. So, oh dear. Maybe Mr. Cook will blame McBride for that. What'd you do to my cart, mate? It spun out. Darren Walker leads the pack through. Sam Waddell, Aaron Tahu, Hayes Taylor, Tim Erickson and Tim Wakefield, Chris Jensen, Daniel Mayle, Simon Davies, Gary Claxton, Vikram Singh, Sam Martin, Louise Rawson, Craig Cook. That's your order as I file through them. We will do our best for you across the day to give you a view of every cart we can, although understanding it is a single camera for this very simple live stream production for you, and it's hard to cover everything as you can expect. But they're ripping through up front. The battle is between first and second. The rest of the field, strangely, has spread right out, which I'm surprised they've done so quickly. Maybe by lap 8 or 9, but not this early on. So here come your race leaders at this stage. It's Walker and Waddell. And there is more to this weekend as well, because it is round 1 of a brand new series from Kartsport called Kart Stars. You can find out more online about that. Round 2 of Kart Stars is part of next weekend's round in Hamilton, CIK event. The final round, the Nationals of the Kart Stars, is back in April. Well, back. It's going to be in April. It's still Walker over Waddell, Tahu and Taylor. There's your front 4, but the gap is quite massive. And again, I'm genuinely surprised at the gap. It's quite intriguing. Maybe they just don't have their racing mojo so early in the morning. A few karts going off onto the grass. Here's our leaders coming through section 5 now. The grandstand chicane. There's Tahu in third. Taylor. Ericsson and Jensen. Wakefield's going to have a crack. Couldn't make it work down the inside. No, the door was slammed shut. It wasn't just closed gently. Slammed is the word there. And that was Mile trying to get through on Wakefield. 88 on 49. They're in turn 4. The leader's coming through 5 now. No, going to be no change through that front 4, but look further back. Here he goes again. He's trying it. He's going to try under brakes down the inside. Doesn't make it stick. So 88 is having a crack. Daniel Mile. Has he got enough? There was a positional change, but I'm not sure. Was it? Yes. No. Maybe yes it was. He got him. He got him on turn 1. Perseverance, people. That's what it's all about. And now I just don't think there's going to be enough laps to catch the field, but the job now is to stay in front for that position. So that was 7 and 8. Front runners zipping through. The gap is pretty clear. Half a second between first and second. 2 seconds back to Tahu. 2 seconds or nearly 3 back to Taylor. So the gap is fairly intense. Good race between Taylor and Ericsson. Now that's for 5 and 6. They go through turn 4 at the moment. And I think there's a potential for a pass. They're going to come up that side straight with a little kink and heading into 5 now. Here we go. They go through. 25 is Jensen. And is that Mail? Did Mail actually catch up and get through when I said he couldn't? I'll just check the numbers here. No, he's still in behind, but he's right there. But there has been a change. Jensen got ahead of Ericsson, and now Mail is thinking, well, I might even have a go at this. I might even make another position as my board shows lap 10, but it was wrong the last race, so who knows. So they come through 5 now. Here we go. 88 is the one I want to just keep a quick eye on. There he goes past the field, and he goes in now. The advantage he does have is that the 2 in front of him, Ericsson and Jensen, they're fighting. So while Ericsson and Jensen scrap away, it allows 88 Daniel Mail to catch up. Wakefield and Davies are having a fight in behind. Up front, nothing. Forget about it. It's all 1, 2, 3, 4. Although Tahu, interestingly, is starting to look over his shoulder. This is a good race here. I'll try and watch both sections of the race, but you can see Tahu there in 48 going around turn number 2 and 3, and he is now being chased down by 13 Hayes Taylor, and I did not expect that because the gaps were so big, but Tahu seems to have lost a bit of pace here. The front 2 have gone through 5, but there's Tahu now coming into section 5 in 3rd place, being chased down by Taylor. So did Tahu use up his tyres to try and catch the front 2, and that's allowed Taylor to come in. It's hard to know unless we can go down to the garages and ask them. Good little battle further back. I think Tahu's got enough in it. I just, commentator curse, no doubt. Commentator curse, they go through 4, they're coming up the side, and they'll be heading into 5. There's our front 2 now. Yeah, I do think Tahu has enough because I'm keeping an eye on the officials to see when the last lap board's coming out. There's enough in it. He might have just had a little bit of a off lap, and that allowed Taylor to catch up. But everything seems all well in the world. Up front, Darren Walker and Waddell have closed the gap to 0.3. It was out to over half a second. Now it's a couple of kart lengths. And the last lap board is now showing. So, is this the final dash for Waddell to try and get by Walker? Can he do anything on our last lap? Has Walker saved his tyres? Look at the gap. It shrinks right up and then it grows again. And I think where it grows is turn 4. They've gone through 2. They've gone through 3. You watch Walker. He'll pull away out of turn 4. The gap is nothing. They are tail to tail, and there it is. He gets a fantastic launch out of 4, and it saves him coming into 5. He sweeps through, and I don't think there'll be a shot, but it was a good run in them. In the meanwhile, from Waddell to capture 2nd, Tahu does grab 3rd, and Taylor will be in 4th. Rest of the field will come through. Jensen, Ericsson, Mail, Wakefield. Mail is, where have I lost Mail? Now, I thought I saw him go through, but he's dropped right down, so we might have lost him as well. Okay, so fair enough. That's how it goes sometimes. Next up will be the Supreme Kart Supplies DVS Juniors, and it's also an interesting point to note here, just on those categories, I spoke about how this is round one of Kart Stars. Anyone running a Rok engine class, the Mini Rok, Vortex Mini Rok, DVS Juniors, which are coming up now, DVS Seniors, it's round one of their individual cup called the Rok Cup. So the winners of the Rok Cup get tickets to the Rok Cup Worlds. It sounds good, doesn't it? Going Rok Cup, man. So there's a lot on the line this weekend at the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of Sales for 2022. We'll be back up very shortly with Supreme Karts and the DVS Juniors. Welcome back to our live coverage brought to you by Carter's Tyres of the Pool and Spa Maintenance 2022 City of Sales at the home of Kartsport Auckland, Giltrap Group Raceway. We are in Avondale and we've got a whole lot of visitors from around the country. It has been fantastic that they've arrived and managed to get here for this. Well, it is an Auckland long weekend. For many of them, it won't be around the country. So they have to take a day off their jobs. I even think school goes back this week. So, you know, there's a lot of pressure. But this is the DVS Juniors, who, as I said, are part of the Rok engine categories, and they are doing their own series. There's all sorts going on. There's races within races. Isaac Fletcher, Tom Bewley will be on your front row. Jay Irwin, Jamie Thompson, Jacob Bellamy, and Jake Young. Lochiel McGregor, Dylan Jessup, Jake Amon, Sebastian Manson, who had a great race. Sebastian Manson was doing very well yesterday. Harry Scott, Vin Shelp also had some fun. Dakota Scott will be at the back of the field. That's if my grid here is correct, which I'm sure it should be. They line up now for formation. It's not really, today it's not a matter of if the karts and drivers will survive the day, it's if my voice will. And then we'll have to hand the microphone over to Levi and Selena, and as junior karters, they can call the races. They'll know what's going on. Might lose my job. We line up now. You can see in the background the dummy grid. They're getting ready all for the next round. It's all go here at Giltrap Group Raceway. Let's watch them file through and hear the little whistles as they rip past us, shall we? Let's get into some more racing this morning. And that is a chaotic turn one start. It really is. Irwin, Fletcher, I think it's Bewley up there as well. They are smacking into each other and it's only the opening few turns. Goodness me, you've still got a day to go, a whole day to go. I guess when points are on the line, everything's valuable, and that was a fantastic pass by Irwin down the inside. He made that stick beautifully. The rest of the field comes through, and it was Lachlan McGregor who was the one who missed out during that turn one turmoil down to the back of the field, and now just has to play circulation and catch up, do everything possible to get on some of these back markers and join the pack to get points that you can up front. There's 4 of them in a battle for themselves. We have Irwin leading the pack over Fletcher. It's a good run up front. The rest of the field is starting to circulate through at the back, but there is a group, there's 2 groups now forming. You've got the front 4, and then you've got a second 4. So that's going to make things lively. Irwin and Fletcher. Thompson is... Bewley is 3rd, so Bewley's done well. And it is Thompson in 4th. And 5th, sorry, I'm just trying to look at my screen and the track at the same time. Yes, Thompson is in 4. So Irwin Fletcher, just to run through the sheets, if you don't have speed hide running, you don't have your MyLaps live timing, Irwin Fletcher, Bewley, Thompson, Amon Manson, Scott Jessup, Bellamy, Young, Scott, Shelp and McGregor. That is the order. No change as they go through. But here's the interesting thing. The pack of 4 up front have tightened up. The pack of 4 in behind have opened up a little bit. There is a small little shuffle of positions down in looks like 7th and 8th position. But no major dramas. This front 4 though, I think there is the opportunity for passing, and there nearly was there under brakes, because look at Bewley go. He goes down the inside into turn number 1 under brakes. He shuts the door and he forces Fletcher to go wide and takes the spot. And what's that allowed? It's allowed Thompson in the mix now. So Thompson in 30 is thinking about having a shot at a position on the podium. It's Irwin and Fletcher with Bewley and Thompson. And that little scrap battle has slowed the field down. Irwin is making a launch, but there is going to be a change of position in turn number 1, no doubt about it. Fletcher yet again has been sent to the outside, needs to recover from that. Lessons need to be learned from that. Problem is you just can't go blocking. You've got to get a good run coming through the chicanes and hope you can hold on to your position into that turn number 1. So they come down the side and they're coming into 5 now. Your front 4. No change, and they're really spread out, and so is the rest of the field. Down the back though, have a look at this. This is quite fun, isn't it? They may be down the end, Dakota Scott, Shelp and McGregor, but they're not holding back. They are having a lot of fun at the back of the field. The 3, it's podium is not on their mind now. What's on their mind is, I don't want to be last in this heat. And every race is like that, don't they? They don't want to be the final runner. There's no disgrace in it, it's just you don't want it. So it's producing a really neat race. And they're down the back, and there's a pass, and there's a shuffle as they go through 5. And they come down that straight and into turn number 1. But focusing back up front, you can see that Thompson has got through on Fletcher, and now he's having a think about Bewley. Can he do anything to get into 2nd position? It's not just points for City of Sales, it's points for Kartstars, points for Rock Cup. Irwin, Bewley, Thompson, Fletcher now out of it. Just losing ground in 3rd, so 4 has become 3, and these 3 front runners, there's only a handful of laps left to do anything, but there is plenty of opportunity. Thompson's putting pressure on Bewley big time. I'm just going to watch his helmet. Let's watch the blue cart. How often is he going to turn his head and watch what's going on behind him rather than focusing up front? Not once. Bewley, in fact, goes down the inside, under brakes, squeezes Irwin, and Irwin could lose 2 spots here if Thompson can take advantage. Irwin, he's on the tailpipe of Bewley. There's Thompson round the outside, doesn't quite have it under braking. Irwin is fast. Irwin pushes hard, but the position has been done, and Bewley takes over the lead of the race. So it's Bewley, Irwin, Thompson. Fletcher's now in the hunt again. 4 became 3, and now it's back to 4. Can Fletcher get involved in the last few laps here? Irwin, what's he going to do? He doesn't have enough momentum to try down the inside. And I'm telling you, Bewley did exactly the right thing. Not once during that previous lap did he turn his head to see what was going on behind him. His total focus was passing Irwin, and it worked. So now we'll actually watch second position Irwin and see what he does. Is he going to take on the same mentality? Forget about who's in behind me. I don't care about Thompson. He looks, he does care. So he is having to do two jobs, chase down Bewley for the lead and defend at the same time. So he's got a dual focus going on. Thompson in third place, one job, and that's get past Irwin, and he is close. Through turn 4, they go up the side chute into the complex known as Grandstand. Chicanes, albeit small. Thompson's there on Irwin, but Thompson's not got enough. He's trying hard. Irwin's slowing. He knows he's there. Thompson around the outside again. Is he going to try a switch around? There's no way he can do it, but it's pressure. Fletcher's in on it too now. This is letting Bewley walk away. Bewley's starting to pull a gap, only because there is racing going on behind. Irwin struggling to hold off Thompson. Thompson is racy. Third place at the moment. The last lap borders out. Is this the opportunity? Irwin goes down the inside to cover. Here comes Thompson, he's on the tail. Thompson's going to have to think outside the square. He goes around the outside. That's opened the door for Fletcher. They touch, they nudge, they go into turn number 3. Here they come now, diving into 4. Bewley's got this, but at the moment Irwin's in trouble. Irwin is under pressure. Here comes Thompson. What's he going to do? He tries the inside. There's not quite enough. Can he sling by? Can he do it? No. Irwin grabs it. Irwin in second place over Thompson. Oh, I can tell you now my voice is not going to last the weekend this day if that's the kind of stuff we're going to have for the next... Oh, I've just looked at the clock. 6 or 7 hours. 6 or 7 hours of that. Please, Carters, please slow down. You're destroying me. We'll be back soon with the next outing, which is the combined category of KZ2 and KZ2 Heavy, brought to you by Danny Galb Law and Mobile Box. Time for a combination category again. The Danny Galb Law and KZ2s and Mobile Box KZ2 Heavies. We have a new grid from yesterday. I'll just make sure I've got this the right one. Heat number 3. Yes, I do. Allow me to rip through this for you. Jason Lee and Mitchell Sparrow on your front row. Joshua Parkinson, Daniel Bray in behind. Marcus Armstrong, Regan Hall. Then in row 4, it'll be Luca Burns and Luke Thompson. 9th is Michael Aldoff, and 10 is Reece Tinney. Henry Galb is 11. David Malcolm in 12, Scott Manson 13, Kim Shimurika in 14. Liam Lawson is now up into 15th position in row 8. We have no kart 16 or kart 86. Adrian Valletta has been penciled out. So I don't know if that means out. I would say out. Okay, so then in row 9, we've got Clay Osborne and Daniel Bugler, Nick Tombleson, Gary Colliman behind, Connor Wilson, Brendan Benedy, Gerhard Benedy, and Jeremy Thornton. That are your 2 combined grids here, KZ2 and KZ2 Heavy. I'll do my best to try and remember who was in which group. I do enjoy these. Lee and Sparrow on the front row, Parkinson and Bray in behind. The roar happens and we have a terrible start once again. Same thing happened to Lee yesterday. Did not get the start off the line and there was all sorts of biffing and bashing. We've got karts turning into the hill, turning around. Now what happened to Lee? Has he gone way down in the field? I'll try and watch as they come around, but it was the same shocking start as yesterday in the KZ2 and KZ2 Heavies. Let's try and work out who is where. Who did we lose? Who gained spots? 71, Mitchell Sparrow comes through in the lead. Regan Hall, Daniel Bray, Tinney, Thompson, Parker. Lee is down at a 7th spot. So once again, a disastrous start for the pole sitter. But it's Sparrow, Hall, Bray, Tinney and Thompson and Parkinson. We have lost. Marcus Armstrong is out. Luca Burns. Liam Lawson is way down in the back of the field. Henry Galb was down. So that's a huge out. Galb, Burns, Armstrong, Lawson, all caught up in that pack. It was kind of a mid to rear field cluster of karts that got together. And that's them out. What a shocking weekend it's been for Liam Lawson so far. It just hasn't worked out at all in his first ever run in a KZ2. But at the moment it's Sparrow and Hall with Bray chomping at the bit to get through. Tinney and Thompson. Bray loses that spot. Sparrow looks behind, but he has got a clean pair of heels and no one chasing down. There's a good battle for 5, 6 and 7. In fact, they've gone 2 wide, side by side through turn 2 and 3. That's rare. And even through 4, they were side by side. Now it's positions number 7, 8 and 9 by the looks of it. It is 7, 8, 9, 10. The 2 green karts. The 2 green karts are going crazy. Now that is Aldolf, Osborne, Lee's in there, Malcolm. This is kind of a recovery race for these drivers as they try and chase down that pack up front, which isn't really battling. There is no battle up front. The battle is down, as I say, from sort of positions 5 backwards. Parkinson's up. Lee has moved up to 6. Osborne up to 7. And they're coming through again and they're going crazy. Now here we go. Jason Lee is angry. Jason Lee is on a mission. He goes through turn number 1. And he's trying his best to catch Clay Osborne, who got ahead of him, and I know Lee will be upset. He'll be frustrated with that race start yet again. The front two are starting to pull away from everybody else. Then 3, 4, and 5 follow suit. And I think Jason Lee is settling down now and just realizing that I've got to take whatever points are available, and that's all there is. So the front two, Sparrow and Bray. And I think Bray has the opportunity here because he's caught up. These two have left the pack away, and they don't have to worry about a race. They come through 5 now, and Bray has every opportunity. In fact, he's done it. Daniel Bray has got Sparrow. So Sparrow is down a spot, and I missed the pass, but it's happened. So the lead has changed, and look at Daniel Bray go. He's away with it. The rest of the field are following him behind. 5, 6, and 7. That's your positional changes going through turn 4 now. They come down the side straight. Here is your leader, Daniel Bray, Mitchell Sparrow, Regan Hall. And there is a chance. 15 goes through. Clay Osborne having a look. Down the inside, there's some squeezing. There's some big squeezing. And here comes Lee as well. Lee has got through on Reese Tinney, who just goes out of shape coming through 3. And the positional changes, those fights for vital points are happening. The front two are running away with this, though. They're on a race of their own. 3rd place, Hall goes past with Tinney. Parkinson has moved up. Osborne and Lee. Not much going on in the rest of the field, although in saying that, way down in the pack, and I'm talking about the KZ2 Heavies, because they're a different bunch. There's a fight going on. They come through 1 now. This is them. So, this is Tombleson, Bugler, and Thornton in the Heavies. Let's keep an eye on them, shall we? A different category. This is the Mobile Box KZ2 Heavies. They're on their own race. They go through 4 now. They're going to come into 5. And this is tight down the inside, under braking, nearly loses 2 positions. But currently for the KZ2 Heavies, it is Tombleson leading the pack and not out of trouble, because those 3 following him behind are gonna have a shot at it. Big time have a chance here. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 in the KZ2 Heavies. Down the outside of 4. Now that's probably the first time I've seen it this weekend, and makes the pass work. And then loses it coming into 5. And then a slide out. And the pass is done. Well, have you seen that? Tombleson round the outside and is trying it again. Now he's going to do the switch in 1. We are going, he's going to shut the door. It's all on in the KZ2 Heavies. Another positional change. Cullum is up there. And now he is, I think, into 3rd spot. Thornton, Tombleson, Wilson's there. The KZ2 Heavies are showing us a race at the moment. And Connor Wilson has gone through to the lead. Connor Wilson has come from about 4th to leading the KZ2 Heavies. And there's going to be another change. Oh, the Heavies are having a fantastic race. It's still Bray over Sparrow in the KZ2s, but don't worry about that for now. The gap is huge. This KZ2 Heavy bunch, as they come through the field, now 12 goes by. Connor Wilson leading that pack. I'm trying to work out what's going on here, because my live timing is not keeping up with what I'm seeing on the circuit. And I'm seeing Connor Wilson currently leading the KZ2 Heavies in real time. And I'm going to ignore my screen at the moment, because I see the order being 12, 96, 99, which to me is Wilson, Cullum, and Tombleson as the checkered flag falls. That's how I see it. I'll call it as that. We'll wait for the official results to come through, but provisional, I don't think the on-screen timing was correct there, which is odd, given that they're using the transponders. But for me, that race in the KZ2 Heavies was absolutely stunning. But a good run as well in the KZ2s, the Danny Galb Law KZ2s, with Bray and Sparrow bringing the pack home. Next up is the Cosgrave Awards ClubSport 120s. The fun boys, the party. They're the party lads, I reckon. I said it yesterday. I think these ClubSport 120s around the barbecue are the party people of the house. They're the ones. We'll have them next. Time now for the party boys. ClubSport 120s. Your grid will be Muggeridge, Hutchinson, Noble, Grove, Gilbert, Knight, French, Bennett, Lawrenson and Barnett. Word around the campfire is Muggeridge has got someone in to milk the cows this weekend so that he can come here and demolish his opposition. One more lap of formation, and I think Stephen Muggeridge in car 51 needs to look back and go, where is everyone? There he is. He's going to have to come to a standstill while the rest of the field play catch up. Come on, everyone, hurry up there. Come on, boys. I know it's Sunday morning and I know it's before lunchtime. You can do it. Formations ready. ClubSport 120s, Muggeridge over Hutchinson. Noble and Grove. Let's see what they do, shall we? And the door is shut by Muggeridge instantly down the inside, thinking about the barbecue later on this evening. He launches away with it. Hutchinson's on the inside. You just know that these guys, inside their helmets, they're saying, come at me, bro, come at me. You just feel that kind of mentality from this mob, don't you? Noble and Grove. What a lead by Muggeridge already. And Noble's going to try down the inside. That should be done, surely. Yeah, look at that. Clean and simple. Right, chase down Muggeridge. Noble didn't make it stick. Hutchinson's still there. Come on, lads. You're letting Stephen run away with this. It's time to play catchy and passy. Into turn number 5. Oh, a little bit of lack of traction there from Muggeridge. Now, interestingly, Conrad Knight yet again, as he did yesterday, Conrad Knight was annoying everyone yesterday. He started in 6th place, which he's done again now in both races, and ended up finishing 2nd in both races, and had the opportunity to pass Muggeridge for the lead, but just ran out of laps. Well, now, he's already moved himself into 3rd place early on in the race, and he's chasing everyone down. And I'm starting to think he purposely had a shocking qualifying session just so he could play this game with everyone. Yes, I am in the Cosgrave Award ClubSport 120s, and I'm here to play games. So Conrad Knight sitting in 3rd. Muggeridge is just launching away again. It's same old for him. Through the 5 complex grandstand chicanes. There goes Knight. I don't think he's close enough to try down the inside, but he's gaining. It's just not enough, though. Stephen Muggeridge, well and truly, has got this sorted at this stage, while the rest play catch up. Now there's enough time. Now Conrad Knight is there. He thinks about the inside. I think he's too far back. No, he's not. He says, stuff it. I won't even use my brakes. And so too is Noble and behind, thinking I can do that as well. And so Knight goes through into 2nd spot. I'm not even sure he did use his brakes in turn number 1 at all, not even in the slightest. And now he goes through turn 4 and he's going to chase down Stephen. Now we are, I think, about halfway through this. Muggeridge, Knight, Hutchinson, Noble. Rest of the field will follow suit. Bennett has got through to do well. But hang on, is Knight in trouble here? Did he really get number 1 wrong? And it's allowed Hutchinson in with a shot. No, he's just playing the game again. They say play silly games, win silly prizes, but I think Conrad Knight's having a ball. Is in fact, who would be having more fun? Someone coming from 6th to 2nd or just starting on pole and leading the race to the end? I can't say he's not having fun. I mean, let's be real here. He'll definitely be having fun. But gee, coming through the field, it is something special, isn't it? So, it's still Muggeridge. Over the top of Knight, Hutchinson and Noble. Knight has a casual glance back and says, nah, is anyone on? Nah, no one's around. I'll just keep doing what I'm doing. It's a simple job, isn't it? Cosgrove Awards, ClubSport 120s. Just get out there, put a smile on your face. Go for a bit of a race. Muggeridge still well and truly. Knight and Hutchinson, Noble in there. Here comes some of the tail runners. Tony Bennett got himself into 5th from 8th. They're actually going to have a small little race amongst themselves. In fact, they are. They're pushing and shoving going into turn number 2. It's a little bit of 2-tap going on. They head through 3 now. And I'm sure that is, yeah, it's Bennett. We'll keep an eye on them through 4. And it actually gave him a push, so a gap was created by about 2 card lengths. Nothing changing up front, but they come through 5 now. It was actually quite fun. It's Bryce Grove who started this race in 4th, and he's taking on Bennett who started the race in 8th. And here they go again. Just a little tap, a little bit of hello. How you doing? I'm here. That'll be good back in the garages, won't it? Good little chat amongst themselves. While those front runners are circulating, this is the race here within the race. It's Grove on Bennett. And it's still Grove on Bennett through turn 3 into 4. Now there is an opportunity here for Knight to lose the spot to Hutchinson in 2nd and 3rd, because I don't think Knight feels comfortable as he usually does out there. He's glancing behind him more than normal just to see where Hutchinson is. Or maybe it's more of an awareness thing than a panic. Just keeping track, keeping note. Must be hot out there. I do feel for them a tiny, well, only a small, no I don't really. Not even the slightest. It's still Muggeridge, Knight, Hutchinson and Noble. Hutchinson's trying to come up with a plan. He doesn't yet have a plan. And nor too does Grove. He does though. Grove does have a plan. He goes down the inside on turn number 1. And is he going to make it stick? Yes, he does. No, he doesn't. Bennett got back in front of him. So they've played the switcheroo. I think it was because Bryce Grove went in basically no brakes. Tried to take it at pace on turn number 1, didn't work. So the front runners are coming through. No problem through 5. And back further, this little wee battle here as they come through the grandstand now is Grove and Bennett, and it's quite entertaining. Once again, they're right beside each other, but I think what is happening is Grove is is going in pretty hot into turn 1 to try and take an advantage, but he actually scrubs off his speed as they come out, so the advantage doesn't happen. It's not what he's wanting. Checkered flag has fallen. Yep, they're fist bumping back for second and third, so they should too. It was great racing and good fun right throughout the field. Margot Jogo, yeah boys, it was a good day, and I don't have to worry about the cows this weekend. They're being looked after. Daisy's fine. Myrtle is good. Betsy, she's not producing, but I'll have a chat to her when I see her tomorrow. But he's still got 2 outings to go. Does Muggeridge to make a clean sweep of the weekend. So that's it done for the Cosgrove Awards. ClubSport 120s. Coming up next, another one of our combination categories. There's only 2 of those, but together on the same grid, which makes it almost impossible for our cameraman to follow, is the Rotax Heavies with Bay of Plenty Kart Supplies and the DVS Seniors, Veloce Karting, who start in separate places on the racetrack, which is an absolute nightmare for our cameraman and us to follow. But we'll do so when we come back. So 2 grids on the track for this combination. The Bay of Plenty Kart Supplies, Rotax Heavies, Veloce Karting, DVS Seniors will grid up. Formations are done. Hard work for our cameraman, but he'll get it done. He'll make things work. He's a smart man, is Tony. He'll be able to suss it out for you and follow them. So apologies if we miss some of you off, but it's when you've got 2 grids, it's just the way it rolls, isn't it? Coming now in formation. Here is the Bay of Plenty Kart Supplies, Rotax Heavies. Walker and Harker Ferguson leading the pack away. They go through. Let's watch that turn 1 shuffle, shall we? Everyone gets through clean, and they start to sort themselves out as they go through the circuit. Then along comes DVS Seniors. Out of nowhere. The 6 of them going to have their own little battle here. Up into turn number 1, and it's all clean. For both categories, we have no misunderstandings. Right, coming out of turn number 1, back into the Rotax Heavies. Walker leads the way over Roman Harker Ferguson, Aaron Tahu and Aaron Cunningham. And the DVS Seniors now just scrolling through turn number 5 and down that straight. It is Vandenberg, Natoa and Williams. 1, 2 and 3. We've lost one kart out from the heavies. I'm not sure which one that is. But Walker still holds sway over Harker Ferguson. DVS Seniors going through. Heavies going through. Heavies come out of turn number 1. I know it's difficult for you to watch and keep on board. You should try being here and studying it. So we'll stick with the DVS Seniors for a second here as they come through 5. They sweep down the start straight. And we follow them into turn number 1. The DVS Seniors come out of there. So far it's Vandenberg, Natoa and Williams. And it's a good little fight. They go into turn number 2. Williams thinking about having a shot on Natoa. Through turn 3, they bounce over the curb and dive down into 4. Yeah, there is an opportunity here. Williams on Natoa. Williams is close enough. Can he do anything here under brakes? No. Pressure is on though. Through 5. He's close enough to think about the inside shot. Williams stays in behind into turn number 1. Veloce Karting, DVS Seniors. They go through turn number 2. Lost some karts coming out of turn number 3, heading into 4. It's actually moved the barriers. The yellow flags wave. They'll go and fix that up. They'll get the kart in the barriers back into position. But here are the DVS Seniors. They flow through. Vandenberg, Natoa, Williams and Land. Catching quick though, here are the heavies. They go through turn 5 and they're into turn number 1. Here comes the heavies now into turn number 2. That is still Walker leading the way, is it? Yes, over Harker, Ferguson and Cunningham. Has got himself into the mix there. Tahu is in 4th. Dawson is in 5. Track is repaired. The yellow flags come down. Here they come into turn number 5 and they're going to start catching those DVS Seniors. It's Walker. Over Harker Ferguson, Cunningham, Tahu, Dawson, Tonkin. Rawson's coming through. Scott all right, and now a good little tight battle going into turn number 1. Further down in the field, it's DeVere, Ming, Holmwood, who decided to have a race amongst themselves, and so they should. Zach DeVere leading this little battle pack of 3. They touch and nudge going into 3. Down into turn number 4. Up the side chute, past the dummy grid. Heading into the grandstand, chicanes. Bounces off the curbs. Nick Ming, an 88, he's going to be under attack here going into turn 1, but he holds it closed. No chance through, but he's under pressure. Genuinely under pressure. It's Craig Holmwood trying to get around him, the bright orange helmet, and a little mistake from Nick Ming coming out of 2. They go into 4. He's on him, all over him, like white on rice, they say. Up the side and into turn number 5. Where's the opportunity coming? He's making little mistakes, tiny little mistakes, Nick Ming. And it's going to cost him because down the inside, here comes Holmwood. Does he make it happen? Is he able to do it? He takes a wide shoot, he wants a fast run, and he's got him. Good racing there, further down in the field. I mean, we are talking positions 10, 11, and 12, but genuine racing as they go through. Now, I'm going to try and cast my eyes around to see who is doing what and where, because it's pretty messy out there. So, coming through turn number 5 now is kart number 81, James Vandenberg, leading the DVS Seniors over Ayrton Williams. Jason Landis gone through, but that is Walker gone through as well. Walker leading that. Tahu is still in the run, but he's moved himself into 3rd because Aaron Cunningham, who was in 3rd position, is the kart that had the off, coming out of 3. So, the running play at the moment for the Rotax heavies is Darren Walker ahead of Ferguson and Tahu. There is Walker going past now, and here is Roman Harker Ferguson They're going through some tail markers. That's to be expected now. And it's all getting a little wild as to who is where. Through the chicanes in 5 now. That's Zach DeVere, Ming, Holmwood, Rawson losing spots. I'll try and focus on the front. That is the front there, just going by now. Darren Walker in the Bay of Plenty kart, Rotax Heavy. Getting very close to the end of the race. He's well and truly in front. In behind him, Romain Harker-Ferguson. Aaron Tahu is currently in 3rd. And there is nobody even close to them. 81, James Vandenberg, the leader at this stage of Veloce Karting DVS Seniors. All out on his own. Like a complete race of his own. And we must be very close to having the last lap board popping out on us here. So these 2 categories in heat number 3 this morning. We're very close to our scheduled as well, our time. So that's fantastic news. So, try and keep an eye on it. It looks like Walker coming through. Yes, there is Walker coming through 5, taking the last lap board. And that means that Romain Harker-Ferguson is definitely in 2nd, Aaron Tahu in 3rd. And some of those back markers are just moving over, knowing what's happening, staying aware of what's going on in the track, because the Rotax Heavies are filing through. So, a good little bunch as they get the last lap as well. But here comes Grant Walker. He'll be coming into turn number 5 now through the grandstand, and he will take the lead. He'll take the checkered flag, and he'll take another win over Romain Harker-Ferguson and Aaron Tahu in 3rd place. The rest of the field starts streaming through. Not too far away, we will see James Vandenberg, kart number 81, take the lead. Kart 81, there he is now, grabs the win for the DVS Seniors. And that is over Natoa and Jason Land. Ayrton Williams ended up 4th in those, with Nickel in 5, Collinson in 6. And in the heavies, Dawson was 4th with Tonkin in 5, and all right. Holmwood, Ming, DeVere and Rawson making your top 10. Coming up next, International Kart Supply's Junior Rotaxes will be hitting the track. Here is your grid for Heat 3 of the International Kart Supplies Junior Rotax category. Emerson Vincent and Jay Irwin will be on that front row. Ashton Phipps, Ollie Workman, Oscar Jackson, Sebastian Manson, Riley Boswell, Aston Thornton. Fifth row, Matthew Johnson, Arthur Browen, Ethan Church and Dylan Jessup will be in behind. Raymond Mellon and Daniel Pye will be on the 7th row with Ethan Sayer and Cody Noble, 15 and 16. Row 9 is Levi McMillan and Landon Powell. Row 10, Enzo Haggard and Jaya Baker. And at the back of the field will be Ali Hewitt, Jacob Lucas, ready to make an appearance and take some scalps from the back of the field. Shouldn't be a problem. Emerson Vincent, Ashton Phipps taking the glory yesterday. Let's see what will happen this time as they get themselves set into position, into formation. The lights are still red. We're underway into turn number 1. Let's see who settles themselves in. We don't want any spin outs. Everyone needs the chance to race. They do. No, they don't. Straight into the barrier and straight out of the barrier. Good recovery. The kart might be a little twisted and bent on the plastic. Yep, just straighten that up. We're good to go. Okay, back in racing. Now that was Sebastian Manson, of all people, who was doing so well yesterday, has now just purely got to play the circulation catch-up game. And it is Emerson Vincent who leads this pack through. Over Jay Irwin. Ashton Phipps, sorry, Jay Irwin lost 2 spots. Oscar Jackson has moved up. So Jay Irwin not having a great opening lap. But at the moment, Emerson Vincent and Ashton Phipps, both of those runners down in the field though, they're starting to stretch out already. They'll have a race amongst themselves, and we'll keep an eye on those battle packs as they appear during this heat session. They all come streaming through right now. Jaya Baker is having a good fight with Ethan Sayer down the back of the field. They're going through turn number 2. Have a look at it as they all scroll through. Mason starting to catch up to the field at the back there. So this will be actually very interesting to see how many numbers Sebastian Manson makes up. Started on that front of 3 rows, so he's in 3rd row, position 6. Ended up being at the back of the field. So it'll actually be a true test. This will be, and I can see that when Manson drives past, he's trying to straighten his kart up, because when he went through the barriers, it actually pushed all the front plastic to one side. So trying to drive and get his kart working at the same time, goes down the inside. Now he's amongst the back of the field, which is actually really cool, because you've got some of these slower drivers who are just gaining experience now racing with one of the drivers who is normally up the front of the field. That has a benefit for those drivers down the back there. You can see them coming through. You can tell Manson's car, because it's twisted and bent, all out of shape. But they go through. So up the front though, Vincent, Phipps, Jackson, Johnson, Boswell, Browen, and Irwin is way down in 12th. I'm wondering, has Irwin got a problem with his kart? Caused massive position loss for Jay Irwin. We'll try and keep an eye on that. Vincent and Phipps, then it is Jackson, no doubt. Now where is Irwin? Yeah, he's way down, like so far out of the running. Very interesting what has happened there. And trying to gain spots back, does so on the inside of turn number 2, does the NS labelled kart. They head down this big mob going through turn number 4. It's a giant mob of cars as they scream down the side. They're all going to scroll through 5. And this is becoming quite heated here. And we are talking position 6, all the way back to about, wow. It's a massive bunch of cars. And look at them all streaming through turn 1. And here comes Irwin now trying to make up positions from a mistake or an incident that I missed. They go through 3. They head down into 4. It's a big group. We know there's a race up front. There's 3 of them up front, and I'll try and keep an eye on that for you. But look at this mob coming through now. A whole lot of them, some going across the gravel. I mean, that's unusual. That's the first time this weekend I've seen a car go through the gravel. And they are getting a little bit bulgy, aren't they? This is position 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They're starting to have a little smack around. The gloves are off. Into turn number 4. They come up the side chute. There's a little group, there's 3, then there's a group of 2, but this big monster pack coming through 5 now, they are not holding back on each other. Into turn number 1. They're all desperate for points. They're looking behind. They're wondering who is doing what. And that is 31, Ethan Church going through. He gets a little bit close. They go down into turn number 4. They're going to push their way out of exiting. Now this is everything. Out of turn 4 is everything. You come into 5. And now we've got minor groups starting to appear amongst the pack. Up front, no change. 4th and 5th, no change. 6 and 7. So now we're starting to get this little bit of grouping amongst the whole field. I'll run through the numbers in case you want to know what's happening. Emerson Vincent, who is about to come through turn 5, is still leading the race over Ashton Phipps. Oscar Jackson is there. Riley Boswell is then chased by Matthew Johnston. The next group is Arthur Brown, Ollie Workman, and Jay Irwin going through. Cody Noble has made up a big bunch of numbers, and that is your field. So, you've actually ended up, we've got about 5 or 6 battle packs. The front ones are coming through 5 now. We are into lap 10 according to me. And I've got a feeling that Phipps has an opportunity here. Look at Phipps. Phipps is all over the back of leader Vincent. He's got 4 laps to do it. And I think Vincent had this problem yesterday. It's as though the tyres suddenly just disappeared on him in the last couple of laps. And look at Phipps, he's right there. Vincent gets a good run out of turn 4. Heads down into 5. And here they come through now. So this battle pack of 3 has become 2. It's become 2 for the race lead. Further back, there's no changes and everyone's splitting themselves apart. But this little battle, Vincent ducks down behind his wheel to try and gain anything, or at least not lose anything. Phipps is there. Phipps thinks about it. Got to get a good exit. It's all about this exit from turn 4 as they dive up towards 5. Phipps later under brakes, catches up again. They come through, he's doing a very good job here. He's got to try and think of something special. He's got to do something different to try and make Vincent change his momentum, change his plan. If you keep doing the same thing, you're going to get the same result. Phipps needs to make Vincent change his racing lines. Try a little bit of left-right deception maybe. Because waiting for Vincent to make a mistake, he could be waiting a very long time. He's going to have to force the mistake. Phipps is there, he's all over, and the last lap border's out. He's got no more opportunities. This is the final run at it. He goes outside to try and get a quick run. He's leaning going into turn number 2. Didn't quite make it stick. Vincent got the better run through there into 4. Now this is the last opportunity. No, Vincent is flying. Vincent got a great run out of 4. He heads into 5 in front, and he will keep his way out in front, and he will take that lead ahead of Phipps and over Jackson. A great run further down in the field. They're jostling for positions. There's one spin out, but as they come through, it is Johnson, Boswell. Irwin got back up to 6th position. Workman, Browen, as the carts wind their way through the field. So that's it for the International Kartsport Junior Rotax. Up next, we've only got 2 more sessions remaining in Heat 3. Coming up, it's the Strata Networks Cadet Rok. Addo Bailey and Tommy Hart will lead the field. Welcome back as we get ourselves set for the Strata Networks Cadet Rok. The grid will be the same as it was for Heats 1 and 2 yesterday, with Addo Bailey leading the field away over Tommy Hart, Braxton Krivanga, Zach Hemphill. Had a great race. Matty Hemphy, Senna Wilkinson, Charles Taylor over Spence, Jaden Buttermore, Scott Rennie Edwards, Blake Kendall, Indy Irwin, Charlie Clark. One more formation to go. Harrison Cunningham on the 7th row. Jack Hoade in 15th. Daniel Lucas in 16. Riley Tombleson 17. Jay Hewlett in 18. And this is the cadets, the juniors, the ones who are probably quicker than me. In fact, there's no probably about it. They would blitz me out on the racetrack because it's very simple, people. Those who can do, those who can't, we talk about it. We'll leave the driving to the drivers, shall we? Addo Bailey, Tommy Hart will lead this pack away. Formation looks very good to me. Job 1 done. Job 2 is keeping it under control and not going too fast. It looks nice. We'll wait for the officials to agree. They do not. They are not happy with that. The ones at the back they were not comfortable with. So 3 of them I think were out of shape, and the marshal said no. So they'll do it again. Here they come, formation, and this is all part of the learning curve, isn't it? I mean, this is the cadets. This is the junior category, 6 to 9. Well, you can't be 10 in race. You got to move up at 10. As my esteemed executive and assistant executive producers, Selena and Levi, who now Levi is in the Vortex Mini Rock, and Selena is in the juniors. So they've moved up. They know, though. They know more than me. Should hand them the microphone, shouldn't I? Right. Is this formation lap better? Let's wait and see what the officials say. They're watching, they're studying, they're observing. The lights are out. We are racing this time. We are underway with the Cadet Roks, thanks to Strata Networks. On day 2 of the Pool and Spa Maintenance, City of Sales, up on the curb. A little loose there for Tommy Hart. Still recovers well to hold into 3rd, shuts the door on whoever that was beside. But what a run, an absolute run in 1st place to get away from the field. And look at the gap. Look at the distance. It's like, hey, out on my own. The spinnaker is up and away he goes. That is Addo Bailey just demolishing the opposition. Braxton Krivanga has moved into 2nd spot, which is a really, really good run for the Invercargill driver coming all the way up. Welcome, I say, welcome. Tommy Hart is in 3rd. I think it's Zach Hemphill in 4th. Yes, it is. Senna Wilkinson has moved up into 5 with Matty Hemphy dropping down to 6. Ivor Spence goes up to 9 or 7. Charles Taylor down to 8. Scott Rennie Edwards is in 9 with Daniel Lucas moving up into that top 10 position. They flow through. Look at them all screaming through. Here they come. Some few positional changes. 72 and 81, bringing up the rear of the field, Blake Kendall and Harrison Cunningham, who lost quite a few spots there. All, as I say, part of this Cadet Rok learning curve. You gotta have it. It's Jay Hewlett, sorry, not Harrison Cunningham. Jay Hewlett is in 17th position there at the back of the field and actually trying to make a pass. So that's pretty good going down into turn number 4. A battle pack going through. In fact, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 separate races going on here now. And watch these 2 at the back of the field. They're actually switching positions. 81 and 12. They've swapped twice now coming through. Jay Hewlett and Blake Kendall. They have swapped positions, I think, 3 times already on that lap as they line themselves up. I know they're at the back of the field, but it's actually really neat. Ducks down, does Blake Kendall. Not going to lose any more time here. Goes through 2 and 3, I think now has that clean pair of heels. Just in front of them, though, there's 2 separate race packs of 3. We'll see what happens here. Look at this concentration group as they come through now. That is kart number 75, 27 and 72. And then it's 54 on 96. 54 is Charlie Clark on Riley Tombleson. So is Charlie Clark going to try and make some moves here? This is positions number 14, 15 and 16. as they settle themselves into race mode. In front of them, going into turn 4 right now, is another nice little battle pack. And there was almost a dive under brakes. They're going past the dummy grid. They're coming into 5 now. I'll give you the numbers and the names as they come through, but look at this tight group of 3. Here they come. Through section 5 now. It's 75, 27, and 72. Harrison Cunningham at the back of that little field. There is a dive down the inside, an opportunity. The 3 of them are tussling as they come out of turn 1. Now we've got some racing. At the moment, it's Harrison Cunningham, Scotty, Rennie Edwards, Jack Hawade. Those 3 are really having a good time of it out there. They've got plenty of time too. So they're having a race. Addo Bailey is on his own, but look at this. They go through. 69's going to make a move. Tommy Hart on Braxton Kryvanger. So coming out of turn number 1 now, those are the front pack, not the front runners, but the front pack. And there are position changes. Braxton Kryvanger is going to try and get the position back. Zach Hemphill has moved all the way up into 2nd spot. So a great move there from Zach Hemphill. Out on his own in the green cart, coming up the side past dummy and about to head into 5. There is your race leader, Addo Bailey. There is Zach Hemphill. And look at this run now. 69, Tommy Hart going down the inside of Kryvanger. They go side by side around turn number 1. He gets squeezed onto the curbs. Oh, and unfortunately he ends up going across the track and taking out one of the other drivers. It ended up being Matty Heafy caught in that accidental spin out. Poor old Braxton, I'm sure it was. Yes, 14 was just squeezed out and will end up being in the back of the field. Such a shame. Addo Bailey goes through leading. Zach Hemphill in 2nd. Now Tommy Hart's on his own in 3rd. Senna Wilkinson has moved up into 4 because of that melee. 75 is being given a flag, which is Scott Rennie Edwards. Look at the bunch coming through now. We're going to see some racing here, people. 54 is at the back of that pack, so that is Charlie Clark in position 17. It tells you what positions we're chasing here. But as they come through, here comes Kryvanger. Up with Harrison Cunningham, Riley Tomlinson, Blake Kendall. It's a huge mob of Strata Networks Cadet Rok carts going into turn number 4. Nothing further is happening at the front of the field, but this bunch here is providing us with some entertainment this morning. 14 goes through. Now 72, which is Harrison Cunningham, Riley Tomlinson, Scott Rennie Edwards, Blake Kendall. They all come out of turn number 1 in different positions on the racetrack. A great run from 81 down the outside. Blake Kendall. Is Blake Kendall going to try and go around the outside? One of them goes off. They get a spin around, and from the looks of it, tries to shuffle back on the track on its own. That is actually good. That was fun. Okay, so, hey, that's racing, you know. The rubbing, well, where is rubbing racing? Well, it isn't, it isn't. Here comes the bunch. And this is cool. They go into turn number 1. 81 stuck down behind the screen. Blake Kendall trying to make a move here. So you've got a great little bunch of races. 72 is Cunningham. Riley Tomlinson. Blake Kendall trying to do something special and has the opportunity. Blake Kendall is 3rd in this particular bunch. They go into turn number 4. It's Cunningham, Tomlinson, Kendall. Look at him. Here he comes now down the inside. Gets shut down. Squeezed out. I'm not sure the awareness was there. It was opportunistic. Going to have another shot as Kendall. Down the inside now as they go towards turn 1. Come on, Blake Kendall. We're all starting to follow you now. He does it. Oh, yes. Down the outside, inside, outside again. And look at this. Going to have a go at Cunningham. So Blake Kendall is making some moves here amongst this mob. Here they go. Heading down into turn number 4, Cunningham. You've only got a couple of laps left, lad. Will Harrison be able to hold Blake out? Here they go. Here comes. Oh, he's done it again under brakes. Blake Kendall is having a blinder this morning. And so too is the rest of them. They're going to go 2 wide into turn number 1. They come out cleanly. Look at this. Here we go. 96. down the outside on turn number 2, cuts in, beautiful move, can make it stick, no! Gets in the marbles, slides the kart out, it was almost like a handbrake was pulled. They come through turn 4, and they calm down. They take a deep breath, and they fight their way through again. So they're coming into turn number 5. This is an amazing race. I know it's for position 10, 11, 12, and 13, but it's fun nonetheless. I'll keep an eye on the front runners later. In fact, let's do it now, because look at position. Last lap board into turn number 1. Oh, goodness me. Addo Bailey, Zach Hemphill. Here comes Hemphill. Here comes Hemphill in the green cart. He wants it. He's going to try Addo Bailey. This is the last lap. Addo Bailey in front. Hemphill's quick into turn 2. He's great into 3. He forces Addo Bailey inside. Now Hemphill has an opportunity. He tries the switch. He's got momentum. Here comes Zach Hemphill. Zach Hemphill, is he going to do it? He's outside. He's right there. Now he ducks down the inside. They race towards the flag. Oh my goodness, Addo Bailey. Addo Bailey. What a job to hold on to the win. What awareness. What a racecraft from all of these drivers throughout the field this morning. And the Cadet Rok from Strata Networks produced it this morning. We've got one more session left. It is the Urban Performance Rotax lights coming up, people. Urban Performance Rotax lights are up next. But Addo Bailey takes the win over Zach Hemphill. Tommy Hart, Senna Wilkinson, Daniel Lucas over Spence and Jason Buttermore. Taylor and Kryvanger ended up 9. That midfield race, which was so much fun. Blake Kendall in 10, Cunningham 11, Hawade in 12, Heafy 13, Tombleson, Irwin, Clark, Hewlett, and Rennie Edwards after the black and white flag. So, yes, up next, get yourself set, get comfortable. Turn the air conditioning up, because the Urban Performance Rotax lights are on their way. So we're underway with the Urban Performance Rotax lights, and just quietly, drivers, you've got to stop this intense racing, because it's not doing my voice any wonders. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you're watching this Tyres live stream brought to you from Kartsport Auckland's Giltrap Group Raceway, I will just keep popping strepsils for the rest of the day. We will be fine. One more lap for circulation and for formation. Emerson Vincent will lead the way over Jay Irwin, Ashton Phipps, Ollie Workman, Oscar Jackson, Sebastian Manson, Riley Boswell and Aston Thornton. And we are underway now. Hang on, I'll tell you who was on front. I was just reading off the wrong list because it's just one of those days. A little bit rough coming out of turn one, which is, you know, that's what happened before. It's happening a little bit too much, to be fair. They've got to start sorting that out. Stitchbury and Crombie. Let's see who gets away with this. Stitchbury does. Crombie's right there again. Rooney's up there. Sheridan has moved up. Rob's moved up. Payne has as well. Findlay and Edney. Josh Richmond has dropped down from 4th to 9th. George Sampson has dropped down from 6th to 12th. Casey Lett has gone down. Just a couple. No big there. But the big move is Jackson Rooney up into 3rd. Hero Sheridan has dropped down to take over that spot. And Crombie is going to go down the inside on turn number 1. And Stitchbury has no answer to that. Around they go. Turn 2 and 3, pretty clean. But further back in the field, we're starting to see a fight happening for positions. 6, 7, 8 and 9. In fact, one of them was squeezed onto the grass. They come through 5 and that spread them out a fair bit. Hand is up from cart number 9. That is Josh Richmond. We've got a cart left over out on the exit of turn number 1. So the front field at the moment, Crombie, Stitchbury, Rooney, Sheridan, Rob, Findlay. One driver trying to get back. In fact, get off. Yep, let's, oops, hang on, get balance, boys. Oh, let it go, I couldn't pick it up. Oh no, hang on, this is disastrous. Come on guys, calm down a bit. And let's get this cart off. That was lucky, a little bit, could have damaged his legs there. So, at the front of the field, we know that Crombie over Stitchbury is running through nicely. Rooney, Sheridan. The rest of the field is starting to stretch itself out. There's a minor fight going, another 3 carts have gone off out of the exit of turn number 3. So hang on a second. Where are we losing these numbers? It's not the front runners. Crombie, Stitchbury, Rooney, they all go through. But we are losing carts all over the place at the moment. We'll try and see what numbers are out. They're falling apart at the seams. In the Urban Performance, Rotax, Max Lights. The front runners are okay, no problem there. I think it was mid-pack. So that means that Hero Sheridan will be in 4th, Robin 5. Findlay goes up, Findlay goes down. Edney moves up, so we've lost Miles Findlay a little bit there. Now I'm not sure if that is completely out or just positional. There's the back runners of the field going through 2, 3 and 4 now. The leaders are coming through 5. We'll run through them. It's Crombie, Stitchbury, Rooney, Sheridan, Rob. Edney moves up. Tyler Edney gains a spot. And Edney is going to try and take on Sheridan now. So the battle for 4 and 5 is heating up. They're in turn 4 at this stage. We're just following some of the back markers going through, but watching them come out of 5. Here we go. The front 3, but look at this. The positions for 4 and 5. There they go through now. Car number 40. That is Hero Sheridan. Tyler Edney wants it. Now, did he get it there? Did he manage to make a move on the inside? Yes, he did. So Sheridan lost the spot. So that's the fight for 4 and 5, and he's going to try and get it back. He's quick out of 3. Sharp into turn number 4. Now the exit speed. This determines no. Great run there from Edney, and Edney will pull away through turn 5 and take the spot cleanly. As the rest of the field files through turn number 5, another cart. Now I don't know if that's a back marker or if that's a cart. That is 10. Hard to see. No. Ian Smith having issues. So Ian Smith is deciding I might even go back to the pits, I would say. Meanwhile, that's it for the actual close combat racing. Everyone is starting to file themselves and separate themselves. Through turn 1 now, just a minor pass down the inside for a positional change, but that could change again with a switchover. Now that is way down, Stella Carter and Findlay Dixon. They're having a good crack at each other coming out of 2, 3 and 4. They're in turn 4 now. They're coming down the side past the dummy grid. They'll head towards turn 5, the grandstand chicane. Let's just focus on this 3, shall we? Position 13, 14, 15. Stella Carter, Findlay Dixon, Mac Burkett. They come out of there. It's Mac Burkett just sitting in the middle of this bunch. Findlay Dixon right in behind. Stella Carter made the move to gain that spot. And this is 13. This is what we're talking. 13, 14, 15. But it's racy. Definitely racy. They come into 5 now. Stella holding sway. Just in front. Now hang on. Down the inside. No, that was an interesting change. Tried to do something different. 10 has been given the black and white. Ian Smith, don't worry about that, but look at Stella trying to hold these 2 off for 13, 14 and 15. They go into turn number 4. They're exiting 4 now, and they're going up the side. Stella's starting to pull away a little bit here. But look at the dive down the inside, heavy under brakes. Good job, opportunity, good chance. 41 that is. Findlay Dixon, they go past. Okay. The front runners are about to head into turn number 5. It is Ryan Crombie, and look at Stitchbury. Stitchbury's now sensing it on the last lap. Last lap now. There's been no other major changes throughout the field. Here is Stitchbury trying to get Crombie, doing something different. Crombie a little loose coming out of 3. Into 4. Can he get the launch that he requires? Stitchbury, is he close enough to dive under brakes into 5? Closed door from Crombie. No chance at all. Stays there. Checkered flag. Crombie gets it over Stitchbury. Then it will be Rooney, Edney, Sheridan and Richmond. Emily Robb will come through home in 7th position. Taylor Payne. Hero Sheridan ended up 5. Richmond was 6. Provisional results has me, has Rob at 7 with Payne at 8, Findlay at 9 and Campbell Joys in 10. Brad Hewson, 12. Stella Carter, 13. Mac Burkett, 14. Findlay Dixon and 15. Josh McDonald, Daniel Kent, Cameron Horrocks, Michael McCulloch, Blair Holdham, Ian Smith. They're all down, 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 down. The ones we lost were Divham Taylor, Rhiannon O'Meara, Hunt, Casey Lettering, Ingram, Scott McLaren, Blake Austin. Okay, Heat 3 is done. Heat 3 is done, everybody. So now we see, are they going to punch straight into the pre-finals? They're already lining up. I'm saying they're going to rip through it today. So if you're going away from your live stream, don't go away for too long because we are now in finals. Pre-finals, half of them, then we'll do lunch. Then we'll carry on with the pre-finals. Then we have the big finals for the end of the day. Still more to come from the Pool and Spa Maintenance 2022 City of Sales. Thanks for joining us on this live stream. Thanks to Carter's Tyres for bringing it to us all. You're at the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of Sales for 2022. Coming to you from Giltrap Group Raceway, we are having a slight schedule change in the order, because instead of the Mini Rock coming out, we in fact have the Glen Eden Rotax DD2s. This is pre-final time, people, so strap yourselves in and get ready for it. 20 laps in the pre-final, 25 in the main final later on this afternoon. It should have been, according to our schedule, the Vortex Mini Rocks, but that's okay. They're sending out the DD2s instead. Formation lap is done. We wait for the marshals, the first of our pre-finals. For the City of Sales 2022, DD2s are out there. Will we see lights out? Yes, we will. We're going to turn one and we are racing. Beautifully done. Everyone clean out of turn number one and they go flying down. Hayes Taylor did hold pole position and looks like might have kept it. I can't see any other changes happening there. Darren Walker was in second on the front row with Chris Jensen and Louise Rawson in fourth. Sam Waddell was back in 5 with Tim Erickson in 6. Let's see how they roll through compared to that grid. Walker is actually in front. He's done a great job over Hayes Taylor. Louise Rawson has moved up into 3rd. Sam Waddell into 4. Chris Jensen down into 5 from 3rd. As they scroll through turns 2 for the second time and 3 into 4. And the field is starting to stretch, no doubt, though, over 20 laps. We'll see a handful of battle packs starting to form. It's already a clean pair of heels from Walker, and as Carters will know, they've got a lot of tyre maintenance to do here because you've got 20 laps. You don't want to be losing your tyres on lap 15, otherwise it's good night nurse. Here is Walker out in front. Taylor, Rawson, Waddell. Tahu has now moved up into 5th position, starting from 7. Chris Jensen down into 6. Ryan Nowacki has moved up into 7. Tim Erickson down into 8. Davies up into 9. Tim Wakefield down into 10 as the field comes through. Those are the ones we're looking at. And now slowly and surely, as expected over 20 laps, we start to see a battle pack. Up the front, it is for positions 3 and 4. And here comes Louise Rawson. Look at that. Did she lose a spot, actually? Hang on, I'm trying to work this out because, according to me, she was in 3rd, but could be now 4th. There is Walker. Yes, Sam Waddell did get in front of Rawson. So, and now the switchback out of turn 1. Beautifully done there by Louise Rawson to take that position back on lap number 4 of 20. Brilliant exit out of turn number 1, and then gets a really good run out of turn number 4, so there is no answer from Waddell. Is there now, goes through 5, exceptionally quick going into turn number 1. Here it comes. Do they touch? It almost looked like they made contact. The left front, I think, of Waddell might have just clipped the right rear of Rawson. It's Walker way out in front, on 1.2 second lead already over Sam Waddell. Talk about walking away with this one at this stage. Again, let's just monitor the tyres and see what happens. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is Tahu. Lost the position. Back marker 91, Sam Martin. But as you watch the front runner go through 3 now, that is Walker over Waddell, Rawson, Taylor, Nowacki got ahead of Tahu. But that looks like it's set for change. Have a look at that little group coming out of turn 4 now. And they come up the side into 5. Here we go. We're going to have a little bit of racing here. Positions 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. There we are. Tahu goes through ahead of this little mob. Jensen, Davies. They're starting to get racy, these 3. Tahu's got a heck of a job here. Got to hold off. Nearly lost the position already going into 3. Now, is Tahu set up for a later run because he's losing positions here and pace. Comes out of 4. Gets a good exit out of 4, comes into 5. In behind Tahu is Jensen and Davies. They file through 5 now. And look at Davies go. He's going to go down the inside. Breaks late. Doesn't make it stick, but the pressure is there, and that has opened the door for Tahu. He gets a little bit of respite, a bit of a gap. Jensen and Davies. They go into 4. They come out of 4 now. They're going down the side. They're going to come up into 5. That's just starting to get a gap. But now there's a new race on. The new race is for 4 and 5. 13 and 47. Hayes Taylor, Ryan Nowacki. So now those two are decided they're going to have a wee race. They go into turn number 2. File through 2 into 3. And look at Nowacki go. Into 4 now. How's the exit? The exit is good. The exit is nice. Not quite enough to heading into 5 though. We're looking at positions 4 and 5. The blue cart. Down they go. Rest of the field screams through. Position change going into turn number 2 now. And they go side by side, exiting 2 into 3. It's Nowacki. It's Taylor. And it wasn't a good exit from Taylor. So this is for positions 4 and 5 where things are changing. Walker is out in front in 1. Waddell, Rawson, but look at this. We're going to see a little battle because Tahu's starting to catch up now. So you've got Taylor, Nowacki, and Tahu. They are fighting for position 4. Nowacki gets ahead of Taylor. They're into 4 now. They're going to exit turn 4. And they're going to try and scream up into 5. Tahu, can he catch them? If he catches them, we've got pressure coming on. We are halfway through. The rest of the field are making up numbers at this stage. The group has actually started that lap. It started to split out again. So the leader goes into turn 4 down at Club Room. Position 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The top 6 are starting to get a spread. Your 6 are Walker, Waddell, Rawson goes through, Nowacki, Hayes, Aaron Tahu, and then it is Jensen, Cook, Davies, Eriksson, and Mail, Wakefield, and Vikram Singh. But the field is definitely spread out. And for some reason, that battle pack that had just started to form has absolutely disappeared. But look at the lead from Darren Walker out in front. He is walking away with this, so to speak. The rest of the field streaming through. Little positional change there between Eriksson and Mail. So Eriksson and Mail are fighting for the smaller honours, although not too small. We're talking position 10 here, and you want a top 10 finish. It feels good to say, I made the top 10 at least. Made something out of the race. Walker, once again, files through in first place. Waddell and Rawson, they have no answer. Nowacki, Tahu. No big changes happening. The closest karts are actually down in positions 8, 9, and 10, of all things, which is fine. But here comes your race leader once more through turn number 5, or that section of turns, the grandstand. They file through. 7, 8, and 9 is the current race chase. That's where positions have potential for change. But apart from that, they're going into turn number 2 now. And they're exiting turn 2, coming out into 3. They head down to turn number 4. That's the only change for position 7, 8, and 9. They're going to come up and they will head into turn number 5, the grandstand segment. 7, 8, and 9. A little change did happen. 16 went through. So, at the front of the field, is there going to be any change? Well, let me run through the gap split now, because Walker is coming through the grandstand soon. Here he comes. There is your race leader, and that is the gap back to 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5 and Tahu in 6. 7 is Kart 16, Craig Cook. That is the gap that has been produced out of the DD2s right now. Following along, they go into turn number 2. There's a little battle. It's only small, but it's still fun nonetheless. Walker just blitzing this field away. Now, where are we at? We are very close to the last lap board. It must be coming up very, very soon. As they all file their way through, there was only really in this entire race 1, maybe 2 passes, and that was it. Here comes the race leaders. There is a back marker. There is your race leader. Walker goes through 2, 3, 4. Is there an opportunity? Last lap board is out now. Your race leader comes into turn number 2. Darren Walker exits turn 2, goes into 3. Straight into 4 with absolutely no competition around. They are flying, those front pack. When I say pack, the spread is enormous, but there is race winner Darren Walker to take the checkered flag over the top of Sam Waddell. Louise Rawson goes up from 4th into 3rd. Ryan Nowacki, Hayes Taylor and Aaron Tahu. 88 got through. Fist in the air, Moyle got Jensen in the end there for position number 9 to get a top 10. But that's how it rolled here in the Glen Eden Auto Electrical DD2s. Their pre-final is done. I'll let you know the grid once we have it, but that was the results. Walker cleaned out. I mean, out of all the races this weekend, that one was probably the most spread. Really difficult to sort of focus on anyone doing anything extravagant in that one, and there wasn't. Now, because they switched the order around, we don't know who's coming next. We're going to try and see at the dummy grid. We'll work it out when we see the karts come out onto the track. Until then, it doesn't matter, does it? We're just watching some racing. Who cares which category's up next? It's all fun here at the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of Sales for 2022. Welcome back to the live coverage brought to you by Tyres. And we now have, it's official, the NZ Vortex Mini Rock. They are out there. Of course, this is the category that our associate producer here, Levi, this weekend is normally racing in. But he's decided to spend the weekend with us here in the broadcast room. Just basically keeping me on my toes, making sure that I do my job right. He feeds me all the information, and if I get it wrong, I get a little swift kick in the rear. And he sorts me out, so yeah. I think he keeps executive producer Selena in line as well. Now Selena was, I think, what was your category again, Selena? Junior, which junior? Rotax juniors, right. Right, so these two drivers here beside me, sacrificing their day to be associate and executive producers of this Tyres live stream broadcast of the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of Sales for 2022. And here are the NZ Motorsport Vortex Mini Rocks now. And I can tell you right up front will be Marco Manson, Miles Baker, Carson Daly, William Edmondson. They go into turn number 1. There's a whole field. There's a couple riding on top of each other there, but they pushed their way through. Unfortunately, they were front runners or front area runners and would have lost a lot of positions. But the rest of the gaggle sorts themselves out, and we've got this massive field of Vortex Mini Rocks going through. For the first time around, we'll look at the live timing. Marco Manson looks like he's held sway. And they just scream on by. Down turn 4. A couple of little groups appearing, but the main one is that front pack with Manson, Daly and Baker. Making it a 3-run. Here we go then. All 3 of them go down, and the rest of the bunch file their way through. Here in their pre-final 20-lapper. But up front, Marco Manson is just struggling, goes wide, takes the wrong drive line into 2 out of 3. They nudge each other, forces his way back into position, but nearly lost it to Carson Daly. Just the tiniest of positional mistakes there from Manson, but luckily manages to hold sway. But look at this, Daly's going to lose a spot under brakes. Exceptional driving from car number 97. Daly, he lost the spot and got it back. Miles Baker, William Edmondson, they're all in on now. This is letting Manson race away because the fight up front is starting to slow them down. It happens in every form of motorsport. As soon as you get a battle pack, they generally tend to slow down. It's advantage for everyone else around, and at this moment, it's advantage Marco Manson out front, while Daly, Baker, Edmondson, Stowe, and Inslee scrap it out. I'll tell you the order exactly. Baker is now in 2nd place, so he's done really well to gain the spot back that was lost. William Edmondson has moved up. Grayson Stowe has moved up. Cooper Inslee has moved up. Carson Daly is the big loser there from 3rd to 6th place. Now Carson Daly has a lot of work to do to catch up here. And this is going to change again from the looks of it. Here it is. It's nice and racy for positions 2 and 3. 88, Miles Baker lost the spot. Is he going to gain it back again? He goes in hot into turn number 1, gets a little bit loose and loses the momentum. So 36, William Edmondson holds sway in that position to hold on to 2nd spot in the race. Baker losing the position. Stowe's right there though. And the rest of the field file through and hope for some kind of disaster ahead so they can gain some positions in this 20-lap pre-final. It is still Marco Manson, William Edmondson, Miles Baker, Grayson Stowe, Inslee, Daly, Pye, Finnemore, Thean, Thompson. Down the back of the field for the minor placings. Will Davey, Jackson Fawcett, Patrick Grove. But up front, pretty hot and heavy. Into turn number 5 now. Grandstand chicane. That gap has closed. It wasn't there before, it is now. Things are going to change up front. I'll keep an eye on them for you as the rest of the field scrolls on through. In fact, yes, look at what's happening up front. So now it's not such an easy race for Marco Manson, because here comes William Edmondson. William Edmondson is on fire at the moment into turn number 4. And so is Miles Baker, who's going to get amongst us. Look at Edmondson go in the green and white car down the inside into 5. What a pass. Great racing move there. And so now things are changing. He's going to try and defensively hold his line into 1. He does so. But Marco Manson is in trouble here. Marco Manson is under all sorts of pressure. Here comes Baker. Oh, and he's lost it, Edmondson. He went wide on turn number 2. The race up front is heating up. They're changing and swapping all over the place. There's going to be another one. Here we go. Momentum is everything. So who is back in front? It is Marco Manson. And look at Edmondson. He's going to lose another spot this time. Baker. Is Baker going to do it? Yes. Baker goes through. The Vortex Mini Rock category. William Edmondson gives him a little bit of a push, a slight shove. They go down into turn number 4. Take a deep breath, everybody, and drivers in particular. Ooh, mums and dads breathing heavy right now. The rest of the field, no big changes. They are far apart from each other. Nothing dramatic is going to happen. Although in saying that, turning into turn 5 now, we have a small little race appearing between 98 and 77, and that is Lachlan Tombleson and Jack McGrath. So Tombleson and McGrath, they come out of turn number 1. They think about going side by side, and another one's into it. 41's there. Hunter Goodall. Hunter Goodall wants to get amongst it. This is positions 12 to 14, but up front, look at the pressure. Here comes the pressure from the top 3. There goes Baker. Will William Edmondson go down the inside as well? He sits in behind. Baker, Manson, Edmondson. And the gap stretches out. Here comes Marco Manson again. What a drive. Down the inside on turn 2. We're halfway through this race. It's a huge gap back to the rest of the pack. There's tiny little battles happening all between. You can see them scrolling through. Let's watch them file through turn 5, shall we? Here they all come. Little gaps, little changes. 54 on 39. Another gap and then another race between 2 drivers. A big bunch comes through 5 now, which is the likes of 41, 46. That is Aryan Lala, Max Amon, Hunter Goodall, Cole Turney, all having a fight. They come into turn number 2. Look at this bunch now. Into turn number 2, side by side. A good mob of karts here. They come out of 3. They're all getting pretty racy halfway into this, aren't they? Out of turn 5. More racing down in turn number 1, but turn 5. They're going to do some dramatic action here, I'm sure of it. They all come through the grandstand now. There's a bunch of 4. It is, I can tell you, Max Amon, Cole Turney, Emerson Smith, Howard Mayer. They're having great fun out there. They're going to go side by side into turn number 2. A pass is made. Next driver decides I can get in amongst this. The yellow flags are flying for a spin out of 4. They'll all have to be aware of that. So now the field is really stretching out. We need to focus on what is happening up front. Let's try and find those front runners. There they are. The front runners are going into 2 now. And they're coming out of 2 into 3 while we just watch them scrolling through 5. But let me tell you, they're going to come through very, very soon. We'll hold the camera on 5 and watch these front markers. Here they come, because it's getting hot up front. Here is your leading pack. Here they go. It is Baker. And look at Edmondson. Look at Edmondson on Manson. He's going to try down the inside. Can he make it stick? He squeezes wide. Forces Manson to go on the curb. Hold your line, Manson. Inside. Manson takes the spot back. Edmondson thinks to himself, how did I let that go? I can tell you how. You opened the window. You had him behind you, then you moved into the centre of the track, but it was too much, and you let him through. So are you going to get it back? Are you going to get it back, Edmondson? The laps are counting down. There's not much more time. Look at Manson hold there, down the centre this time. Edmondson not in close enough. This is the race now. This is the race for the checkered flag. The last lap board will be coming out very, very soon. 1 or 2 laps away. Look at the gap now for Baker. This is because there's a race between Manson and Edmondson. Edmondson needs to keep the momentum up. He needs to keep the pressure on. In 3rd spot. What can he do? Is there anything left? Does he have the tyres? The mental game. It's about applying pressure for at least 1, maybe 2 more laps and then trying something different. You can't keep doing the same thing. Baker's out in front. Baker holding the pack. Baker leading the race. The rest of the field is scrolling through. They're starting to split up now, these 3. No, hang on. Hang on. Edmondson's got a good run coming out of 5. Not enough. The rest of the field are going. I tell you where there is a race. There is a race for, looks like 3rd, but I don't think it is. They could be back markers. I'm sorry about that, but it's just starting to lose track on the live timing. No, it is Carson Daly and Grayson Stowe. It is. They're coming out of 4. Out of 4 now. That's the positions for 4 and 5. They're going to head into turn number 5. Those are your front 3. Last lap board is out, but look at 4 and 5. Here we go. It is Grayson Stowe, Carson Daly wanting to claim some glory here. But in front of them, the 3 leaders. It is Baker who's been caught. Baker is very close to being caught. Marco Manson in 2nd spot, and they touch. They're having a shunt. Edmondson on Manson. Baker is way out front. Manson. Can Manson hold on? Can Manson hold on into 5? It's going to be close. Here comes Edmondson. Here he comes. No. It is Baker, Manson, Edmondson. Stowe grabs the position number 4 over Carson Daly. And they come filing on through. Jacob Pye, Cy Finnemore, Cooper Ridgely and Lucas Dean. Jack Phillips and Lucas Bell with Jack McGrath. Harrison Shell, Aryan Lala, Cole Turney and Henry Fisher, Hunter Goodall, Lachlan Tombleson, Max Amon, Emerson Smith and Edward Mayer, Logan Hayes, Braden Watson, Nixon Frost, Amelia Phillips, Jackson Fawcett, Jackson Wilkinson, Patrick Grove and Will Davey well down in the field. No Jasmine Alders on record there. So that's pre-final. And just saying, it's Strepsils time here because they ripped my tonsils apart. My voice box is struggling. We'll take a breather. Time now for the Supreme Kart Supplies DVS Juniors. The pre-final here in the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of Sales 2022. And your grid formation will be Tom Bewley and Jamie Thompson on the front row, Sebastian Manson and Jake Young in the second row. Isaac Fletcher and Jake Amon will be on the third, Dylan Jessup, Jay Irwin will be on the fourth row, Harry Scott, Jacob Bellamy. Then Dakota Scott, Lachelle McGregor and Vince Schelp will be at the back of the field. Get ourselves set, formation lap is underway. Looks good to me, but I don't make the decision. I'll watch the lights. Jamie Thompson keeping an eye on Tom Bewley, deciding when he's going to go, and the squeeze is made. 55 Sebastian Manson squeezes over as well. He goes from the inside almost to the centre of the track to block anybody. They all get through turn one, and it was a clean run. And in fact, I think Jamie Thompson lost the spot. They wiggle and squirm their way out of turn number 2 and 3. I'm pretty sure there was a positional change early on. Let's check it out. This is a 20-lap pre-final. Bewley, Manson. Fletcher gets up there as well. So he's done well. But Jamie Thompson was squeezed down into third position. It's not too bad, losing one spot you can live with. Isaac Fletcher has moved up a couple, so that's a good gain. One cart out on turn number 1. They'll drag that. In fact, there's 2 carts because there's one 3/4 of the way up the hill that I didn't see on turn 1. So up into Death Valley as the field winds their way through. One cart is certainly out of the way, right up on the grass. So that was a good coming together. I have to work out who that is. The field goes through Bewley, Manson, Thompson, Fletcher. Jake Young and Dylan Jessup are looking down. I'd say it's them. From a distance, yes. So they're out of it. And Bewley is running away with this convincingly. In fact, there's no battle packs forming at all at this stage apart from 44 and 91. Which is Van Schelp and Dakota Scott at the back of the field. They're actually having a close race. So 2 and 3 now. 2 and 3 are going to have a chance for a change here. Manson and Thompson. Thompson currently in third, trying to get Manson early on in the race to catch up to Bewley, who is storming away with this. Already got over half a second gap. Probably not close enough for an inside run, but just there. Enough to be annoying. They come out turn 1. And that's really the game plan. Look at that on the outside into turn 2. Trying to think about a switch. Get momentum. Is quicker. And harasses out of 3. Dives into 4. Will he get a good exit? Jamie Thompson. Will Jamie Thompson get the exit? Is that an outside run trying there? Well, that's never been done. Well, not that I've ever seen. And it doesn't work. But look at this. Right there pushing. Goes down the... Oh, the door was shut. Wow. That was an interesting move from Sebastian Manson. And what will the officials do on that one? But Jamie Thompson stayed out of trouble and is still there. Surely it's not if but when. Look at the length. There he go, down the inside. Does it this time. And look at the lead for Bewley. But now that race, and that's let Isaac Fletcher catch up again. So Isaac Fletcher has decided to get amongst this battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And is on good pace. In fact, Manson, there's something wrong there. His mojo's not there. The flow is missing from Sebastian Manson, currently sitting in 3rd. Just seems to be losing his rhythm. And there goes Fletcher down the inside. Under brakes, can he hold on to it and get the momentum? Oh, they go over the top of each other. Now, who was at fault? I do not know. I just felt like Sebastian Manson closed the door there. But it's not my call, but as a watcher and observer, that was a rough ending to that one. They were fighting hard. I'm sure they'll discuss it both here infield and out later in the garages. But the race carries on regardless. Bewley knows that he'll see those karts. He'll know exactly who is out of the race. And he will probably relax a little bit. He'll calm down, Will Bewley, out in front of this race. Because now it is Thompson, his only opposition. All of 2 seconds deficit. I mean, the chances of catching that up. It's allowed Jay Irwin to get back in the mix, a podium position at this stage. But Irwin's actually under pressure from Jacob Bellamy. Irwin is currently in 3rd, but could lose the spot because Bellamy's there. Bellamy wants to have a crack at this. There's every opportunity. We are only halfway through the race, and here we go. The green and white 83 of Jacob Bellamy trying to catch up and take that podium position away from Jay Irwin. NS code. That's what happens when you win things. You get letters instead of numbers. Jay Irwin holding into 3rd by default after the outing of Isaac Fletcher and Sebastian Manson. And here comes Bellamy again. Bellamy still trying it on. Still close. He's close enough. He's not giving up, and Irwin is not pulling away either. Irwin having to do everything. He's going to have to think of every trick in the book to defend his position as they exit 4. They come up the side stretch into 5 shortly. Here we go. Bellamy was quick. Under brakes. Great run there. Really got a lot of momentum going through 5. Has he got enough to go into 1 on the inside? No, he doesn't. But he's making his presence felt. There's another one. 84 and 9. Jack Amon, Lockyer McGregor. Lockyer McGregor started in 12th and is now in 6th position. So tell me that's bad racing. McGregor from 12th, now fighting for 5th. And has every opportunity in the blue card. Here he comes. Is that him there? No, he's in front. He's in front of Jack Amon. So let me double check this. Amon is in 5. McGregor is in 6. I think McGregor is in 5 and Amon is in 6. If I look at the track compared to what I'm seeing on my notes, let's have a look. We'll watch it, shall we? 1 goes through, 2, 3 and 4. Here they are, 5 and 6. And it is Lockyer McGregor is in 5. Amon is in 6th. A top 5 position is the scrap here. They dive hard into turn number 2. Smooth exit out of 3 does McGregor. And note that this is from 12th into 5th position. Great run from Lockyer McGregor. Just in front of them, there is still that battle happening. That's 83, Jacob Bellamy trying to take on Jay Irwin. And the more they do that, the more opportunity will befall kart number 9, Lockyer McGregor, who is out on his own. In fact, he's catching them. Number 9 is catching them because they are fighting. And I've said it before, and those of you who watch racing all the time, you know what happens when drivers start to fight each other. They slow down, and it brings other people into the mix. McGregor's going to catch up to this lot because we are 16. Well, he could do. Depends how much they keep this up. Can Irwin hold on? Irwin, 3rd position. Bellamy, 4th position. McGregor, 5. A little gap now. McGregor might have just made a small mistake there. Loses that gap. Forget about 1 and 2. That is gone. The race is 3, 4, potentially 5. Here is Bellamy all over Irwin. Bellamy's there. Bellamy goes still trying into turn 1. He's not close enough. He has no answer at this stage. Lap 17 of 20. He's got to try something. Come on, Bellamy, do something out of the blocks. Go left, go right, force Irwin to move, put pressure on. Let's watch Irwin's head. Is he looking at all? Does he care? Comes out of 5. Ducks down, he looks down the inside, he looks again. He knows Bellamy's there. Irwin's under pressure. He looks left this time. Here comes Bellamy. Great braking pass. Racing maneuver into 3. Bellamy gets him. Irwin under pressure now. Tries to fight back. Can Irwin do anything? The last lap borders out. Bellamy's claimed it. Can he hold on, or is he going to make a mistake? He turns his head this time. He's now under pressure. He exits turn 1 very nicely. Holds the centre of the track. He's going for the wide run. He sweeps around 2 into 3. Your race leader is about to head into turn number 5. He is going to take this as Bewley. Bewley is going to clean this up, and then it will be Thompson. But look at this. Here we go. Bellamy grabs third over Irwin. Great finish there. 84 will come through. Lockhill McGregor. What a job. There's 2 drivers there, apart from Bewley, who just walked away with this. Jacob Bellamy, Pressure Racing, produced a great finish on Jay Irwin. And Lockhill McGregor to go from 12th till 5th. 12th to 5th. What a drive. More to come. So, another small change in the schedule. No big deal, but they're bringing out the Cosgrave Awards ClubSport 120s ahead of KZ2s. Your pre-final grid will be as follows. Stephen Muggeridge, Conrad Knight, deservedly so. Now that's, in fact, that's going to make it interesting for Muggeridge, because this is going to be the first time he's under serious pressure from Conrad Knight, who to me has been, aside from Muggeridge winning all the races so far, Knight has been the standout driver in the ClubSport 120s. Noble and Bennett will be on row 2. Grove and Gilbert on row 3 with French and Hutchinson, and 4, Lawrenson and James Barnett will make up positions 9 and 10. So, does Muggeridge have a shot? Well, he's been able to run away with this race all weekend. Conrad Knight has had to start every race so far in 6th place and ended up finishing 2nd. So deservedly, he will be on the outside of the front row here, and they'll go through. I think, given they've got 20 laps, he will have plenty of time to get the Eastern Bay of Plenty Farmer, and he might even get him now because he was lucky enough to get the inside run coming into turn 2. Muggeridge shuts the door. Knight knew it, and he just backed off and said, why bother putting ourselves out of the race on the opening lap? There's plenty of time for this. Knight's under a little bit of pressure there because he did have to back off. But he'll come right, because right up behind him is 78, Tony Bennett. But look at Muggeridge, he's walking away with us again. Maybe I shouldn't have talked him down so much. I was talking up Conrad Knight too much, was I? Well, let's just observe, shall we? We'll just enjoy them as they go around for a little bit and listen to the noise of the ClubSport 120s having fun. Stephen Muggeridge has pulled out a 0.8 second gap. With the pace that Conrad Knight has shown this weekend, so too, as your race leader Muggeridge, I thought Knight would be on to this much quicker. But Stephen Muggeridge in kart 51 is proving to be something special, because he is just in cruise mode. He's almost robotic. It's just paint by numbers driving. No phasing. Smooth. Grabs the curbs. Everyone else has to do the hard yards. So Conrad Knight has been chased down now by Shannon Noble. Bennett is in 4th. Gilbert in 5. That's a race between Hutchinson and Aaron French for the minor placings. Muggeridge is there. Knight. And Noble is right on the tailpipe. So Conrad Knight is not walking away with this challenge as I thought might happen. Has he not dialed it in? There's something not quite right with the setup here for this afternoon's pre-final. Well, when I say afternoon, we've only just hit 12:18 in the afternoon. But look at Muggeridge go. Muggeridge has just walked. It's like a Sunday stroll in the park, isn't it, for him? Conrad Knight is staying calm. 17 is trying to get around Bryce Grove. That is Paul Hutchinson as they exit turn number 1. He's going to have another go at it. Into turn number 2. Has he got the opportunity? No, he doesn't. Thinking about it, though. Thinking about it, he gets himself sideways coming out of 3. Well, that's not going to help. That's going to lose you some spot. But look at this. He's making the mighty comeback. Out of 4 into 5. He's right there. He's thinking about it. I'm talking kart 17, going down the inside. He's going to make it work. Paul Hutchinson. Nicely done. Takes over from Bryce Grove into position 6. But did he lose it back again? Yes, he did. He's doing everything possible to get around and can't quite make it work. Keep an eye on this, shall we? They come out of 4. Down there. Look at how close they are. On the tailpipe. Right, let's watch them now. Coming through 5. Here he is. 17 down the inside. Does he have an answer this time? Gentle on the brakes. He's too late on the brakes. That's what the problem is. He's on the inside, but he's braking a little bit too much. And he's letting Bryce Grove claim the spot back. So, can Hutchinson learn? Half the race is done. He should know now where he's positive and negative. Here is his positive. He comes into turn number 5. He's great through here. Look at the speed going through. He flows it. And once again, he will duck down the inside. But will he make the same mistake? Give yourself some more speed, son. No, he doesn't. You can't keep doing the same thing, Mr. Hutchinson. Let's go through 2 and 3. He's going to try it again in the ClubSport 120. Down into 4. He gets another good run out of 4. Is he going to try under brakes? He's not close enough. But he gets some speed. Here we go again. Here we go again, Paul Hutchinson. Not this time. Lap 9 gone. Forget about the front runners. There's nothing in it. Here comes Hutchinson again. He's going to try Grove. He's got the speed this time. He flows it through 2. He's faster. He's had to back off the throttle. Possibly even touch the brake. Loses momentum. Start again. Deep breath from Hutchinson out of 4. Now he's got him. Surely this time. Come on. Grove, look at him go. Brilliant driving. Grove holds his position. Hutchinson has another look. This time he's got to brake later. Brake later. No. He gives it up again. What am I doing wrong? He says to himself. I'm doing everything right. I'm faster than him through 2. I can catch him through 3. I get better exit out of 4. Watch me go, says Hutchinson. He comes into 5. He certainly sweeps through there much quicker, but not that time. Now it's interesting because these two have caught up to Frank Gilbert. So now we've got a 3-way fight. Here we go. This is Grove on Gilbert, and this is advantage Hutchinson because Hutchinson in the background can take advantage of this pass. Watch it here, people. ClubSport 120s into turn 4. Lap 12. Grove and Hutchinson catching up to Gilbert. Gilbert is 44 in 5th position. Here they come. They're on him. They're on him. It's going to happen. There goes Grove down the inside. Is he going to make a move? He does. That lets Hutchinson through. I told you it's going to all change here. Hutchinson round the outside. Can they go 3 wide? No, they'll go 2 and a bit. He gives them a little push, does Hutchinson, so they go into positions number 5 and 6. 5 and 6. Take a deep breath. Yoga time. A little bit of woo-saw. Hutchinson, inside. Hutchinson, come on, mate. Use your brakes, son. Trust your brakes. No, he brakes early yet again. Yet again. He's going to have to do something different because Grove is driving beautifully to hold his spot. He knows he's slower through 3. He knows he doesn't get the exact same exit out of 4. as you can see now, because here's Hutchinson. Oh, the door was slammed shut. Grover's not as quick through 5. We can see that. But look what he does here. Watch them as they go into 1. Look at the braking difference. Grove just sweeps around the outside. Is this the first time Hutchinson's changed plans? He has. He gives it a push. He gives it a push. But look what's happening. 44 gets amongst it. Oh, no. Surely Grove's not going to lose 2 spots, is he? Hutchinson gets through. Finally tried something different. And he made it work. It took him 3/4 of the race to work it out, but he did it nonetheless. But watch this. Watch this. 28. Is he going to lose another spot, Grove? Because here comes Gilbert back in the action. So Gilbert wants his spot back. Gilbert wants it back. I know we're talking way down in the field. Well, not way down, but okay. So, what's happening up front? Let me tell you, Stephen Muggeridge is still leading this race in kart number 51. He has a 1.5 second lead over Conrad Knight, 3.8 seconds over Shannon Noble. And they go through turn number 2. They've already caught the first of the back markers. Here he goes into turn number 4. The blue flags wave. The blue flags keep waving for 91, or is it 99? Sorry, James Barnett to say move over, son. They're coming through on you. Here we go. Leader Muggeridge. Last lap board must be close. Very, very close. And then it's Conrad Knight. And then it is Shannon Noble. Troy Bennett. Paul Hutchinson finally over Grove and Gilbert. I won't apologise to Muggeridge because I didn't bag him out. I didn't say he's going to be slow and get absolutely swamped here. What I did say was that I thought Conrad Knight would have a good chance now because he was starting on that front row of pouncing on Muggeridge and putting him under pressure and possibly taking a race win. But as the last lap board flows out of marshal control, Stephen Muggeridge heads into turn 2 with the race lead. He goes into turn 3 with a 1.9, almost 2 second lead over Conrad Knight. So while I talked up Conrad Knight's chances of making a race out of this, we really need to talk up how Stephen Muggeridge has walked away with this race win, no matter what the conditions are. He goes across with a checkered flag. There is Conrad Knight in second. Here comes Shannon Noble in third. And look at fourth. There's a race on for fourth because Hutchinson's going to give it a go. Nothing. But close. Very, very close. Tony Bennett sticks with number 4, Hutchinson and Grove, Gilbert French, Lawrenson, and James Barnett will make up your top 10. And the Cosgrove Awards ClubSport 120s. Well done again, Stephen Muggeridge. Your cows will be proud. And given that we can't see any karts on the dummy grid, I assume now, and I'm probably right here, my team have also said, yeah, it's got to be happening. KZ2 will now be straight after lunch, or at some point after lunch. But at this stage, it looks like we are taking our lunch break here in day 2 of the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of Sales. Coming to you live, thanks to Tyres from the Giltrap Group Raceway. So, a lunch break. Theoretically 30 minutes. It's on schedule now because it is 12:30. Technically we are back at 1 p.m. for racing. However, it might be 12:45, 12:50. It'll be what it is. But just keep an eye on the live stream because it should be technically KZ2s after the break. Good afternoon and welcome back everybody to the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of Sales for 2022. Lunch break is complete, so it's time to get back into our pre-finals. We're now going to have the Bay of Plenty Karts Supplies Rotax Heavies, or I'll say Kart, KZ2, Danny Galb KZ2, Mobile Box, KZ2 Heavies. Looking at the original form, rather than the rehashed schedule. It'll be Daniel Bray on the front row alongside Jason Lee, Regan Hall, Joshua Parkinson, Mitchell Sparrow, Scott Manson. Your front three rows, David Malcolm, Reese Tinney, Clay Osborne, Luke Thompson, Michael Aldoff, Luca Burns, Henry Galb, Marcus Armstrong, Kim Schmeeker, Liam Lawson, Nick Tombleson and Gary Callum, Gerhard Benedy and Jeremy Thornton, Daniel Bugler, Connor Wilson and Brendan Benedy. Keep an eye on 45. On the outside front row, he's had a shocking start to every race this weekend, and it's cost him dearly. Will Danny Lee get a better runaway this time? He didn't get hit this time, but once again, Jason Lee did not have the start that he wanted. He's currently sitting in third place. He got punched off the line by Joshua Parkinson, who made an evasive maneuver to get around him. And luckily so, otherwise Jason Lee would have ended up with his third smack in the back in a row. But he's holding on to third spot, so that's good and safe. 69 goes through behind him. Scott Manson, Regan Hall, Clay Osborne, Luca Burns, Marcus Armstrong. So really, a few of the back markers have lost space, or so I say, lower in the order. They're not back markers yet. But already the front three are launching away in this pre-final. And none more so than Daniel Bray into turn number one. Jason Lee's looking pretty racy in third spot. He wants that position back. Get a podium in spot number two. Massive points on the go for the Kart Stars. And of course, the City of Sales. Bray, Parkinson, Lee, Manson, Hall, Osborne, Burns, Armstrong. Liam Lawson up to 10th spot. Started in 16th. And this is the longest, I think, that Lawson has been in a race this weekend. 3 laps in. His kart has broken down twice. He's had an incident in Heat 3. In fact, he broke down in qualifying as well. So he just has not had an ideal run or a chance to learn the KZ2. But now he's into it. And he's fighting down there. He goes into the turn. Marcus Armstrong, kart number 9, is in 10th position. Liam Lawson is up to 7th now. So as they file their way through, and look at Liam Lawson. Here he comes down into turn number 1 on the inside. This is what happens when you have a kart that actually works and a kart that isn't breaking down. Liam Lawson moves up now to position number 6. He's made up 10 spots in 5 laps. That's the name we wanted to hear for the pure enjoyment of it across the weekend, but we haven't heard much. Instead, this race has been owned by the likes of Bray, Lee, Parkinson, Sparrow, Manson. And now he's coming through. The rest of the field following in behind, making up some numbers. Daniel Bray still holding sway at the front of the field. Although he is slowly, I think, being ran down 0.6 of a second was the previous gap. Liam Lawson in 6. Marcus Armstrong losing time, not coming to grips with the kart in this outing. Armstrong down to 11th. But there's your front 6. They're going through now. The rest of the field following in behind. The leaders are about to hit turn 5. Here they come. Through the grandstand area. Daniel Bray leads the pack. Joshua Parkinson. He's being hunted down. He's being hunted down by a lot of them. It's now going to get juicy. Jason Lee's thinking about it in 3rd spot. He's closer now and has an opportunity. But finally it's dialed in for some of these other drivers, like Liam Lawson, still sitting in 6th position. And he's close enough now to make a pouncing move. There he is at the back of this pack here. Liam Lawson goes through, kart number 10. Can he do anything? We've only just hit the halfway point. Plenty of time left. Going through now, he's got in front of him Clay Osborne and Regan Hall. So Clay Osborne and Regan Hall. Osborne makes a mess out of turn number 3. Luckily to stay in front of Lawson there. He gets his mojo back, gets his rhythm back, and he is all over Regan Hall. Jason Lee has made the move into 2nd, but at the moment, here comes Liam Lawson. He's doing his best. He thinks about an inside move. It was only just stopped. Goes into turn number 4. They are so close, these drivers. Clay Osborne is not going to give him the spot. If Lawson wants it, he's going to have to work extremely hard. Here we go. Liam Lawson, our Formula 2 driver, finally getting some good action here on race day. It's been disappointing so far. He would have been frustrated not getting the opportunity to mix it up with his fellow Kiwis, but he's in there doing it now. Daniel Bray is walking away with this race. Forget about that number. Jason Lee has got back into 2nd ahead of Joshua Parkinson. But there goes Regan Hall, Clay Osborne and Liam Lawson. Still no answer from Lawson. Now they're just circulating. A few more of the numbers are starting to come through, and it won't be long before some of the KZ2 Heavies get caught up. Now trying to find who is where there is going to be difficult. I'll do my best. But at the moment, Bugler, Wilson and Tombleson are 1, 2 and 3 in your KZ2 Heavies. I'll try and find where they are as the camera just follows that little battle pack with Lawson at the back of it. There goes Bugler now past my start-finish line, and Connor Wilson, and then it's Nick Tombleson. So that's your KZ2 Heavies. And there's a big gap between all of them, so there's going to be very little change in the mobile box KZ2 Heavies. But meanwhile, Lawson is not able to do anything to get onto Osborne and Hall, Parkinson, Jason Lee and Daniel Bray. The leaders of the KZ2 Heavies have gone through, and here come the leaders of the KZ2s. Daniel Bray, Lee, Parkinson, Hall, Osborne, Lawson, 15 laps down. It's nearly all over, and Lawson can't do anything more. I think it's it. That's the end of his trial. He has nothing left in the car, unless one of them makes a mistake or gets caught up in a tail. Still no change with Bugler, Tombleson and Wilson taking 1, 2, 3. Callum, though, has just passed Connor Wilson to get 3rd in the KZ2 Heavies. And actually, here we go. There goes Lawson now. What's he going to do? Here come the moves. He's got through on 2 of them in one go. I was so wrong, and I'm happy to say so. It really closed up, and he had a huge pouncing opportunity. We are getting very close. The blue flags are going to start waving soon. The leaders go through. Lawson goes through. He's moved his way up into 4th place from 16. 12 positions in 17 laps. The officials get very close to handing out the last lap board as we watch them file their way through. It is still Bray over Lee and Parkinson, Bugler, Tombleson and Callum in the KZ2 Heavies. They file their way through. All through turn number 5. There is 44. That is the leader of the KZ2 Heavies. The gap, seriously, is so big, the computer hasn't even monitored it. There it is. Nick Tombleson goes through in second. 8 seconds. It is an 8-second gap. The last lap board is out as we try and find our race leaders. The last lap board is out. Daniel Bray is leading the race. We try and find him. Kart number 62. He's in the mix somewhere. He has to be coming around shortly. Let's just focus on turn 5 and we'll find him because they're all mixed up in each other. And there he is there. Your race winner goes across the line for the checkered flag. Liam Parkinson, and Lawson gets up in there amongst the mix as well. The rest of them are filing through. Daniel Bugler is absolutely creaming the KZ2 Heavies as he goes through in first place with a 10-second gap. Look at it. He's just gone through now to take the checkered flag in KZ2 Heavies. Incredible. And there's Gary Cullum, and the time distance was 9.6 seconds between first and second in the KZ2 Heavies. So, that's what can happen, Mr. Lawson, when you have a kart that doesn't break down. Not your fault, not the team's fault, it's motorsport. It happens. Marcus Armstrong probably not overly happy with that run because he was out of it in the end, way down. He got the karting problems instead. Okay, let's try and work out who is next, shall we? Theoretically, according to our schedule, it should be the Rotax Heavy Bay of Plenty Kart Supplies up with the joint combination category of Velocity Karts DVS Seniors, and we'll let you know when we know. Time now to get set for the Bay of Plenty Kart Supplies Rotax Heavies and the Velocity Karts DVS Seniors. Hardest race to call, hardest race to follow on camera. So we'll do our best for you. The lights are out and away we go. Here comes the DVS Seniors. They're underway and everything should be clean. We lost one of them who couldn't get his kart started out of the dummy grid and had to immediately push it into a marshal point. So we're down to 5 for those drivers. Rotax Max Heavies. Darren Walker and Aaron Tahu were on the front row, but Aaron Tahu has lost his spot to Romain Harker-Ferguson. We'll watch them as they come through. That's the little battle for DVS Seniors. 2 wide going into turn 2. Now that's going to be interesting. They clean themselves up. Meanwhile, the Rotax Heavies. Tahu has lost 2 spots now. So it's Walker, Harker-Ferguson, Cunningham and Tahu. There's the DVS Seniors having their own little fight. Only 5 of them this time into turn number 1. It's a pretty close battle. It looks like a lot of fun. Let's keep an eye on these guys as they go into turn number 2 for the DVS Seniors. Velocity Karting, James Vandenberg, Caleb Narsoa, Ayrton Williams, Glenn Collinson, and Scott Nickel. Jason Land is the kart that didn't make it. They come now down into turn number 5. Here we go. The pressure is on. He gets it loose and sideways. Vandenberg, few mistakes coming into turn 5. Was it costly? Side by side, 2 by 2. We go into turn 2. And that was clean. There's a time to race. There's a time to hold your line, there's a time to back off and just go, okay, I'll get you on the next lap, and that was one of them. So Vandenberg has just slotted himself back into second. Now I'm pretty sure that should be Ayrton Williams up in front now. Yes, it is. So he's making a good run in this pre-final. In his Velocity Karting DVS Senior run. Into turn 2, it's pretty clean for them up there. And then the final 2 at the back of the field do their thing. That is Darren Walker leading the pack in the Rotax Heavies. Harker-Ferguson in second, Aaron Cunningham in third, Tahu is in 4th, O'Hara in 5, and Dawson in 6. They come through turn 5 now. Your leader Walker, Harker-Ferguson, Cunningham, Tahu's catching up. And there is O'Hara and Dawson. And the field at the back is Ming, Hart and Hudson trying to make a race of it. One of them's just spun himself out on turn number 1, but gains control again. Oh, it looks like the kart is not good. And who is that? It is 88, who was having a nice little fight there. Nick Ming is out of that. So Walker goes through once again for lap number 7, your leader. And Tahu has caught Cunningham. So will we have a fight? At this stage, the gap is still a bit big. It's Walker, Harker-Ferguson, Cunningham, and Tahu going into turn 4. They come out of there. Tahu's 4th now. He was 2nd, and he's lost a few places, but he's gaining back on Cunningham. And they're just about to hit turn 5. They come through the grandstands now. Cunningham and Tahu. He's going to try. He's got to, really. I mean, you can't be happy giving up a front row spot and having to chase for the rest of the race. That looks juicy between 9.44 of Scott Allwright and 28 of Mitchell Rawson. They are fighting for the honours for 7, 8, 9 and 10. Here they come now. Dawson, Rawson, all right. 44, all right, thinks about a run down the inside. A light under the brakes. Sweeps around, gets close to the curb, pulls it out. Great exit speed, job done. Any juniors watching, that's how you drive. Very, very clean. Who knows what the percentage of braking was, but it was slightly less than before. Enabled him to sweep around, carried his speed, and off he goes. No scrubbing off and no sliding either. So he's now on the hunt. Is 44 Scott Allright trying to catch Mitchell Rawson. Here are the DVS seniors starting to come through. Adam Williams is out in front. Now we've lost James Vandenberg, have we? Let me try and find that position. I'll do my best to try and work out where they are. Yes, he did. So James Vandenberg has gone from leading the DVS seniors to coming third. So it's a mistake somewhere that I missed, which, given that they're on every single metre of the track, it's easy to do. Okay, they're coming through now turn 5. I'll try and watch the DVS seniors. 81, 46, 55. That's the heavies. This must be them here. 12 and 11. No, they're further back. That was Darren Walker and the heavies. The DVS seniors. I'm peeling my eyes, people. Bear with me. I'm looking around, trying to find 46 and 15. I'll find them soon because I'll come through turn number 2. There's 46, and there is 15, and there is 81. So that is your 1, 2, 3 in DVS seniors, and it's definitely happened. Ayrton Williams, Caleb Natoa, James Vandenberg, who was first, is now third and won't be happy about it. And now they're starting to mix it up between categories. They go into turn 4. There was a little argy-bargy there. Both drivers thought they had the right of way. Neither driver wanted to give in. And they're fighting their way through. There he goes, your leader in DVS seniors. Ayrton Williams goes around turn 1. 79 saying, mate, take it, get it, go. I'll get out of your way. That's Brett Hudson, doesn't want a part of that. He's staying clear of the boys as they catch and pass. We are on lap 14. We're 3/4 of the way through of this pre-final. The pre-final, the Bay of Plenty Kart Rotax Heavies and Veloce Karting DVS Seniors. And there is a nice little pass, just to stay clean and simple. So 46 is leading. Ayrton Williams in the DVS Seniors, Caleb Nato and James Vandenberg. Back into the Rotax Heavies, and there is no change. Absolutely. The blue flags are coming out on lap number 15, but there's no change in the Bay of Plenty Kart Supplies Heavies. I'll wait till they come through and tell you and confirm what is going on with those Rotax Heavies. They'll file through turn 5 shortly. That looks like Walker coming through now. Yes, it is. So there is your leader. There's some DVS seniors. Romaine Harker-Ferguson is in there as well. And now Cunningham and Tahu. Now, Tahu has finally caught up to Cunningham, but I don't think he's got enough in him to pass him at this stage. 2 or 3 laps remaining. I would say 3 according to my sheet. But Tahu's there. Cunningham's made a mistake going into turn 4. Now, is this the opportunity? Finally, Cunningham gets it wrong out of 4. Tahu is there. They come into 5. This is for the 3rd spot in the race. Tahu is there. He's close now. 2nd to last lap. Cunningham made 2 mistakes in 1 lap. Can he forget that and reset? Through 2. Into 3. Tahu's fast. He's on him, all over him on the 4th turn, and he's got great speed coming out, but there's no way around. They come into 5. Cunningham, Tahu. Cunningham still leading. Tahu's there. Will he try the inside now? Does he have the run? He's going for it. He's going for it. He makes it stick. He's there as the last lap board goes down, so he's got back into a position. He's back on the podium after losing it from the front row. What has Cunningham got? Up ahead is Walker. Walker will take the win. Walker comes around through turn number 5, and he will get the last lap board. He's gonna do this, but has Cunningham got anything left? I don't think so. I'd say he's done. Could be Tyres after 20 laps out there. Ayrton Williams in 46 is still leading the pack, ahead of Caleb Nato and James Vandenberg. But there is your race leader. Darren Walker from green to checkered. He will take the win. And there goes Harker Ferguson. Tahu will come through just, and we are talking just there to Cunningham. Sean O'Hara, Mitchell Rawson. The DVS seniors go through as well with Ayrton Williams, Caleb Natoa, James Vandenberg, and the back markers as well. So, your pre-final's done for your Bay of Plenty Kart Supplies Rotax Heavies and your Veloce Karting DVS Seniors. Up next, according to my little book of knowledge, International Kart Supplies Junior Rotax. They should be getting themselves ready. We'll take another little breather. I'll suck on another Strepsil. I've only got, I don't know, 10 or so more to call for the day. We'll get through. We'll all survive. So we get ourselves set now for the International Karting Supplies Junior Rotax. On the front row is Emerson Vincent, Ollie Workman, Oscar Jackson, Matthew Johnson, and behind Arthur Browen, Aston Thornton, Ashton Phipps, and Sebastian Manson. Riley Boswell and Dylan Jessup make up your top 10. Formation lap. Lights are still on. We wait to ensure the marshals are happy. They are. The officials say go, go, go. And we certainly are as we go into turn number 1. And this time, fingers crossed, we have a clean race coming into turn 1, lap 1. They file their way through. Emerson Vincent holds the pack. And everyone else bunches and fights and squabbles behind to decide who's going to do what. Let's watch them all stream through the grandstand. Vincent, Workman, Jackson and Johnson. Great run. So now we wait for the battle packs to form. We wait to find out who is going to try and fight who. Whether it be for the top positions or minor positions, is going to be a battle that forms at some point across this 20-lap pre-final. At this stage, it's the run by the numbers, do all your things right. It's all about hitting the brake. Exactly the right time. There wasn't the thought of a pass for second position, just a small little sniff. Maybe it was more of a, if you do that again, I will pounce kind of move. But that was Oscar Jackson, number 90 on Ollie Workman in second place. Let's just keep an eye on those two. Was it a small mistake? I'll watch them as we're focusing on the entire field coming through 5. Not really any changes, but up front, here we go. They're just starting to get themselves more into a one on the other, follow the leader kind of positioning. A little bit of an incident coming out of turn 3. The marshals will get into that pretty quickly. Try and push the car out of the barriers. The yellow flag will fly. And I'll try and work out who that is. And the young karter is very, very upset that he can't get his kart out of the barriers and back into the race. Meanwhile, up front, no change, but it's a huge gap between the front mob and the rest of the field. However, there's something nice to watch. I knew it would eventually happen. Sebastian Manson and Arthur Browen are having a go at each other. That's for position 6 and 7. Something had to form eventually. It's taken 5 laps to get a little group going together with a potential passing. Here they come. Number 2 and number 47. They're heading into turn 1 now. There is some changes potentially up in front of them because they've spread apart. All of a sudden, that race has gone into nothing. So, it's moved into 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Emerson Vincent has a clean pair of heels out in front. Look at the numbers though from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Have a look at that. What are they waiting for here? Someone to make a mistake. Jay Irwin in 7th position. Started the race in 12th. So made up 5 spots, nearly a passing manoeuvre done. Jay Irwin's just waiting, I think. He's waiting for one of these drivers up front to make a little mistake so he can bounce. Emerson Vincent blowing away the opposition at the moment. Let's hope he's not trying too hard and killing off his tyres. Oscar Jackson is falling in. Ollie Workman is in 3rd. Ashton Phipps is in 4th. And we know the pace of Phipps so far this weekend has been exceptional. Exceptional. Sebastian Manson has moved up there now into that group. So now it's Vincent, Jackson, Phipps, and Manson. Workman has lost spots. Workman has gone down about 4 positions. No, 3. Still enough. Still frustrating. Vincent out front. Here comes the chasing pack. Oscar Jackson, Ashton Phipps, who has been so fast this weekend, is going to have a go. He's currently in third. He dives down the inside. He muscles his way through. Great passing, great driving. That's racecraft. Just late under the brakes, then hit them harder, kept his momentum up, didn't scrub off any speed, and now has the opportunity to chase down Emerson Vincent. So, let's take a look at the numbers. Jay Irwin has moved up into 6. It is still Vincent, Jackson, Phipps, although Phipps now, Manson, Workman, Irwin. Vincent leading the pack. Phipps goes through. Jackson in behind. Manson's there. Workman. Irwin is starting to spread out a little bit now, which is not great news. If you're trying to pass someone, you want to be on their tailpipe. Even further back in the field. Small passing going on between 93 and 22. McMillan and Sayer are having a go. They've just gone through turns 2 and 3. There is some more passing happening in the back of the field. They go through 4 now. So that's the back of the field. Coming into 5. These two here, 22 and 93. They've been having a nice little fight amongst themselves. That is Levi McMillan and Ethan Sayer. The positions have swapped, and I'm pretty sure that 93 Ethan Sayer wants it back. He's not giving up. Let's see how well he does. He's just staying there at this stage. Lap 12, we're only just gone halfway through the race, but now that gap is just starting to build between those two. And I'd say the challenge is done. 22 will take the spoils in that one. Up front though, things are going to change because at turn number 4, we've got a chase now for the lead because Emerson Vincent is under pressure yet again this weekend. Here comes Phipps. Oh boy. 6 laps remain. Passing is happening. There goes a positional change for 3. Manson goes through on Jackson. Vincent struggling to hold off Phipps. Vincent out of turn 4, plenty of pace. What is he going to do under brakes on 5? Phipps closes the gap. They all file through, one after the other, and we're going to see who's going to do it under braking. Nobody. It's getting close now. The laps are counting down. Vincent has to hold on. That's how it finished in the last race, Heat 3. Vincent over Phipps. The same thing is unfolding. They come through now. Vincent over Phipps. This time Phipps will want to get him. He's right there. The opportunity is here. We've got 2 laps after this. The rest of the field is just circulating in behind. What's going to happen up front though? Vincent's still holding off Phipps. That's all he has to do. He gets such a good launch out of 4. It gives him the momentum into 5. Through these chicanes. And he rocks his way down. A quick glance behind. Just wanted to know how close he was. Knows he doesn't have to move left or right to block the line. He can hold his racing position, can Vincent. Phipps is trying to think about it. What can I do? Says Ashton Phipps. Coming together for some of the cars further back in the field. No big drama. But I'm sure the officials will take a look. Here's Vincent again with Phipps. Manson in 3rd. Jackson in 4. .47's been given the meatball. Damaged cart, time to go in. But up front, Up front, it's still looking like it's going to be fun. There is Vincent, and there is Phipps. Now, Noble is way back in the field and trying his best, Cody Noble, to get through some numbers, but it's way down. Just with dramas at the beginning. So, our race leaders have gone through 2. They're in 3. They're heading down into 4. And the last lap board is out. So the checkered flag should come out now, I would say, and that will give the same result as in heat number 3. It does. And Vincent gets it over Phipps. Sebastian Manson was right there, but he needed those extra laps, maybe that opportunity in the final. Oscar Jackson, Ollie Workman losing a few spots there. Matthew Johnson, Jay Irwin down in 7 with Daniel Pye, Ethan Church, Ashton Thornton. Making up your top 10. For the International Card Supplies Junior Rotax, 2 more to go in our pre-finals. We've got the Strata Networks Cadet Rok coming up next, followed by the Urban Performance Rotax Lights. Welcome back. We're into it now. The Strata Networks Cadet Rok forming up. Zach Hemphill, deservedly so, on pole position alongside with Tommy Hart, Addo Bailey, Senna Wilkinson, Jaden Buttermore and Braxton Kaivanga will make up your front 3 rows. Lights are out. Unfortunately for number 12, I think it was. I'll just double check that. At the back of the field. Oh, there's a little bargee, a little spin. And they'll get underway again. But Jaden Buttermore, cart number 7, had to start at the back of the field after an incident during the warm-up laps, so we'll see where he ends up. But at this stage, Zach Hemphill is demolishing everyone. 95, Addo Bailey has got his way into second spot. That's nice. Zach Hemphill, Addo Bailey, Tommy Hart in third, Senna Wilkinson, Charles Taylor has moved up, Daniel Lucas, Blake Kendall's moved up, Harrison Cunningham has moved up. There you go, the front runners all through, the rest of the field pile their way through grandstand chicanes. Down into turn number one, the Death Valley. And they try and hook it up. Keep as much speed as they can. 75's got issues. Scott Rennie Edwards. It's almost as though something's wrong with the card. It's breaking down on him. Oh no. Will it make it back to the pits? Because the card is in trouble. Another one has gone off at turn number 4. Going to keep going around. Going to keep circulating in the hope that the cart remains going. But the marshals are calling off. And the driver's not happy. I'm just thought you can't see it, but he's coming along 4, and the cart is just not running, and he's doing his best to stay out there. The marshals are trying to wave him in, but he doesn't want to. He wants to stay out there, and rightfully so, for number 75, Scott Rennie Edwards. But soon, yeah, there it is. Sorry, gotta pull off. Never mind. Something wrong with it. Okay, let's get back to the racing. So, who is doing what? Well, Zach Hemphill has pulled out a 0.7 second of a gap lead over Addo Bailey. Tommy Hart, Senna Wilkinson. It's a massive gap. Really. I'm sure it'll close up. No doubt it will, as 20 laps click on by in a pre-final. This is our second to last pre-final before we get into the juicy main grand extravaganza finals. But there he goes, Hemphill ducking down, trying to gain those milliseconds. Zach Hemphill, Bailey, Hart, Wilkinson, Taylor, Lucas and Kendall. Yeah, look at Zach Hemphill go through in position number 1. But now, Tommy Hart is catching. Tommy Hart is catching Addo Bailey. So, what has Addo Bailey got to do here? We are in lap 5 of 20. Addo has some choices to make here. Fully focus on Zach Hemphill only, or also have to play the defensive card. It's going to be a big decision here for the youngster to make. What's he going to do? His head is down behind the screen. He tries to gain some position. He goes out wide to take the sweeping run into 2. Did a very nice job through 2 and 3, heading into 4. Still holding it off. Well done. Addo Bailey's doing a very nice job here. Eyes forward and focus. Don't turn your head. Don't care about anyone behind you. Get on with your job. He's doing it. Tommy Hart's trying everything to catch up. Tommy Hart doesn't have to worry about anyone chasing him down. But up front, Zach Hemphill just got the focus on drive-by numbers. Rest of the field, it is seriously split up. I mean, we are talking right around the Giltrap Group Raceway. There are carts everywhere. The leaders come through. And, interestingly enough, the gap is closing on the front. Now, I did not expect that. So why has that happened? Well, let's try and watch them a little bit. Well, I'll focus on them. They're going through 3 now. Here we go. What's happening with those front 3 as to why things are going like that? 6, 7, 8 are having a good fight too. That's Lucas, Buttermore and Kendall. They're going into turn 4 now. And is this a position change coming up at the lead? Well, yes it is, because Addo Bailey's got in front. So what has Zach Hemphill been doing wrong? Where has he gone wrong? Because he had a second lead. In fact, he's going to lose another spot here. What on earth is going on in the front three? Big changes in the Strata Network's Cadet Rok. It's not all about them though. I can tell you that there is a race happening behind them. They're coming out of turn 4. And there's a pass made straight away out of turn 4. Not usually happens there. They're going to come into turn 5, and I'll tell you who they are and where they are fighting. It is card 7, 81 and 22. Jaden Buttermore, Daniel Lucas, Blake Kendall are fighting for 6, 7 and 8, and they're having a glorious time at it. At the moment, Jaden Buttermore is getting the better of them. But further back in turn 1, there's more dramas. This is what we wanted to see. The Strata Network's Cadet Roks are starting to get these race groups together now. Into turn number 2 they go. They come up through into turn 5, the grandstand chicane. This whole group has suddenly bunched themselves together. Riley Tombleson in 96 is at the front of this big pack heading into turn 4. Now he's down in 10th position, but none of those drivers care where they are. They are racing each other now. They don't care about the final position overall. It's the fact they want to beat the guy in front of them. Riley Tombleson, 96, leading the pack. Indy Irwin, Charlie Clark, Matty Heafy, Braxton Kryvanger. Look at them. The whole bunch, this little mob has got together, and now we're going to think about an outside move. An outside move from Indy Irwin. No, has to cut back down on the inside. But is the momentum still there? I think it is. They head into turn 4. And there's another fight going on at the turns 2 and 3. We'll worry about that later. We'll just focus on this big bunch coming into 5. Here they come. This is an awesome little group. Riley Tombleson, Indy Irwin. One of them's got to make a mistake, surely. And then everyone will pounce. There's 8 of them in this. 8 of them. Oh, that was a brave move on the inside to gain a position. It was Braxton Kryvanger over Matty Heafy. That was good. I enjoyed that. And now there's another one coming out of turn 4. Oh, there's some argy-bargy going on further back in the field. So the elbows are out and the fighting is on. Here he comes again. 14. Braxton Kryvanger down the inside. No, the door is slammed shut on his nose. Oh, he'll feel that. 20 goes up, 24 goes up, 54 goes up. Charlie Clark, Matty Heafy, Indy Irwin. What a massive mob. Further back, there's another one. 95 is in there. That's Addo Bailey getting in amongst the markers. I think they're into the back markers already. Let's watch them as they come through 5, and we'll double check this. They're coming through 5 now. We're in lap 16. Right there is 95, Addo Bailey. Zach Hemphill, he's going down the inside. He wants the lead back. Hemphill wants it back. Hemphill's going to take it. Now, if he can hold that inside line, he'll be good to go. Here we are. Look at them all racing here for the lead. Great driving. Pure racecraft at such a young age. This is why we have so many Kiwis doing well overseas. This is where they learn it. And I'm trying to watch 2 races at the same time. Those front runners through 5 right now are having a great time. But at the back of the field, there is a monster mob coming out of turn 1. Look at this, going into turn 2. These kids are insane. 2, 3 wide. They are having a glorious time. It is pure karting. Great racing down into 4. I know there's a race for the lead, But this race at the back of the pack is fantastic watching. Let's keep an eye on them. Coming through 5 now. Here is 96 leading this big giant bunch of cars through. Riley Tomlinson still there, and look at them all go. And they're splitting all over the place, and there's gonna be a pass, surely down the inside. Kart's number 9, Ivor Spence, says, finally I've got ya. It took the whole race, but I got ya. And that's what's gonna be fun afterwards, talking in the pits. Oh, the banter, even at that age, it should be ripe, it should be virulent, and it should be bravado, and have a lot of fun with it. The last lap board must be very close to coming out as they all start to file their way through. Lots of little races have appeared amongst the main one. Last lap board is out. Who is leading? I can tell you, it's Zach Hemphill still. Just, where is he though? He's in amongst the back markers, and it's making it very hard to find, but they're in the mix there. Blue flags are flying like crazy on this last lap. You don't want an incident. Here we go, they've got to be coming through now. Zach Hemphill in 85 has to be leading this race still, surely. There it is, and there is the checkered flag. And look at this mob go through. Oh, try and work that out. Great racing. Zach Hemphill, Addo Bailey, Tommy Hart, Senna Wilkinson in 4, Charles Taylor in 5, Jaden Buttermore in 6, and Blake Kendall in 7. Daniel Lucas was 8 with Harrison Cunningham, and Braxton moving back up into position number 10. Wow. Thank you very, very much, Strata Networks, Cadet Rok. You keep me smiling, you do. Even though you're also making me lose my voice as the final numbers come through to receive their checkered flag, deservedly so. Good on them. Jay Hewlett, Charlie Clark, Jack Hoade, Riley Tomlinson down the back end of the field. Nonetheless, having a great time out there and putting on the entertainment for us by default. Up next, the last of our pre-finals. Urban Performance, Rotax lights are coming. This is the last of the pre-finals, everyone, from the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of Sales for 2022. Live from the Giltrap Group Raceway, brought to you by Tyres. Zach Stitchbury will lead the pack ahead of Ryan Crombie, Josh Richmond and Jackson Rooney on the second row. Tyler Edney, Campbell Joys, Hero Sheridan, Emily Robb, Rihanna Mira Hunt and Daniel Kent make up the top 10 positions. Taylor Payne, Michael McCulloch, Miles Findlay and Mac Burkett. George Sampson, Stella Carter. Oh dear, I was just about to say it's looking good for the start on turn one for the Urban Performance Rotax lights, but we've lost quite a few out of the front bunch. So now we work out who we've lost, who we've gained, and where everyone is. The yellow flags will fly. We've got to make sure we don't have to repair, but we've got to make sure no one's in the way as well. So they continue on, and it is Stitchbury leading the pack ahead of Crombie. 9 is Josh Richmond. Rooney lost the spot there to Richmond and drops down 1. Campbell Joys, Tyler Edney and Emily Robb moves up. Rihanna O'Meara Hunt moves up. Who have we lost? Daniel Kent, Blair Holdham, Mac Burkett, Brad Hewson, Chris Brenton, Stella Carter, Findlay Dixon. A lot are way down, and there's another one out. Now that's the front runner. Who is that? Oh, who have we lost? Is that Stitchbury? I'm trying to work this out. That's Stitchbury. That's your race leader out. Oh, disaster in the pre-final. Zach Stitchbury. His points will take a huge smash. And he is out of the race, handing the lead over to Ryan Crombie, Josh Richmond, Jackson Rooney and Campbell Joyce. He was carts ahead of everybody. And I'm talking light years ahead. What a disaster for Stitchbury, and what an opening for Crombie, who will think, yay, I'll have the opportunity of a win here, but I really wanted to race Zach. You never want to do it without the leaders. But okay, so be it, let's carry on. A bunch has formed at the front, 6 of them. Then there's a decent gap, a pretty decent gap, to another bunch of cars. 4, in fact, are having a little tussle. But let's watch Richmond. There they come through. Here's another bunch of 4. And some of the starting mid-pack who are at the back of the field. So there's Crombie, Richmond, Rooney and Joys. Tyler Edney, Rihanna O'Meara Hunt in 6. Taylor Payne has moved up. Emily Robb lost that position. Front runners come through and the gaps is starting to form behind them. But this pack of 6 is staying close together. At the tail of it is Rihanna. Everybody else is single file. Constantina. It's a train. They go through. We focus back on the race leaders. They go out of 3 into 4. This bunch of 6 is staying ahead of the rest of the field. They haven't been able to close in, and that is Taylor Payne in 7th position, is not gaining on that front 6. And is that gap increasing? I think it is. I'll keep you updated on that one. But they file through Crombie. We're already into lap number 8. No Zach Stitchbury out in the opening lap. Positions, it looks like 10, 11 and 12 are having a wee bit of a fight further back. They're coming out of 4 now. The leaders are going through 5, but there is a mob in behind these guys. Here they come now into 5. Look at this little bunch right there. 71, 55, 44. Emily Robb, Casey Lett, Hero Sheridan, Miles Findlay. This is a race for 9, 10 and 11. This is to get yourself in the top 10. They go through 2, into the right-hander 3. Some of them bounce over the curb, some of them miss it, but they come out of 4. They're still close enough together for something to happen. Here we go. Who's in the front of this pack? It is 55 leading it through. Miles Findlay, KZ2 Hero Sheridan, Trent Ingram. Trent Ingham at the back there. They're going through. 55 still leading at Miles Findlay. It's a genuine race. There's more racing up ahead as well. Nothing in the lead. Here they come now. The leaders come through. 1, 2, 3. But look what's happening in 4, 5, and 6. As the other bunch still flows through. Rihanna Amira Hunt in 6th position is sort of looking behind her, but she's got clean air. The earliest, the closest is number 70, Taylor Payne, who has gone through 2 and 3. There's a mob going through 2 and 3 as well, but the front runners are coming through 5. Right now, it's 1, 2 and 3, and then a little mob. And still this battle pack continues. They're having a great time of it. There's going to be a pass down the inside. There could even be a double on the go here, but side by side and a little push and shove. 73, I think it is. 71, sorry. Emily Robb putting in some muscle. A little bit of tap. They file their way through into turn number 5. Having a good show, putting on a good show. They race through, so 28 is at the back of that little group. Trent Ingram, Hero Sheridan, Emily Robb, and KZ2. And they're all looking over each other's shoulders to see where the opposition is. And I can tell you, even though you can't hear me, they are right there, so don't make a mistake. Into 5 now, there's your leader. Ryan Crombie ahead of Josh Richmond and Jackson Rooney. The following 3 are together, which is Joy Edney, O'Meara Hunt. Then there's another big gap before you've got the likes of Payne, Sampson and Findlay, Lett, Robb, Sheridan, Ingham. And some of those tail runners there, the back markers, who got caught up in that opening incident on turn number 1. Right, race leader, job done. 2 and 3, having a good fight. In fact, that's a ripper of a fight for 2nd and 3rd. 4, 5, and 6 is on the go. And so too is Emily Robb and Hero Sheridan into turn number 1. We're just focusing further up the field. But I can tell you down now into turn number 2. Here they go. Emily Robb, Hero Sheridan. Great racing. That's pure. Up front, no change. Absolutely no change. Ryan Crombie, Josh Richmond, while this is going on in the background. Jackson Rooney, Tyler Edney, Joyce, Amira Hunt, Taylor Payne, Sampson. Then it's this lot. This lot here. Hero Sheridan, Trent Ingham. Emily Robb loses a spot back. So the gloves are off with this group. And they are having a great time. They're enjoying it. Will they say so later on? Probably not. Crombie goes through. And I'm thinking for 2nd and 3rd, there's a potential change. I can sense it coming. They're going into turn number 2 now. Kart number 9 is Josh Richmond. Kart number 30 is Jackson Rooney. They go through turn 3. They're into 4. We are getting close to the last lap board, and I reckon there's potential here for a last dash pass. There is 2nd and 3rd. That's your race right now for the podium spot. Blue flags are flying. Richmond still holds into 2nd. Richmond's still there. Rooney wants it. 2 laps to go for Rooney. Rooney wants 2nd position off Richmond. Crombie is ahead. Untouchable. Josh Richmond holding on to 2nd spot as he comes into turn 5 through the grandstand chicane. Is Rooney close enough now to try down the inside? No. He wants to. It's not there. They're racing down into turn number 2. This is the battle. Everyone else is spread out, but those two are still giving it plenty. Crombie doesn't have to worry about it, but Richmond does. Richmond is all defence right now. Holds the race line. Makes it impossible to pass for Rooney, who is so close. He goes on the last lap down the inside. Is he going to make it stick? They slide the back out. Can he do it? 30 is in front. Rooney's done it on the last lap. Rooney's got in there. Josh Richmond, what are you going to do in response? Come on, Josh Richmond, he does. He's right beside him. They're going to come up. We know that Crombie's going to take this win. There it is. What are we going to do? Oh, they're passing all over the place. And Rooney gets it. Rooney gets it over Richmond for second position. The rest of the field come through after a stellar drive. Crombie was untouchable. Unfortunately, we had no stitch free. But what a last lap finish yet again this weekend. Well, the big news is that the pre-finals are done. We've got 9 more sessions. I can barely talk, and I've got to call 25 laps for all 9. You do the math. I'll let you know who comes out first. So we're underway again, and we are now into our finals proper for the weekend. Formation lap of the NZ Vortex Mini Rock. Going for Car Stars, going for the Rock Cup, going for everything on pole. Be Miles Baker, Marco Manson in beside, William Edmondson in third with Grayson Stowe in four. Carson Daly, Jacob Pye, Cy Finnemore, Cooper Inslee, Lucas Thean, Lucas Bell, Jack McGrath, Harrison Shao, Aryan Lala, Cole Turney, Henry Fisher, Hunter Goodall, Lachlan Tombleson, Jack Phillips, Max Amon and Emerson Smith are your front 20. We'll get through everyone as we can. "25 laps. Do they get through the first one cleanly? No. We've lost a couple out of the middle. They slot themselves back in. Sort of. That was Cole Turney. Now Cole was in position. Let me just find it. Standby caller 14. So it was a mid-pack hustle. But Marco Manson has taken the lead. Marco Manson. Oh, look at this rub. This is fantastic. Miles Baker, Grayson Stowe, William Edmondson lost a spot. We'll have to work hard to get that back, but you've got 25 laps. So we're even up more now. This is the finals. 9 sessions, 25 laps, 225 laps of racing to go this afternoon, minus the one we've had. And here comes number 6, Grayson Stowe. Grayson Stowe wants to take away the lead. Can it happen here? This is Archie Bargy. Yes, he does. Grayson Stowe gets the lead over Baker and Manson. What a run down the front straight and into turn 1 for the lead. Glorious effort. Stunning driving already for number 6. But here comes Baker. Baker wants to have a shot at the title. Everyone's filing through. Look at them all go through turn number 1 now. This is huge. There is some racing going on for positions 8, 9 and 10, 11, 12. In fact, the group as they come out of 3 is starting to get pretty tight and very heavy. They're about to hit turn 5. Those front runners, there's been a little bit of tussle. 88, 3 and 36. Who did we lose? I'm not sure. But watch what's happening as they all come into turn number 1, 3 wide. Down into turn 1, we've got massive issues. Look at them all. There's a whole mob of them. They're coming out of turn 1 into 2 now. We are 2 wide. It's a huge field at the back, but it is great racing. This ginormous mob of karts into turn number 4. We know about the race up front, but there's a race happening at the back as well. Seriously, they even were hitting each other on the previous lap. This ginormous group really wants to put up a fight. And here's another one coming down into turn 2 now. A good mob. Look at Tony's found that our cameraman suddenly smelt it. He knew there was something happening. He follows them into 4. We'll try and pick up who it is. But they are having a real tussle further down in the field right now. They're coming through 5. Let me see who the numbers are. It's 8, 26 and 77. Lucas Bell, Jack McGrath, Logan Hayes, all over each other. And they're trying to catch triple. Is it 777? Is that what I'm seeing? Oh, sometimes it's hard to see with my old eyes. Another cart goes sideways out of turn number 2. The battle up front is Miles Baker, Manson and Edmondson. Daly and Inslee, Finnemore are not in the run at the moment. But there is this great fight happening at the back of the field here. This is awesome. They're all heading down into turn 1 and they're having a show and tell. out of turn one, side by side. They're going to head down into turn number two. There's four, side by side, three wide. They switch around, they move, the group is tight, they're over the top of each other. They're hitting and bumping and running and rolling. Into turn four. Fantastic stuff down the back. Here we go. It's elbows out in the NZ Motorsport Vortex Mini Rock. Worry, let the crew fix the kart. Don't worry about the damage. Get on with it, lads. Oh, so the group is actually starting to split up now, and I think that's due to some of them having a little bit of tap-tap. Just a little bit of contact. It's starting to split up the field. It's still reasonably big at the back, as you'll see them coming around five now. You see them coming through turn five, with 44 leading that pack through. It's a fair bunch of them, but up front, as they come out of four, this is what is happening. It's been small changes while we've watched some of the action further down. But you do have Baker leading. Edmondson has moved his way into second. Marco Manson is third. Jacob Pye is four. Inslee has dropped down to six, with Daly grabbing that spot. But look at Miles Baker go. Lap 10. Not even halfway. They head into turn three. Some of the racing is going on. It's a nice little group, in fact, coming out of four. Two of them side by side out of turn four. They're racing for position five, and it's juicy. This is what we wanted to see. It is 97 and 39. Carson Daly, Cooper Inslee into turn one. Cooper Inslee, Carson Daly into turn two now. They head around, they keep the momentum going over the curb of three. They rock it down to four and they sweep it in. And who gets the power down and gets out of the turn? It is Daly who does the better job. The under brakes, here comes Inslee. He's not giving up. There goes 39. Cooper Inslee wants to have a go, but is the gap growing? I think it is. Great momentum from Carson Daly. So behind them is 33 Lucas Thiem and number 10 Cy Finnimore. They're going into turn four. They come out of turn four together and head down the side run past the dummy grid. In behind, not too far away, Harrison Zhao. He wants in on it as well. This is for positions 7, 8, and 9. Harrison is close enough to pounce if there's a mistake. Up in front though, 33, Lucas Thiem, number 10, Cy Finnimore. Way out in front though, way out in front while that little battle is happening. We still have a race lead, and that race lead is being held by Miles Baker, but here's the news. William Edmondson is there. Young Will has the opportunity to take the lead. He's pretty clean in his driving. He's doing a nice job. He's right on the tailpipe. You can't get any closer apart from touching paint. Edmondson. Opportunity time. What do you do? What's the move? Halfway through the lap. 15. Halfway through the race, sorry. There goes Edmondson, trying to take the lead away from Baker. What do you do here? What's your call? Well, staying close is number one important. And it looks like the only opportunity could be a dive under brakes, but it's going to be risky because they are both circulating in the low 33s. There's nothing in it. William Edmondson, once again, showing how fast he is. He did that last time out as well. He sets down some spectacular times. There he goes again. What's he going to do? What's the plan of attack for William Edmondson? He's chasing down the lead. There are more karts on the track, but at the moment, that's a pretty good battle. We'll keep an eye on it, and also I'll scan around the circuit to see who is doing what. Everyone pretty much is circulating as per normal. There's no tight race groups as such. There's a little one going into 2 now, just further down in the field. They're coming out of 3. I can't see which numbers they are, but they're doing okay, and they're fighting amongst themselves and learning the racecraft as they go along. This is the NZ Motorsport Vortex Mini Rock. This group here, down the back of the field, but having so much fun. 98, 41, 23 and 7 go through. Jack Phillips, Mayer, Goodall and Tombleson. Then the rest of them. Fisher, Hayes, Watson, Fawcett. Some names to come through. Your leaders, though, are starting to show their wares. We'll try and find the race leader. There it is. Edmondson has got through. So while I was focused a little bit down the back of the field, there was a lead change. William Edmondson has got his way into this lead. Now, so far, he's done a 3rd. He's had a 5th. He's had a 3rd. He's had a 4th. And now he was 4th in qualifying, but now he leads the race. What's going on here? Red flag, red flag, red flag. So is that going to be the end of it? We wait and see on lap number 18. Given our slight delay on timing, I can't imagine they'll keep going. I would say that'll be it for them, and if that is it, then from what I had in my on-track observations, the race win will go to William Edmondson. But we wait and see. As the track goes to red flag, we'll let you know what happens. We will be right back with more here at the Giltrap Group Raceway for the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of Sales 2022. So the red flag conditions are being sorted at the moment here for our NZ Vortex Mini Rock Grand Final. According to me, we've done 19 laps of 25. We'll just wait and see. They've ordered the drivers out of their karts. We'll wait and see what the race officials are going to do. Whether they call the race or whether they make them form up for the last few lap sprints. Some interesting news, and that is we are going back to green for these guys and girls. We are not calling the race. The NZ Vortex Mini Rock will finish their 25 laps. Now, in the grid order, it shows that Miles Baker got back in front of William Edmondson. Marco Manson and Jacob Pye, 3 and 4. Carson Daly, Cooper Inslee, Lucas Thien, Cy Finnemore, Harrison Zhao and Jack McGrath. They are the top 10. According to my data, I'll see if that's correct when they go past the broadcast booth. However, this is a sprint. This is the shortest race now that they have had all weekend. And they are grouped together. This is going to be impressive. We wait for the lights to go out. They do go out. Edmondson thinks about going down the inside. Can he make that work? No. But there are a couple of drivers who are going to make contact. They stay on the circuit. So that's good news. Manson decides that he wants to have a crack at second spot. He doesn't quite make it stick. I list it as it's been taken back to lap 17, so that makes it 8 laps of a sprint race. Chaos has happened at the back of the field in turn number 1. They are fast enough to clear the track, because here comes the mob. Marco Manson down the inside into turn number 1. He doesn't make it stick, but he gave it a good shot. And there's the push coming on from 97. They're making contact. It's bump and run here in the NZ Vortex Mini Rock. The field has stretched out from the turn 1 incident. But this front group, the problem they've got is they are fighting so hard for second position, which is happening in front of your eyes right now, that Baker is running away with it. Edmondson just got passed by Manson in turn 5. Carson Daly wants a part of this. Jacob Pye wants to get involved. Lucas Thien, Cy Finnemore and Harrison Zhao, they all want to be in the run here for a top 3 position, but at the moment they're fighting for second because first place is gone with the win. So let's watch them as they do their job. Here comes Edmondson again. There's some moving and shifting going on. Defensive driving / borderline blocking. Good on ya. I'm all for it. You got to earn your position here. And they are nose to tail, this mob, from second down into at least 8th position. And so, who is doing what? Let me confirm as they come through. Look at this field. Manson, Edmondson, Daly, Pye, Thien, Finnemore, Zhao, McGrath, then a bit of a gap back. And here comes Harrison, 82 on 10 on Cy Finnemore around the outside. It's not going to work there, has to try something different. Up front, the group is split off. We have now got a battle pack of 5 chasing down position 2 and 3 because position 1 is gone. So this 5 now want to decide who gets the podium spot, who gets the points in the final of the NZ Motorsport Vortex Mini Rock. I have it as lap 20. Manson, Edmondson, Daly and Pye, Thien and Finnemore, Harrison Zhao is still there, but only just. They're starting to fall off. And now that's 5 has gone into 4. It's breaking down, and it's breaking down into pairs. Now, Edmondson is trying something different, and that's what you've got to do. He went super wide on turn 1, took the gamble, and look at the pace. He had so much more speed going down that straight into turn 2, but he couldn't do anything with it. But it was a great move. So, he's going to do it. Is he? Down the inside. Edmondson, he gets him. Edmondson gets him. Now, and that all came from his decision on turn 1. What's he going to do for defence? That was his plan of attack. Now he's got to have a plan of defence. Manson goes around the outside. Edmondson holds him into turn 3. Manson's got Daly and Pye in his pocket. Thien and Finney-Moore are there as well. The leader is Gonskis. There is Edmondson. But here comes Manson now. And there's a push. The checkered flag flies. So they did shorten, according to my records, by 2 laps. But that was it. So, according to my provisional results, we have it as Baker, Edmondson, Manson, Daly, Pye, Thien, Finney-Moore, Inslee, Shell and McGrath as your top 10. Coming up next, all going to plan, it should be the Glen Eden Auto Electrical Rotax DD2s. We're back into it. We are getting into the finals. This is the second of them. It's the Glen Eden Auto Electrical Rotax DD2s. Well, I hope it is. It looks like them, doesn't it? Your final grid is Darren Walker and Sam Waddell, Ryan Nowacki, Hayes Taylor. Aaron Tahu and Craig Cook make up your front three rows. Simon Davies, Chris Jensen, Daniel Mayle, Tim Erickson, Tim Wakefield, Vikram Singh, Sam Martin, Gary Claxton, Louise Rawson. Why is she back down so far? That's interesting. Wonder how that happened. Wonder how they work that out. But anyway, we're flying into turn one and there's no issues. Thank you very much. Walker and Waddell. Oh, the skidding of the tyres, the grip, the heat is coming. For those outside of the Kartsport Auckland track and don't regularly come here and don't understand the nuances, the word around the campfire is as the tide goes out, the water table of ocean water underneath the circuit disappears and the track heats up. And so those of you that drive know what that does to your lap times. Oh, one driver spins right out and just says, that'll do me. I'll hop out and what am I going to do? Am I going to get back on the track? Yeah, I'm in on this. Oh, I'm cool. Hang on, I'm still good. Don't worry about me. I'm in. All right, thanks very much. Nice visit. Okay. I'm not sure who it was. I think it might have been Tim Wakefield, but I'll see when they come around. Meanwhile, it's Walker and Waddell leading the race. I can tell you who it was as he comes through here on 5. It was 88. Daniel Mayle. I'll call him Mayle. Daniel Mayle. Right, your leaders are going through. Walker, Waddell. Nowacki lost the spot to Taylor. Cooker's up there. Tahu. Louise Rawson has moved right up, as I expected. I don't know why she was starting down in 15th, but she was. Moved up to 10th already. Wonder how that grid was formed. They didn't obviously come and ask me. They didn't ask Levi, my associate producer. They didn't ask Selena, the executive producer. They didn't ask Tony, the cameraman. But then again, why would they ask Tony, the cameraman? Doesn't matter. Rawson has moved herself up into 10th spot. The lead, however, those two have disappeared by 2.5 seconds of the rest of the field. Now, does that mean Hayes Taylor in third place is holding everyone up? I don't think so. I just think these front two have dialed themselves in. Nowacki is Cook, 4 and 5. Tahu and Davies, 6 and 7. A little bit of work required. This is the Glen Eden Auto Electrical Rotax DD2s, their final, lap 5. A fifth of the way through it for those of you who are good at your math. And there's the leaders already looking to catch our back marker, who will, look, there's no point quitting. You go down there and you circulate, you do your job. But the gap is opening. The gap is incredible. Nowacki has got past Taylor, so that'll see if the gap will close now as to whether Taylor was holding the group up, because it's stretched out to 3 seconds. Now, a 3-second gap between second and third in this category, it doesn't sit well with me. That's quite massive. But Taylor had every right to be up there starting on the second row. Performance is worthy. But I'm starting to think that his card is not doing what he wants it to do, because he is about to be swamped. Let me explain why. You'll see the 2 leaders coming through now, but watch turn 5. This mob here is starting to dive bomb. They're starting to get very close. 83 is looking down at the cart. Simon Davies wondering what's going wrong as he goes through in 6th spot. Tahu's lost the position. I don't know why that happened. I missed that one too. I'm starting to miss some of this action. I'm going to blame my production team for not keeping an eye on the racing. It's their fault. Leaders come through now, Waddell and Walker. Here is Ryan Nowacki as well in behind. It's a massive gap, but it's dropped down. It used to be 3.5 seconds. He's pulled almost a second out of that gap to bring it down to 2.7. So Nowacki is quick. Craig Cook is then next. Hayes Taylor is 5. Davies is 6. Tahu is 7. And I was just wondering who was pulling off to the side there. But I think that's Daniel Mayle just saying to everyone, get on by, go do your thing. I'm just out here getting some seat time. Tim Erickson goes through Vikram Singh. Gary Claxton in 13th. Sam Martin will be in 14th. But your leaders, the gap is 2.7. We'll see if that has been closed up yet again, because technically these two should be going slower than anyone else now. It's the same, in fact it's improved. So Nowacki's lost a little bit of pace on the front runners. Craig Cook is in 4th. Hayes Taylor is 5. Simon Davies 6. Aaron Tahu is back in 7. And that's not good. He started in 5th. That's not an improvement, and the gap has grown, so he's got to work on that. But is that the pass for the lead? Is that what we're getting down on turn 1 as these two drivers go side by side around turn 1? Walker gets back there. Waddell had it for a millisecond. They go into 4, and there is nothing separating. Throw a blanket over them. Okay, time to analyse these front two, I think. What's their driving style? Let's have a look. They take exactly the same line going through turn number 1. They both go to the centre of the track. They end up going wide, cutting in on the apex of 2, straight crossing 3. Here they go into 4. They both go down on the same path. A little bit quicker out of there was Walker. So there's something there, but he's been doing that all weekend through 5 different lines. So the only difference between these two drivers is turns 4 and 5, but there's a change. Oh, that was interesting. Completely different thing. A tactic, and it's worked. The tactic in turn number 1 has got Waddell into the lead. He chose a different drive line on 1, set himself up for the pass, and racing will continue. Darren Walker now wants to have another crack at this. He knows where he's faster, obviously. Out of 4 and through 5. So, what is Waddell going to do? In particular, you see them here out of turn number 4. Now, will the gap increase or will it shrink? Look at how it shrinks. Walker is brilliant out of turn 4. Has he done enough to go on the inside of turn 1? No. But he is sizing him up. Down the rest of the field, there is no close contact. No one else is in the race. This is a race for first and second. Nowacki is in 3rd, 2.3 seconds back. Another 4 seconds for Craig Cook. 6 seconds. Hayes Taylor. Louise Rawson has moved up into 6. Aaron Tahu stays in 7. And the gap is starting to increase just a tiny bit between Waddell and Walker. Not a lot, but it's enough. Any gap is a good gap, isn't it? Okay, into turn 5. Let's look at our laps. We are on 18, according to my figures. Lap 18, and Darren Walker needs to make a decision. What is he going to do? He's got to try something different. He is going to run out of time to just circulate. You can't just circulate. This is a grand final. You're in second place. You know you're quicker out of 4 and through 5. You've got to do something crazy here. Something unexpected, something out of the blue. He's right on him as they go into turn 1. What's he going to try different here? Nothing. Just stays directly in behind. Is he going to try and dive under brakes? Can't, because that door is closed. Sam Waddell is driving defensive brilliance right now. Walker is having to attack. What's he going to do? A little loose out of 5. Still no answer, still no option for Sam Waddell leading the race, who was just a little bit wide in 2, but enough. It was only by half a kart, not enough for Walker to sneak down the inside. But that's really, I think, his only opportunity at this stage. It's either he's got to dive bomb him going into 5, or he's got to do the same thing going into 2. There doesn't seem to be anywhere else he can make it happen. Here we go. He's not close enough to do it here. Waddell still leads. Holds the apex, no way through. They're now catching up to more back markers. Will they play a part? Will they play a part? Walker's not happy. He was shaking his head as the back markers get caught up in the melee. They're in the mix. They're causing problems, and there they are. And Walker's not happy. You can tell. He's trying to go around the outside of 91. Sam Martin did the right thing and stayed exactly on his line. He didn't move off it. It was up to Walker to get around him. And now Walker's there. Now Walker's got some pace back on. We are on lap 23. Here comes Walker. Here he comes now. He rubbed the cart as they go into turn number 1. Is this the opportunity? No. He has to have another chance. He's got to try something new. There's no more other karts in front of them. This is their race. Waddell, Walker, blistering pace out of 4. Now he's got to try again at the turn 1. What's the opportunity? Here he is. He's going outside this time. Last lap board. Last lap board into turn number 1. He's trying the switch. He's going to do it. He's going to do it. Will he close the door on Waddell? Waddell goes hard under brakes. Manages to make it stick without scrubbing off speed. And Walker once again slots in behind, thinking, what on earth do I have to do to get around this guy? The gap has improved. He'll have one final chance. I don't think there's enough in it, but here they come through, and Waddell will take the win. Waddell will take the checkered flag. Walker will grab second. Nowacki will be in third with Craig Cook in 4. Louise Rawson moves all the way. Check this number out. From 15th on the grid to 5th in the race. 10 race positions for Louise Rawson. I love to know why she started down in 15th, but made up 10 spots. Taylor Tahu, Jensen Wakefield, Ericsson Singh, Martin Claxton, Mile, and Davies. Next up, if I can still speak, Supreme Karts, DVS Juniors. Supreme Kart Supplies, DVS Juniors, Isaac Fletcher, Tom Bewley will lead the pack with Jay Irwin, Jamie Thompson, Jacob Bellamy, Jake Young, Lockyer McGregor and Dylan Jessup. Here we go. Superbly clean going through turn 1 and into turn 2 as we want. Bewley got the lead, I'm pretty sure of it, but we'll see. Yes, he did the blue cart, which is basically a rinse and repeat from earlier today. Tom Bewley. But the winner out of the opening lap is Jamie Thompson, moving up into second. Jay Irwin stays third. Jacob Bellamy has moved up. Jake Amon. Lockyer McGregor's gone down. And so too is I've got Isaac Fletcher. Should have been on pole, but something's not quite adding up here. No, that's wrong. That can't be right. Tom Bewley and Jamie Thompson, that's better. That's better. Got to look at the right line. So, the Vortex Rok DVS Juniors, brought to you by Supreme Kart Supplies. We have Tom Bewley leading the pace away from Jamie Thompson. Jay Irwin has moved up into third from fourth. Jacob Bellamy down to fourth from third. Jack Amon, Isaac Fletcher has made some great moves. Isaac Fletcher went from 10th to 6th, but has just lost the position back to Jake Young. And now it's just starting to stretch out. There's a couple of fights going on, especially at the back of the field, between Dakota Scott and Vin Shelp. But up front, Bewley is just walking away. And what answer does Jamie Thompson have? What does Jay Irwin have? Do either of them have anything up their sleeves? Irwin decides to go down the inside on turn number 1. That was pretty clean. No drama there. Nicely done. And away they go. Thompson has to slot into third. Following the content, Bewley coming through turn 5, just beautifully done. There is Irwin. Thompson's going to have a crack now, the push is on. Knocked down the inside at that point, I can't imagine it. But the pressure is on. That is some serious push going on from Thompson into Irwin. Thompson has a quick look back. He's on his own here, chasing down Irwin. It's Bellamy, who had a stunning last race. He won the pre-final. No, he didn't. He got third. Bewley won the pre-final. Speaking of which, look at that. The gap is stretched out to almost 1.5 seconds already as the cars file through down the back end. Jessup, McGregor, Fletcher, Scott, Vin Shelp, Dakota Scott having their own race in the race. Bewley's up front, Irwin, Thompson, and here comes Bellamy now. Bellamy is in 4th place, trying to make a move. Trying to make a move on Thompson, who's got to do double duty. I've spoken about it across the weekend. Defend and attack at the same time. Bewley, well out ahead, I mean, like untouchable. The racecraft is incredible right now. One of the carts is off the track. I'm trying to work out which number it is. On turn number 5. Unsure who is missing out of the field now. We'll soon see because they just won't register. Sebastian Manson is out, and that could mean Sebastian Manson there. I've got a feeling it is, yeah. So that's a shame. Meanwhile, look at Bewley coming around there. And that gap has grown once again to 1.6 seconds. It's going to be bigger, surely. 1.7. Irwin, Thompson, Bellamy, Young, Amon, Jessup, Fletcher, Scott, McGregor, Van Schelp, Dakota Scott. No Sebastian Manson. At this moment, there is a potential fight still for third place between Thompson, Irwin and Bellamy. They're not even halfway through this race yet, so there's plenty of time to make it happen. They all exit turn 4 perfectly. Bewley doesn't even care. Irwin, there's no answer at the moment from Thompson. Still early days yet. One of them could wear out their tyres. In fact, Thompson's closing in. Thompson's getting there again. He was there earlier on when he was actually pushing Irwin through turn 1, 2 and 3. Bit of love tap going on. That seems to have dissipated over the last 5 or 6 laps. But I got a feeling it's going to reappear, because here comes Thompson now down the outside. Will he try to switch on turn number 1? He'll try and cut back through. He's got great momentum going down there now. There's the tap I was talking about. He's given Irwin a few of them today. And there's more. And look who else is in the mix now, Bellamy. Because every time Thompson gives Irwin a tap, not only does it push Irwin forward, but Thompson slows down a little bit. The intimidation tactics will only work for so long. He's got to do something. You can't just keep going in heavy and giving him a tap at the back of the cart. You've got to do something else there. Thompson has got it. We know he can do it. But so too is Bellamy, who's just waiting for chaos to unfold in front. Oh, and by the way, that gap of 1.7 seconds between Bewley and these racers in behind has now passed 3 seconds. 3-second gap. And here goes Thompson again. More nudges on Irwin. He just keeps giving him a tap on the back, but it's not working. Do something different. Although we do enjoy watching it. It's kind of fun in its own. This focus is pretty good. Irwin, a little glance. So too does Thompson, just wondering where Bellamy is. Bellamy's too far back to do anything bad. And Irwin is holding the perfect defensive line. Here he goes now. Thompson down the inside, heavy under the brakes. He scrubs off all his speed. And what did Irwin have to do? Irwin had to take evasive maneuvers. That was a muscle move. It was clean. It was great racing. And Thompson gets through. Now Bellamy has a shot. For the young drivers out there wanting to know how to do it, that is how you do it. Pressure, pressure, and dive under brakes. And look at Bellamy come now on Irwin. Irwin is potentially going to lose from 2nd down to 4th. There goes Bellamy on the inside. Will he make it stick? Who has the better run coming out of 4? He does. But Irwin comes back under brakes and really slams the nose. Great racing. There's going to be another shot here. This is stunning stuff from the front runners. In the Supreme Karts DVS Juniors, they are putting on a show. I think it's lap 19. We'll soon see out of 25. Bellamy's gap is growing. Sorry, Bewley's gap has grown to over 4 seconds. So it's Thompson, Bellamy, Irwin. That is your front. What is Irwin going to do? 6 laps to go. What has Irwin got left in him? Or 5 laps? Is there anything? They're not going to catch Bewley. They're not going to catch Thompson. But Irwin can still make something out of this. Further in behind. Jake Young, Dylan Jessup, Isaac Fletcher, Jake Amon back in 8th. Lachlan McGregor and Harry Scott, Vince Shelp and Dakota Scott. Dakota Scott just goes through. And here comes your race leader. And that gap has now grown to 4.5 seconds. It just keeps getting bigger. There is Thompson. No answer to that. And I'd say at this stage that unless Bellamy makes a mistake, he has nailed 3rd position. I'm sure Irwin knows what to do. He's got to be able to do something here. He certainly knows how to drive. He's got to try a tactic in the last 4 laps. What will it be? Will it be a dive under brakes into turn 5? It might be one into turn number 1 to be there. Here he comes now, Irwin. Irwin on the inside. Irwin keeps the momentum going, grabs the spot back, and now Bellamy has to do all the work. Loving these dive passes. So, it's now a switcheroony. Irwin's back into driving defensive. Bellamy back into driving attack. Bewley not caring at all. Thompson not caring at all. The back markers are circulating around and just making sure they finish. But there's a race for 2nd and 3rd. Sorry, 3rd and 4th. They're heading into 5. There's nothing left in this. The last lap board is out. The last lap board is out. What is he going to do? What is Bellamy going to do? Bellamy's too far back, at least 2 karts. He'd have to do a crazy dive if he wants to try and do anything now. Bellamy's right there, but he's not there enough. Irwin still holds sway in 3rd position. Meanwhile, that guy Tom Bewley, put your hand up and pat yourself on the back if you can reach it, dude, because that was a sensational win. Thompson got through eventually to take 2nd, and recovering for 3rd is Irwin over Bellamy. Young and Jessup, Fletcher, Amon McGregor, Scott, Vince Shelp, and Dakota Scott will eventually come around to make up the final position here for the Supreme Kart DVS Juniors. Up next, the joint combination category. Some of the muscle. KZ2s from Danny Galb, Employment Law, and KZ2 Heavies from Mobile Box. You better not tune out. Here is your grid for the KZ2. Danny Galb Employment Law and the KZ2 Heavies with Mobile Box. Daniel Bray will lead them away from the inside line with Jason Lee in beside. Joshua Parkinson. Liam Lawson will be up next. Row 3 will have Regan Hall and Scott Manson, Mitchell Sparrow, Luke Thompson will be on 4, Michael Aldoff and Luca Burns on row 5. Henry Galb, David Malcolm, Reese Tinney, Clay Osborne, Kim Smrika, Marcus Armstrong back in 16th. Daniel Bugler, Gary Cullum, Nick Tomlinson, Connor Wilson, Jeremy Thornton, Brendan Benedict and Gerhard Benedict. Brendan Benedict, Gerhard Benedict. Enjoy the race start noise. So it almost looked like a false start from 31. We'll have to see what happens there. That was Luke Thompson. Probably got... Oh, that's a major pile-up up the front. Now, who did we lose out there? Because one cart went over the top of the other. Might have caused some damage. We'll have to wait and see. What are the officials doing here? They're just holding yellow flags. And everyone's going to scream through. So it's big yellows with Jason Lee well and truly out in front. Daniel Bray. Joshua Parkinson, but the numbers here do not match what I'm seeing on the screen. Stand by. Let me tell you what's going on. 31 gets a penalty. 62, Daniel Bray goes through in the lead. Joshua Parkinson, Michael Aldo, Scott Manson, Clay Osborne, Mitchell Sparrow. Now, according to me, with all that mix-up, Liam Lawson is the one who lost out, down into 11th position. He might have been the one that ended up going over the top of the other cart, which was Jason Lee. Jason Lee and Regan Hall. It was a front-end incident, no doubt about it. But right now, Daniel Bray is leading. Well and truly leading. Joshua Parkinson into second. Michael Aldoff and Mitchell Sparrow moves up. Clay Osborne, Reese Tinney and Scott Manson drops down. Marcus Armstrong all the way up into 8th position from 16. So Marcus Armstrong making the big moves. Right now it's a ginormous gap from Daniel Bray to the rest of the field. 3 seconds out already. Here comes Joshua Parkinson now. Michael Aldoff gone all the way through. He started way back in 9th position and is now in 3rd. So that's a stunning start to the final campaign. Mitchell Sparrow is right in behind with Clay Osborne. The pressure is starting to come. Positions 3, 4 and 5. That's where I'm seeing a race right now as they come out of 4 and head into 5. Because this is Aldoff, who started 9, got his way into 3rd. But he is under it from Sparrow and Osborne. Here comes Sparrow and Osborne now, closing in. This is for 3rd. Sparrow's right there. Osborne's waiting to pounce. Aldoff does a great job. He's driving perfect race lines at this stage. No mistakes. Very clean. The green cart from 9 to 3rd. And the pressure will be on. We're watching the field go into turn 1. A little bit of hustle and bustle coming out. Between 70 and 44, Henry Galb. Daniel Bugler and the KZ2 Heavies. We've got to remember that there's 2 groups here. Let me try and work out what is going on where for you, shall I? I can tell you that in the KZ2 Heavies, Daniel Bugler is leading over number 96, Gary Cullum, who has just gone past the start-finish line. Nick Tombleson in 99 is in third. Connor Wilson has moved up into 4. That is your heavies. In the standard KZ2s, it is Daniel Brayan, Joshua Parkinson. Michael Aldoff is still, no he hasn't, he's just lost it. In fact, he's lost 2 spots. He just got absolutely swamped by Mitchell Sparrow and Clay Osborne. And so Aldoff will move himself down into 5th spot as they go into turn number 4 and come out of it. And in behind is Reece Tinney, Marcus Armstrong, who has moved up. So is Liam Lawson. Now, for the first time this weekend, Liam Lawson and Marcus Armstrong are racing each other. Liam Lawson got in front of him out of turn number 1. And Armstrong is going to chase him down. Number 10 is Lawson. Number 9 is Armstrong. They go through 4. We have not seen these two at each other at all this weekend. Now we finally get to see him and Liam Lawson pounce. And Liam tries it again. He goes down the inside on Reece Tinney. He'll make that stick. There is a definite racecraft, isn't there? It just makes you smile when you watch it. Daniel Bray, Joshua Parkinson, Mitchell Sparrow, Clay Osborne, Michael Adolf, Reece Tinney, Liam Lawson. I'm actually enjoying him trying to go through the field rather than just being up the front. In the KZ2 Heavy, Daniel Bugler, Gary Cullum, Nick Tombleson, Connor Wilson, Jeremy Thornton, Brendan Benedy, Gerhard Benedy. Coming across through turn 5 is more of the heavies. And there's Mitchell Sparrow, Clay Osborne, Michael Aldoff. And that race between Liam Lawson and Marcus Armstrong didn't last very long. In between them is Reece Tinney. He'll be enjoying himself. He can say, well, I was racing against both Liam Lawson and Marcus Armstrong on the weekend. Not many people get to put that on their bucket list. But he's under pressure as number 20. And there goes Marcus Armstrong. I spoke too soon. But Reece Tinney, I don't think he'll care because he's got the buzz of doing it. I think Luke Thompson is in amongst it there somewhere. Marcus Armstrong comes out of turn number 4 to try and chase down Liam Lawson. I don't really think it's going to be happening at this point. They go into turn number 1 because Lawson is out on his own in front. But Armstrong now has clean air. Could he do it? Well, there's 10 laps remaining amongst this category here. Daniel Bray still holding sway over Joshua Parkinson and Mitchell Sparrow, Clay Osborne, Michael Aldoff in 5, Liam Lawson now 6, Marcus Armstrong 7. If you go into the KZ2 Heavies, you've got Daniel Bugler in 1, Gary Cullum 2nd, Connor Wilson has moved into 3rd. Nick Tombleson is back in 4th. They've just gone past the start-finish line. 77, Jeremy Thornton will come soon. But there goes Lawson, there goes Armstrong. And the rest of the field files their way through turn number 5. Lawson into turn 3 all on his own. Marcus Armstrong there. And I know, look, we all know that what Marcus Armstrong wants to do now is catch Liam. Now, there's 2 schools here. You could say, come on, Liam, slow down and get back in with Marcus and have a race. but they're race car drivers. They want to be quick, and they want to pull as big a gap as they can from their opposition, just as much as they do like tussling, mirror to mirror, wheel to wheel. There's also a bit of pride at stake with how much of a gap you can pull on your opposition. However, up front, let me go through it again. Daniel Bray, Joshua Parkinson, Mitchell Sparrow and Clay Osborne. Lap 19 is done. 96 is going through now. Gary Cullen second in the KZ2 Heavies. I'll tell you where the leaders are, shall I? If you look at turn number 5, we're going to wait for cart number 62 eventually to come through, which will be a while because he's on turn number 2 and now turn number 3. That is the gap between him, Daniel Bray, and everybody else. Daniel Bray, kart 62, flies past the start-finish line with 5 laps remaining. A huge 2.7 seconds back to Joshua Parkinson. Mitchell Sparrow on 4.3 back. Then it's Clay Osborne and Michael Aldoff. Liam Lawson in 6. And Marcus Armstrong 3 seconds behind in 9. So that gap's not going to close anytime soon. Daniel Bugler and Gary Cullum are still holding sway in the KZ2 Heavies. Right, if we focus a little bit, we'll be able to find everyone for you. I can tell you that Daniel Bray, that looks like him coming through now, it is, past the start-finish line. Now, that will be close to receiving a last lap board. It must be out soon, surely. Daniel Bray, what a drive. He's going into turn 2 and 3. In behind is Joshua Parkinson and Mitchell Sparrow. I would say there's nothing in it, but that would be a lie. It is daylight between these drivers, and it's been happening so far in all the in all the finals. The leaders are walking away with this. He won't be far away to getting the last lap board. It's out now, so the checkered flag is about to fly, and it does. Here it comes now. The checkered flag is going through, and it's all over for the KZ2s and the KZ2 Heavies. Daniel Bray over Joshua Parkinson and Mitchell Sparrow, Clay Osborne, Michael Aldoff, Liam Lawson, Marcus Armstrong, Luke Thompson, Reece Tinney, Scott Manson and Henry Galb with David Malcolm, Kim Smrika, Luca Burns, Jason Lee, Regan Hoare out. Daniel Bugler, Connor Wilson, Gary Callum, Nick Tombleson, Brendan Bennedy, Jeremy Thornton, but Gerhard Bennedy was out as well. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm counting how many finals we've got left to go. 5 of them. 125 laps in total. You can hang in there. So it's a little bit different this time around. Stephen Muggeridge is under a little bit more pressure than he has been in previous outings. Conrad Knight is right there as expected. Shannon Noble and Paul Hutchinson, yes, the same old regulars in the ClubSport 120s, thanks to Cosgrave Awards. I'm hearing some words out of race control that they may drop some laps in the upcoming races, in the upcoming finals, just due to time restraints. Now that might even be this race. They just got to do some working out. Still, we've got to come the Rotax Heavies and Senior DVS. We've got the Junior Rotax, the Cadet Rok and Rotax Light still to come. 4 categories, 25 laps each. It's doable, but it's getting tight with the official curfew. So we'll see what they do. Race control, no doubt, tell us. We'll just keep watching the ClubSport 120s for a little bit. Now, this is the closest fight that Muggeridge has ever had this weekend, with Conrad Knight right there. So too is Shannon Noble and Paul Hutchinson. And it's about time, just quietly. Lap 9. As I say, we don't know if they're going to pull this race early and what they're going to do with other ones. I think Knight is dialed in because Muggeridge, I wouldn't say he's under pressure, but he can't make a mistake now. Although he hasn't made a mistake all weekend, has he? Not really. He's just done his job the entire time he's been out there. And he'll keep doing that, and he'll force the pressure to be, in fact, on Conrad Knight. Conrad Knight is the one who is going to have to take risks to get around here, and he tries now. He's going down the inside. Could this be the first time ever that Muggeridge is not going to lead a lap here in the ClubSport 120s? Oh, history, people. History has just been made because Stephen Muggeridge has finally been passed. It's taken 3 heats. It's taken 1 pre-final and then 10 laps of a final to get past the guy. And not only did they get past him once, but Shannon Noble did the smart drive, stuck himself in the way, and joined in the passing maneuver. It makes me wonder, have they penalised Muggeridge or something? Have they thrown an extra 10 kilos into his cart without him knowing? Did they change his tyre pressures on the sneak? Muggeridge comes back now. He's coming back on Noble. And would you look at that? Hutchinson gets involved. Now that move tells me that no, they didn't do anything to his cart. Hang on a second, look at Hutchinson. Hutchinson down the inside. And it is slammed by Muggeridge. Maybe they did. Maybe they just snuck some magnetic stuff underneath his cart that he doesn't know about. Drilled a hole in the chassis somewhere and filled it up with water. But Conrad Knight finally leads a race here in the 2022 Spool and Palm Maintenance City of Sales talk about taking your time to do it. 3 heats, a pre-final, 10 laps into the main final. They are going to shorten this race because I can see the official holding the last lap board, ready to pull it out. And that does make sense. I reckon that's what's going to happen. We are in lap 15. And so while I haven't had official word from race control, if you just watch the officials, you can certainly get a feel for what's going on. And he wouldn't be holding the board now if it was going to be played out on the 25 laps. I can also see the officials talking on the radio, so they're making decisions, positive decisions. And Knight, excuse me, Knight is finally getting away with a race win here. And Hutchinson's going to think about the inside again on Muggeridge, but Muggeridge, he slams that door. He really does. There's a lot of conversation going on from race control. We're waiting to see what that means. In the meantime, the race keeps circulating. Knight, Muggeridge, Hutchinson and Noble. Last lap board has come out. It's official. The last lap board is out. So Knight has to complete this lap to finally take a race win. Here in the Cosgrave Awards, ClubSport 120s. Muggeridge will probably be quite upset with himself because it's not a clean sweep. And who wouldn't want that? And there he goes, he takes the win, checkered flag. And these barbecue lads, they're probably like, oh, thank goodness that's over because it's way too hot to be out here. Can I go take my overalls off now? So the race is called 10 laps early. Provisional results, of course, they look pretty clear to me. Knight over Muggeridge and Hutchinson. Cosgrave Awards, ClubSport 120s. This is the 2022 Pool and Spa Maintenance City of Sales from Kartsport Auckland. Live, the Giltrap Group Raceway, brought to you by Tyres. We have, if I look at my list, 4 segments to go. Coming up, the Rotax Heavy Seniors. Rotax Heavy and Senior DVS, the hardest one to film, the hardest one to follow. You never know who's doing what. After about lap 10, it's chaos, and we don't know who is where on the track. We'll do our best for you. We've also got the International Kart Supplies Junior Rotax. We've got the Strata Networks Cadet Rok, and we've got Urban Performance Rotax Lights. So we've still got 4 sessions to go. It is now 17 minutes past 4 in the afternoon. There is a curfew. So it's a matter of race control deciding how many laps they will pull back in this final. We wait and see. 2 grids, 2 formations, 2 lots of action to watch out on the track. And we tend to lose track on the track. It's pretty wild, isn't it? But your grid, the final grid, does have Darren Walker, Roman Harker-Ferguson, Aaron Tahu and Aaron Cunningham, Sean O'Hara, Mitchell Rawson, Scott Allright, Brandon Dawson. Around turn 1 nicely, and then guess what happens? Watch what happens. Tony will show you what happens, because here come the DVS seniors. Ayrton Williams, Caleb Natoa, James Vandenberg, Scott Nickel, Glenn Collinson, Jason Land. Got his cart going this time. We'll watch the DVS seniors as they file through. Simple and done. Easy peasy. Right. Back into the Rotax heavies. And it is Walker leading. Romain Harker-Ferguson. Aaron Tahu. Aaron Cunningham. And I think Cunningham's already got ahead of Tahu, who he's had a good weekend, but not a great weekend, if that makes sense. The DVS seniors, it's already split into 2 groups of 3. Ayrton Williams holds sway out front. James Vandenberg has moved up ahead of Caleb Natoa. So Caleb Natoa lost the position. Meanwhile, in the Rotax heavies, Walker, Harker-Ferguson, Cunningham, Tahu. Sean O'Hara has moved right up. Scott Allright has moved right up. Brandon Dawson, Mitchell Rawson has dropped down. They come through turn 5. It is still Walker, who has had a blistering weekend so far. And the rest of the field follow suit, doing everything they can to try and catch up and make some moves on these front runners, but it's going to be hard work. There goes Walker, Harker-Ferguson, Tahu and Cunningham, or Cunningham and Tahu to be fair. Seniors go through and immediately here come the heavies. They are already starting to catch the DVS seniors. Lawson, Hart, Hudson, DeVere, Holmwood did not start. Nick Ming did not start. Hamish Tonkin. As they file their way through the infield, here's the DVS seniors, and they really have split off, haven't they? That 6 has become 2 lots of 3 very, very quickly. And here are already the heavies are coming. The heavies are on their way. The blue flags will be waving soon. It's Walker. But the gaps are enormous now. We don't know how many laps this race is. So Ayrton Williams is making easy work of this in the DVS seniors. Caleb Natoa has got there in 2nd place again, ahead of James Vandenberg. Glenn Collinson has moved up to 4th. But now there is a little bit of pressure on Walker. Finally some pressure on Walker, and it's come from Roman Harker-Ferguson. Kart 94 is all over him. We haven't seen that this weekend. Finally a little bit of pressure. There's the DVS heavies in front of them. The seniors, sorry. The heavies are coming through, and Walker is going to have to pay attention. Walker will need to look back and understand that Harker-Ferguson is right there. Walker. The blue flags will soon fly, but Walker's got another problem. Not only does he have to deal with the DVS seniors in front of him, he does have Harker Ferguson right on his tailpipe. So associate producer Levi, our little junior racer helping here this weekend, has run up to race control to confirm what's happening. And they've given him the word that the rest of the races will be 25 laps. So it's just the ClubSports that were dropped down. Blue flags are starting to wave as expected, because here comes Walker and here comes Harker Ferguson. Now, can he use it to his advantage? Can he use it to his advantage? And so can Walker. If Walker can get some of these carts in between, he'll get a buffer. He'll get a small bit of respite, because we're only in lap 10 and they're already catching. I said by lap 10 this is going to get messy. We are going to struggle to keep up with who is where. So, Walker and Harker Ferguson got through the first of them. No problem. This is the back lot of DVS seniors. They're out of trouble for now. In fact, that was the front lot. When I looked up and I realised it was Ayrton Williams, James Vandenberg and Caleb Natoa. So that is the top three. The top three in Velocity Karting, DVS seniors. Ayrton Williams, James Vandenberg and Caleb Natoa. Here they come now. They go through and they are clean. There's no one around them, so they don't have to worry about any blue flags at this stage. Maybe closer to 20 laps they might. Maybe even 15. No, more like 20. I'd say around 20. They might start to get an interference. So Walker is there. Harker Ferguson is still there. Aaron Cunningham is back. Tahu is back. And they've got the other DVS seniors in that mix. They're not causing problems. The blue flags are out. Everyone's aware of what is going on. Here is Walker now. Harker Ferguson in close. Not close enough though. Rest of the field winds their way through the grandstand. The complex of chicane. Turn 5. Technically it'll be 5, 6 and 7, but we're not doing that this weekend. Well, it's already hard enough. We're just going to say 5. That whole area is 5. Here they come now. Walker and Harker Ferguson. There is Cunningham, got past. Tahu is still there in 4th. O'Hara, all right. Now that's interesting. O'Hara and all right are having a little fight. Coming out of 1. They head down into 2. This is the fight for 5th spot. This is a 5th spot race for the Rotax Max Heavies. O'Hara is in 5. All right is in 6th. And it's the closest battle aside from the 2 front runners that we've seen in this final. There they go. All right is in behind, trying to do something, and O'Hara constantly looking over the shoulder, wondering. There he is, looking again. When is the pounce coming? Which side are you going? You going my left or my right? Let's see if he gets it wrong out of 2. That's closed the gap right up. He recovers on 4 though. He has a good little launch. Nice exit speed. Let's watch him again and watch his head as well. Focus. Looks forward, gets out of turns 5, looks back, tries to decipher where he is. And you know that Scott Allright in 44 is simply saying to him, I'm right here. Every time you turn around, I'm right here. And there he is as they go out of 3. They dive into 4 again, and now it looks like they're going to come up on some of that tail. And that tail will get in the way. They know they're there. 11 is aware. He's going to pull over and let them through. Doesn't have to do anything major. He's got every right to hold his own position, every right to be out there on the racetrack and force these heavies around them, and they are close now. Your leaders are still fighting for 1 and 2 up front. No change. But here they are, the other two heavies. They're getting through the DVS seniors, and it is lap 20, as expected, muscling their way through. 44, Scott Allright on 29, Sean O'Hara. And Allright for the second lap in a row goes well over the curb out onto the dirt. It's not a successful way to do it. Darren Walker leads this race. I'm waiting for the last lap board, but it shouldn't come out. I can't see them shortening this race. As Levi is informed, he went upstairs and had a word, and race control told him, nope, we are on 25. So currently we're on lap 20. Walker goes through. Harker Ferguson is closer than he's ever been. Is this his opportunity now down the inside? He does it under brakes. Has he got him with 4 laps remaining? Has he made the move? 4 laps to go. Harker Ferguson takes over the lead. Darren Walker is now on attack. He has spent 20 laps defending his position, and now the mindset has to change for both of these drivers. And Walker is already all over him. He's going to dry down the inside. The 1 lap lead is gone. Walker is back there, and here comes Harker Ferguson. He's going to try an outside squeeze. No, Walker's there. Walker. Harker Ferguson, you're putting the show on for us now, lads, and they're not giving up with 4 laps to go. Plenty of time to have another crack at it for both drivers. Harker Ferguson is all over the rear of Walker. He's going to give him a push. He does. He tries under brakes, but the door was shut. This is great driving by both of these boys. They are into it. The lads are on fire coming into 5. Darren Walker now holds sway. He has a little look. He's hardly done that. The last lap board is out. That's probably the first time I've seen him have a glance in behind. And here comes Harker Ferguson trying something different. You might as well. He's going to try it all right. And he is so close he could make it stick. He's right on there. Here we go. Final chance for Harker Ferguson. Can he do anything under brakes? He is there, but not enough. He gave it a valiant try, but Walker will win the race, and that was fantastic driving. And Tahu has got Cunningham. Tahu got him in the last effort. Ayrton Williams takes in for the DVS seniors. He'll get ahead of Caleb Natoa. And the checkered flag will keep on flailing away for the rest of the field as they come through. 3 finals to go. 25 laps of International Kart Supplies Junior Rotax. Emerson Vincent will hold pole position over Ashton Phipps, Sebastian Manson, Oscar Jackson, Ollie Workman and Matthew Johnston in the third row. Daniel Pye and Ethan Church, Aston Thornton, Jay Irwin in 10th. Levi McMillan with Ethan Sayer, Landon Bell, Raymond Mellon. They are away. Please be incident free in turn one. Let's have a clean race. And they do so. They bring it on for the final. The tyres squeal as they head into 2 and 3 and start to settle in and sort themselves out. Emerson Vincent, can he hold on again? But just is enough. Sebastian Manson, what a great start. He's through to second. The winner out of that start is Ollie Workman. On the opening lap, he has gone from 5th to 3rd. And that has dropped down Ashton Phipps, dropped down Oscar Jackson. Daniel Pye has also been thrown back. Lap number 3, Emerson Vincent, Sebastian Manson and Ollie Workman. Ashton Phipps is up into 4, Oscar Jackson in 5. And they haven't spread out too far, which is nice. Plenty of opportunity here. Vincent looks back just to see where his opposition is. I don't think it was a panic look. It was more like just an awareness thing. Pure awareness, which is fine at this stage of lap 4. Plenty to go. Just running through the numbers for you. Emerson Vincent, Manson, Phipps, Jackson, Workman. Drop down another spot to Jackson. Johnston, Irwin up in 7. Church, Pye, Mellon are your top 10. Thornton, Boswell moves up over Landon Bell, Ethan Sayer, Enzo Haggart, Dylan Jessup. Then it's Levi McMillan. Cody Noble after Bro and Jacob Lucas. Jaya Baker and Ali Hewlett come through at the back of the field. Fairly consolidated pace at the moment, although the improver so far is Ashton Phipps in 3rd spot. Right, here comes the race change. It's going to happen soon. Ashton Phipps is in 3rd spot, and he is chasing down Sebastian Manson. And I strongly suspect that Phipps has got something in mind here. He has closed up the gap, and he is ready to pounce. These three are starting to wind away. Ashton Phipps. He's close enough to make a move. What's it going to be? He's been watching now for 7 laps, observing, working out where his pounce is going to happen. Possibly here as they enter into turn 5. Definitely an opportunity coming down into 1. But he's just got to set up for it. Plenty of time to set up Sebastian Manson for the move. Sebastian Manson, meanwhile, trying to hold on to second and chase down Emerson Vincent, who is not untouchable. Let's be real here. It's not like he's pulling away from the field. He is right there. These three are starting to build up a pace of their own. They are dragging out a gap, which is increasing almost to 2 seconds. The three drivers are working wonders. And here comes Phipps again. So there he goes. What he's doing, he's setting Mason up. Manson, come on Manson. Just loses track there of Vincent. Small gap, went to a big gap. And that's not what he wants. He holds center of the circuit. Here is Phipps again. He's right there. The rest of the field are all playing follow the leader, which is fine. He's settled into a rhythm. Up front though, that rhythm has really worked because look at the gap. It's over 2 seconds back to Jackson. The three up front are playing a game of their own. And there are mind games going on here from second and third. Manson and Phipps. I think the largest amount of pressure is probably Manson in second spot right now. He's got to do everything he can to stay in touch with Vincent while making sure that Phipps doesn't dive down the inside. Vincent leans into it, gets the braking done, hooks himself into turn 2, perfectly around 3, drops it down into 4, the little dip, flattens out through a left-hand kink into the right-hander, turn 5, another one down, 13, we're halfway. And yet again, Vincent ducks down and behind the wheel. Every thousandth of a second. Fights the card out of 3, didn't quite get the line he wanted. Still maintains the lead. And that wasn't a very good exit for Manson out of 4. He wiggled, he had to correct himself, wasn't exact, wasn't precise. And Phipps is still there. Where to now? Those three front runners, everybody else has separated into little circulation packages. No passing, just staying with each other. Up front though, and I know we're focusing on the front, but that's where the race is at this stage. And this final is between those three. As you can see, the rest of the field are going through. They're doing their job. But they're not up there in the front running at this stage. And it looks hard as though they'll ever catch him. Jay Irwin has managed to move up into 4th spot, which is a good run, but he's still 3 seconds off the pace. Irwin is starting to pull away in 4th. He is pulling away. Now, we are on lap 17. Is that enough for Irwin to catch up to those 3 and start getting in amongst the mix? Is that enough? There's Irwin there. Can he do it? Can he leave this little pack behind and start moving in? Behind him, he's got Ollie Workman, Oscar Jackson, Matthew Johnson and Ethan Church. Oh, look at the time. What is the split difference? It was 2.7. It's growing. It's actually expanded to 3 seconds. That is the last thing that Irwin needed. However, as we count into these final laps, the tail is starting to have an effect. because those front three will see the tail ahead of them. It's the same for everyone, whatever race you're in. It's just a matter of awareness. The blue flags start flying. Will that allow Irwin to catch up? I can't see it happening. There's a lot of tyre squeal out there as the carts are on maximum grip. Vincent goes through. So too does Manson and Phipps. It's been a long day, a long weekend, and it's going to come down to these last 5 laps. 5 laps for the final. The chasing bunch are not closing in. The gap has grown to 3.2 seconds. It's not shrinking at all. These 3 are running away with it. There have been no lunges. There's been no attempts at passing. There's been no dramatic moves left or right. They have done the same thing every single lap. And it's been brilliant to watch in a way, because it shows the concentration to do their job, the focus to do everything exactly by the numbers, but they can't get in on them. Oh, now's the opportunity. Was that a small mistake? Was that the mistake of the race? Yes, it was. There it is. Manson goes through. Manson goes through. Phipps, has he gone through? No, Phipps stays in third. Vincent has lost the lead. A mistake on turn 1. Pressure, just as I was talking about doing everything exactly the same. It changes with 2 laps remaining, and another mistake from Vincent. The pressure is climbing, and Phipps wants a piece of it. Phipps wants to get in on the action. It's now Manson, Vincent, and Phipps, and there is going to be a change, surely. Surely. Here we go. Last lap board. Does Phipps have any opportunity? The fight for second. Vincent holding on by the knuckles. It'll be white knuckles on the steering wheel. He'll be feeling it in his legs. The adrenaline will be kicking in. The butterflies. No mistakes, he'll say to himself. No more mistakes. He manages to hold on. The checkered flag will fly. And Manson will take the win over Vincent and Phipps. For the 3rd one in a row, Phipps has had to sit behind Vincent. But wow, what a pressure that was. What a race. What a way to finish for the International Karting Supplies Junior Rotax. 2 more people, 2 more. Oh, we've only got to survive for 50 more laps. Strata Networks, Cadet Rok, Zach Hemphill, Atto Bailey on the front row, Tommy Hart, Senna Wilkinson, Charles Taylor, Jaden Buttermore, Blake Kendall, Daniel Lucas, Harrison Cunningham, Braxton Krivunga, Indy Irwin, Ivor Spence, Riley Tombleson, Matty Heafy, Jack Hoade, Charlie Clark, Jay Hewlett, Scott Rennie Edwards. That's your starting order. Get up there. Come on, you back ones. Get up there. Go racing. Get amongst it. Have a good time for 25 laps. Bit of push and shove going on up front from 4, 5 and 6. Very careful on the opening lap. You don't want to knock yourselves out now. And there is one going out off the grass. Back onto the circuit. Evasive manoeuvres by a few others. Everything's good. Recovery is done. And they wind their way into turn number 1. One down. It's a solid run up front. I mean, that's a serious gap already. Pretty sure if you've been following all weekend, you know who the green one is. Showed some pace. Zach Hemphill, Atto Bailey, Senna Wilkinson. How about that from Braxton Krivunga? Braxton Krivunga has gone from 10th to 4th in 2 laps. Well, I like that a lot. Well done to Braxton. 10th to 4th in 2 laps. That's a stunning drive. And now has a chance to pounce on a podium. Card number 14 has done a stellar job. Had ups and downs this weekend, but has certainly shown some pace. And now the little racing groups are starting to form. Nothing for 1, 2. Atto Bailey looks like he might try and catch up. But there is a good little fight going on for 2nd and 3rd, and then a real ripper for 4, 5, 6 and 7. That 3rd spot race as they come towards turn number 5. Here they come now. Senna Wilkinson, Braxton Krivunga. Braxton, I reckon, is on fire right now. Is right there. Every opportunity. Here it comes. Close enough. One more lap, I reckon. He'll be in 3rd spot. Card 14 taking on Senna Wilkinson. 93. Senna needs to hold the nerves. Wilkinson is there. He's pulled a little gap. Nicely done. Oh, a little slide on 5. That'll be costly. And on the curb, wrong exit. And it's let Braxton Krivunga catch back up. He's done so well through the infield and turn 4 to create a gap. Let's see if he can do it again. 93. Senna Wilkinson. Smooth around 2. Clean around 3. Nicely done. Perfect job on the infield. You've only got to do it another 20 times. Hold your poise. Wilkinson loses it again on turn 5. Not quite slick enough through the chicane area. On the infield for turn number 1 now is back in charge. So Wilkinson has to do it again going through 2, 3 and 4. Which he does. Super smooth. Drops down the little dip into 4. Comes out on the flat. But this is where just into turn 5 loses that advantage and lets Krivunga come back. Right there. And look what happens. Down the inside, Krivunga's going to go. He's going to have a try. He's going to do a late break. Can he make it hold? Wilkinson, good job holding your pace around the outside. And look at that. got a better exit speed, handled the pressure, soaked it all up, and said, not this time. Senna Wilkinson holds into third. The gap is massive to first and second, but at the moment, this race for third spot is juicy. There is racecraft being shown by both drivers. 93, Senna Wilkinson. In the Strada Network, Cadet Rok. 93 starts to pull away here, and he's good through 2. He's good through 3. He's not bad through 4. Clearly not his best corner. Can't quite get the power out of 4. And then 5. It's only this one spot where he's fractionally slower, and look what happens. Just like that. Here comes Clive Unger again. Just one simple section of the circuit is a difference. He tries on the inside. He squeezes. He gets it done. Watch now, though, because he's not going to let that slide. Wilkinson wants back in this, but look who's come in. It's that Tommy Hart joining the mix. Has Tommy Hart got involved? Yes, he has. Or is that a back marker? No. I'm sure that is Tommy Hart. Let's check it out. Has he caught up to them while they've been scrapping? Yes. Yes. The young speedster, Tommy Hart, has now got himself involved and is going to go down the inside. He's going to hold line. He'll have it under brakes. That is racecraft. That is sensational. Tommy Hart. What a drive. What a drive. So now, with Zach Hemphill and Addo Bailey well and truly out in front, this fight for third is heating up. It's coming through now. Braxton Clive-Unger, Senna Wilkinson, Tommy Hart. Tommy Hart's going to have another crack at it. They go side by side out of turn 1. They're now tailpipe. Tommy Hart. He's going to, surely, I thought he's going to try the inside line on turn 4. Thinks better of it. He's going to think about braking under 5. He will next time. He will next time. But look what happened. That's allowed Wilkinson back into the game. Wilkinson goes down the inside, and we've had another pass. Another pass in the Strada Networks Cadet Rok. Tommy Hart, they are side by side out of 2 and into 3. This is sensational driving. The leaders are going to come up on the first of the back markers. Zach Hemphill, Addo Bailey. The gap is monstrous back to third place, but look at the fight for it. The fight now is Braxton Clive-Unger in third, Tommy Hart in 4, Senna Wilkinson in 5, and he's just lost a little bit of momentum. 6 and 7 now is a race between 81 and 87. Blake Kendall and Charles Taylor. They want to have their own scrap. Well, go on then. Scrap it out. They come through 4. It's Kendall holding. Kendall holding over Taylor. That's a good gap now. Carries some serious speed going through 5. But as we turn towards turn 1, and we watch that race for third spot, guess who's back in it? All of a sudden, Senna Wilkinson is back in the mix. We are 14 laps in. Plenty of time remains for the Strada Networks Cadet are okay. They are okay. Turn 5. A little bit of a nightmare is turn 5 for Wilkinson. Doesn't quite like it. Gets it done that time though. So, Hart in third. Braxton Clive-Unger in 4th. Senna Wilkinson in 5. 6 and 7 is Blake Kendall and Charles Taylor. Jaden Buttermore is 8. Daniel Lucas is 9, and Jack Hawade is 10. And the punches keep on coming. They are still fighting for position. There goes Jaden. Daniel Lucas is coming up with a big bunch in behind. Jack Hawade, Harrison Cunningham, Ivor Spence. They're going to have a little fight here. There's 5 of them. They've started to gather together a little bit out of turn 1 and into 2. The gap comes and goes between them, but Addo Bailey, Tommy Hart, Braxton Krivanga and Senna Wilkinson, that has started to split the field. And I can tell you that the 2 leaders of Zach Hemphill, now where is Zach Hemphill? Because I've lost touch of him. There he is, Zach Hemphill, well out in front by nearly 5 seconds. Untouchable. So Zach goes through. Second place at the stage is Addo Bailey. There he is, going past. And then it is Tommy Hart in 69. Braxton Krivanga goes through. Senna Wilkinson goes through. 81 is Blake Kendall. Charles Taylor. Jaden Buttermore is catching up to him. Daniel Lucas is holding. Jack Hawade has got a big bunch, including Harrison Cunningham, Matty Heafy and Ivor Spence. They'll come out of turn 1 pretty close together. Now that's starting to liven up for position number 10. Who wants to be in the top 10? It just adds to it, doesn't it? You can say you had a top 10 finish. There's something about the number. Look at the 4 of them go. Jaden Buttermore, Daniel Lucas, Jack Hawade, I can tell you who's where. Daniel Lucas is 9. Jack Hawade is 10. Harrison Cunningham is 11. Matty Heafy is 12. Ivor Spence is in 13th. So that pack of 5 are desperate. Desperate. The first 2 are in the top 10. The 3 in behind wants to take it away from them. There's pride at stake now. And there's going to be a pass down the inside unless the door is shut. Yes, it is. Lucas Hawade holding in 9 and 10. The important positions right now, 9 and 10. The other 3 can't quite catch up. Oh, hang on, here's a move from 24. Here comes a move. Matty Heafy. What's Matty Heafy got? He's got plenty. They come down the back section and into turn 5. Let's see who is where. 27's close enough now. Jack Hawade to try and get into 9 and savour that position. It's better to say 9 than 10, isn't it? But 24 couldn't get it done. Matty Heafy and Ivor Spence decided to have a crack at it. But up front, I can tell you, it is still Zach Hemphill well and truly in front of the field. Addo Bailey is at least 6 seconds behind. There's blue flags waving all over the place. Tommy Hart is 10 seconds back. Drive under 2 seconds behind that, and Senna Wilkinson another 1 second behind there. So that gap, that fight for 3rd place has split itself apart and has become almost a non-event, but 24 has just got ahead of 72. So Matty Heafy has got Harrison Cunningham. Finally, they've been at it for the entire race. Lap 23, the last lap board will be close. For the Strata Networks, Cadet Rok. It's been a good one. The leaders, the 2 leaders, have punched so hard. The last lap board shows now for Zach Hemphill. There it is. He goes across. Next time around will be the checkered flag. Here comes Addo Bailey. Tommy Hart is in the mix there on 3rd. He'll hold that spot. Braxton is still 4. Senna Wilkinson is 5. Blake Kendall got into 6 and held it. Charles Taylor in 7. No change in that top 10 run. Jaden Buttermore, Daniel Lucas and Jack Hoade still have it. It's theirs. Matty Heafy, Harrison Cunningham and Ivor Spence, they all tried. They tried hard, but here comes the checkered flag. It'll fly, fly, fly. For Zach Hempel, Addo Bailey, Tommy Hart, Braxton, Cravanga, Senna Wilkinson and Blake Kendall go through. Charles Taylor, Jaden Buttermore. Here they are. Good sprint to the end. Matty Heafy ended up in 11th place. Harrison Cunningham, 12. Ivor Spence. Charlie Clark and Riley Tombleson. Indy Irwin. Jay Hewlett. Scott Rennie Edwards is your 18th position. So that is it for the Strata Network's Cadet Rok. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have one race to go for this weekend at the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of Sales of 2022. Live stream coverage. Now, all the parents disappear, all the dads, they're going off the track, getting ready for that one final race. Thanks to Carter's Tyres for their live stream coverage this weekend from the Giltrap Group Raceway. And again, to the team at Kartsport Auckland, who have done everything they possibly can to make sure this event ran under red guidelines. All the drivers and their handlers to following the guidelines has been brilliant. It's run smoothly. We're only just over our scheduled time today, so that's not bad. Everything has gone to plan as we wind our way into the final race, the Urban Performance Rotax lights. And I'll find the grid for you to confirm. Yep, just making sure I've got the right one. Ryan Crombie, because twice this weekend I've pulled up the wrong sheet. You know it. Don't want to do it in this last race. Ryan Crombie will be on pole position. Jackson Rooney in beside on 2. Josh Richmond, Tyler Edney. Rihanna O'Meara Hunt will be on that 3rd row with Campbell Joyce. George Sampson and Taylor Payne in 7 and 8. Miles Findlay. Casey Lett, 9 and 10. Row 6 is Hero Sheridan and Emily Robb. Row 7, Michael McCulloch, Trent Ingen. Scott McLaren and Daniel Kent will be 15 and 16 with Ian Smith and Josh McDonald just in behind. 19 is Blair Holdham. 20, Mac Burkett. 21, Divyam Taylor. 22, Cameron Horrocks. Row 12, Blake Austin and Zach Stitchbury. Why? Because of the error or incident or mechanical, we don't know what it was, in the last race. He was out. Stella Carter in row 13 with Findlay Dixon, Chris Benton and Brad Hewson. So 25 laps for the Urban Performance Rotax lights. We will need to keep an eye on the 12th row, position number 24, Zach Stitchbury, who has to start from way back, way back. And Zach Stitchbury has been in the mix for the entire weekend until that pre-final, when he had to walk away from his kart and leave it on the side of the track, and that has cost him dearly. At least 20 positions in this grid up. So that's going to be interesting to watch, the blue kart of Zach Stitchbury. But The focus for the start will be Ryan Crombie and Jackson Rooney. And will Josh Richmond or Tyler Edney make a whole shot move? And then can everyone else get around turn number 1 with no incidents? Here is your final race for the 2022 City of Sales. An absolutely perfect start for all the drivers. Crombie gets ahead. Rooney is in second spot. They'll start to dial themselves in for turn 2. No one wants to make contact now. And they do at the back of the field. And it looks pretty grim. I think a wheel was hit there. So he might have bent something or broken something. It didn't look good. We're just going to check and see. Crombie is walking away with us so far. Rooney, Richmond, Rihanna, O'Meara, Hunt, Campbell, Joyce moves up. Tyler Edney down. Sampson up. Here Sheridan is up. Findlay is down. Payne, McCulloch, Casey left. Emily Robin 13. Ian Smith in 14. Zach Stitchbury has moved up from 24th position to 15th in 1 lap. Zach Stitchbury is coming out of turn number 1 now, and he is making some moves. He goes into 2. He's gained another 2 spots. He slides the cart in out of turn 3, and he is ready to pounce. He is making his position known. He is not happy that he has to play recovery here, play catch up, but we are going to love it, because up front there is a big chase going on. Crombie, Rooney, Richmond and Edney, the rest of the field file their way through. So, Crombie out alone in front, while this fight continues in the background, and Stitchbury is on the back of them. Stitchbury has moved up. He is now in 12th. He is going to be a part of this. He tries to move down the inside, and he does. Stitchbury gets it through and gets it done on number 70, Taylor Payne. So, while Crombie, Richmond, Rooney, O'Meara, Hunt, Edney, Joy, Sampson, Sheridan, Findlay and McCulloch all fight from 1 through to 10. Here comes Zach Stitchbury to get amongst it. Now we're going to have a final. Crombie well ahead. Richmond grabbing second ahead of Rooney. O'Meara Hunt has thought about a dive down the inside. Has that happened? Did it work? Yes, it did. Rihanna, O'Meara Hunt. Great pass on turn 1. Zach Stitchbury is up to 11. Hasn't made any more moves because now he is amongst the similar time drivers. It's a big group going through. The rest of the field, there's a big gap. Some flags are waving as they wind their way into turn number 2. Crombie, still well out in front. And the rest of the field is starting to expand. It's starting to grow. There was contact coming out of 4. Who lost big time there? One of the drivers got it all wrong. I'll try and work out who it was. It was Jackson Rooney. Jackson Rooney. He's lost massive position. Jackson Rooney has gone down to 7. He was right up there in the mix, and I think he made contact with Hero Sheridan. So both of them off. One of the drivers has just been into the barriers on the exit of 3. If you think there's no pressure, you're wrong. This is insane. Crombie, Richmond, O'Meara Hunt in 3rd. Edney and Sampson moves up. Joyce moves up. Stitchbury into 8th place. So now the chase is on. Now the chase is on up front. Stitchbury goes through 2. He has moved into 8th position from 24th. This is great driving. The laps are counting down. We're into lap 9. And here comes Stitchbury again. Watch this move. Comes through turn 5. He is all over the back of Hero Sheridan. Hero Sheridan doesn't have an answer. On the inside, on the outside. But Stitchbury's on the inside. Will have the racing line. Another pass. There's been more than one pass per lap. I know there's a race up front, but now this race with Stitchbury coming through is genuinely fantastic to watch. There he goes. And now he's got to make up a deficit. He's got to make up a deficit of about 1.5 seconds. If he can catch this pack, he is in the mix. And it's only lap 10, so of course he can catch the pack. Crombie is out front. It's 2.5 seconds back to Richmond and O'Meara Hunt. 2.5 seconds. Look at the gap. Then you've got Tyler Edney, but George Sampson got ahead. Tyler Edney shuffled into 5. Joyce, Zach Stitchbury in 7. And Zach Stitchbury is closing the gap as he heads into turn 2. He is there. Here comes Zach Stitchbury. Turn 4. The Urban Performance Rotax Lights, the final race of the weekend. And you are watching some stellar driving up front and through the middle. Stitchbury. Stitchbury's all over them now. Here we go. We're in for the hunt. Trying to take on this battle pack who are racing for positions 5, 6, and 7. And there he is in it. Going into turn number 4 now. The leaders are winding their way through. Into 5. He's right on him. And Campbell Joyce knows it. Campbell Joyce is looking back going, oh no, it's Stitchbury. And Stitchbury gets him. Another pass after another lap. This is sensational driving. This is Shane Van Gisbergen at the New Zealand Grand Prix last year. Starts near the back and ends up at the front. Stitchbury has come from 24th into 6th. And it's not finished yet, because now he's chasing down George Sampson. George Sampson is in the firing line. We'll watch this here into turn number 2. I've got to take a breath. I've got to calm down here. It's hard to calm down when you're watching this kind of racing. This is a racecraft. He's already on him. George Sampson, defend, son, defend. Do everything you can. Hold your racing line. He does so into turn number 1. George Sampson, great job. He's holding off while chasing down Tyler Edney. Stitchbury's all over him. Stitchbury's on Sampson. Stitchbury's right there. He tries to go around. He's going to dive under brakes. Does he? No. Another good lap from George Sampson. Hold sway. Good job, George Sampson. Deservedly holding on to 5th spot at this stage. The 2 or 3 in front of him are not in the mix. Here comes Stitchbury. They make contact. Contact out of 3 into 4. That was a little wild. A little wild. The leaders go through. But into 5 now. Still holding. Still holding. George Sampson. And here comes Stitchbury thinking about an inside run. He's going to do it. Stitchbury takes a wild move and gets himself into 5th position from 24th. There's only a couple to go, but there's only 8 laps remaining, and these are the fast ones. So, what do you do? What do you do? Those drivers will turn around and go, are you kidding me? Is that Zach Stitchbury right there? How did he do this? They'll know he's on fire. Rihanna O'Meara Hunt is in 3rd. Tyler Edney is in 4th. And Zach Stitchbury is now in 5. Crombie has left this field behind. He's actually just gone past the broadcast booth, and the rest of the field is now circulating. Josh Richmond, Rihanna O'Meara Hunt, Tyler Redney and Zach Stitchbury. This is your racing. This is where it's going to come down to. The final position here. Who is going to be second and third? 5 laps remaining. Josh Richmond, hold sway, son. Josh Richmond, keep your focus. Rihanna O'Meara Hunt is doing everything she can to catch him and put him under pressure. But there's a charge now from Tyler Redney down the inside. It got a bit messy. It got very messy, and Stitchbury's in on it. Stitchbury gets involved. So he's made another move. And it's now getting a little bit feisty. They are going side by side. Things are starting to change with 4 laps remaining. It's good for Richmond. And here comes Stitchbury. Here he comes down the inside. Zach Stitchbury's done it. He's made the move. Can he hold it? Can he hold it going into 2? Tyler Redney, 51 under brakes heavy. Has to pull him behind. No choice. Would have got left out in the marbles. You now have Ryan Crombie 4 seconds ahead of Josh Richmond. Rihanna O'Meara Hunt is now in trouble because she's got a flying Zach Stitchbury behind her. Rihanna O'Meara Hunt. Stay focused up front. Stay focused. Goes into turn number 2. They're holding the last lap board, but it's not ready to fly. I know that people like Josh Richmond and O'Meara Hunt will be saying, pull out the last lap board now. I want it now. Still holding 3rd. But then you've got Zach Stitchbury who's saying, no, I want more laps. They'll be thinking the complete opposite, these two. Richmond still holding into 2nd spot. 1st place is a non-event. It's all over for 1st place. It would only be a breakage that'll change that, because he is well and truly ahead by 4.5 seconds. Here is Josh Richmond coming through now. O'Meara Hunt, Zach Stitchbury, he's not close enough. She is doing a great job, and the last lap board is out. This is the final opportunity. O'Meara Hunt is fast. She's caught up to Richmond. He made a mistake coming out of 1. Was that enough to close the gap? It was. She's trying again, but she's got to be careful, because while trying to attack, you open up your defensive moves. And she's still there in 3rd. She's going to hold it, is she? Yes, she is. But Richmond will take 2nd place. We know Crombie was 1st. Zach Stitchbury, take a bow. You made 20 spots, not just in any race, but in the Urban Performance Rotax lights. The rest of the field, Tyler Edney, George Sampson was stellar. Campbell Joyce, Michael McCulloch, Jackson Rooney unfortunately having the little instigation out of turn 4 with Miles Finley, Taylor Payne. Hero Sheridan got caught up in that one. Casey Ledden, Ian Smith, Blake Austin, Findlay Dixon with Emily Robb, Trent Ingham, Divyam Taylor, Chris Benton, Mac Burkhead, Blair Holdham. Josh McDonald was out by a lap. Brad Hewson gone. Daniel Kent gone. And Cameron Horrocks out. Did not start with Scott McLaren and Stella Carter. But what a way to finish. Thank you, Zach Stitchbury, and thank you, everyone, for racing. That is it. That is it for the 2022 Pool and Spa Maintenance City of Sales 2-Day Challenge. Thank you to Levi, my young Vortex Mini, who's been running instead of driving. His dad was on the camera, did an okay job. I think we'll withhold payment though. Selena, my executive producer, to make sure that everything went to air. Thank you all so much. To Kartsport Auckland, well done, congratulations. Carter's Tyres for bringing you the live stream from Giltrap Group Raceway. My name is Craig Lord, my voice is over. It's out. I don't know, what's it been? 10, maybe more hours of talking rubbish. It's gone, so I sign off. I thank you for watching. Look forward to bringing you another karting extravaganza. That is us for the weekend. Thank you very much. Bye-bye for now.